This is ChestertonRadio.com.
The Phil Harris Alice Fay Show. For your enjoyment, here is the Phil Harris Alice Fay Show. Written by Ray Singer and Dick Chevrolet with Elliot Lewis, Walter Tetley, Robert North, Janine Roos, and Whitfield. Walter Scharf and his music, yours truly, Bill Foreman, and starring Alice Fay and Phil Harris. This time of the year, nearly everyone is busy with preparations for Christmas. The Harrises have practically completed theirs, except for their outdoor decorations. Phil and Alice's brother William are at work on that now.
Oh, this is a waste of money. All these decorations. Holly and wreaths. No, it's not at all practical.
Stop beefing. Everything looks very pretty. Well, I got the wreath up, now to get the lights strung. I want to put them across the top of the house and down the sides.
That's already done, Philip. I did it while you were in the garage decorating your still.
That ain't no still. It's my new hat-blocking machine. Uncle Fedora sent it to me for Christmas, and I just
All
thought...
right. Hat-blocking machine, indeed.
You must know it's a pressure cooker. I was canning a few beets. Well, let's stand back and see what kind of a job you did on these lights. Let me see, Well, you certainly used enough lights. You got them all over the front of the house.
Yes. It's not only ornamental, it's practical, too. I arranged the lights so that they spell something.
Well, that's a cute idea. What does it say?
Well, you can read it better when they're lighted. Now, wait, I'll turn the switch on and show it to you. There.
Hey, look at that light up. Let's see what it says. Merry Christmas from Alice Fay and husband. Why didn't you put my name up, too?
Well, I'm planning on using the sign again next year, and there's no telling if you'll still be with us.
You can put my name up. I'll be here.
Very well. Well, read the rest of the sign.
Okay. Let's see. Alice Fay and husband, stars of stage, screen, and radio. Now available for television. Will work cheap. Call Hollywood 6161 or toll-free number Zenith 470.
Oh, do you like it, Philip?
No. You left out have tuxedos will travel. What are you trying to do to my house? I don't want no ads up. William, this is just for Christmas.
What's the matter, Phil? What are you yelling about?
I'll show you what I'm yelling about. Look at the lights your brother put up on the house for Christmas. Look at them. Just look what it says.
Let me see. Merry Christmas from Alice Fay and husband. Stars of stage, screen, and radio. Now available for television. Will work. Call Hollywood 6161. Our toll-free number Zenith 470.
This kid reads good.
Willie, how could you put a sign like that up on our house? That's the most disgraceful thing I've ever seen. Take that down.
The whole thing?
No, just the part that says we'll work cheap. And Phil, you'd better come in now and get cleaned up. We have to leave soon.
Where are we going?
Oh, I forgot to tell you. The Women's Club is having a pre-Christmas party and play, and the husbands are all invited.
Look, honey, I don't like them things. I don't feel like going.
Now, don't argue. You're going. Now, hurry inside and put your Santa Claus suit on.
All right, if I have to... Put my what on?
Oh, there's something else I forgot to tell you. In the play, you have the lead. You're Santa Claus.
Ooh, goody. The day I've dreamed of is finally arisen. I'm going to play Santa Claus for a women's club. Ooh, I ain't gonna do it.
Phil, it's too late to back out now. Mrs. Stewart is in charge of entertainment, and I promised her you'd do it.
But, honey, that ain't the kind of role I play. I'm not the Santa Claus type. You know I'm a lover.
How would I know?
That's a nasty type remark. Alice, I'd like to help you, but I refuse
You're not refusing anything. This play is for the children, and you're not going to disappoint them. You'll find your Santa Claus outfit on the bed. Now, go on in and change.
All right. Oh, if she didn't have money, would I tell her?
And hurry up, Phil. Mrs. Stewart will be over to pick us up soon.
Alice, and did the Women's Club really pick Philip to play Santa Claus?
Oh, don't you worry about Phil. He'll be the hit of the play.
Well, are you going to be in the play, too, sis?
Yes. I'm going to sing a few songs for the children. Which reminds me, I'd better rehearse one of them now.
Oh, lovely.
Christmas toys all over the place. Little Johnny wears a funny smile upon his face. For Johnny has a secret, and this secret he must share. He wants to tell somebody, so he tells his teddy bear. I saw Mommy kissing Santa Claus underneath the mistletoe last night. She didn't see me creep down the stairs to have a peek. She thought that I was tucked up in my bedroom fast asleep. Then I saw Mommy tickle Santa Claus underneath his beard so snowy white. Oh, what a laugh it would have been if Daddy had only seen Mommy kissing Santa Claus last night.
I was so puzzled I couldn't understand why Mommy was kissing the wrong man. It's Santa. And then it was that I saw Mommy tickle Santa Claus
underneath his beard so snowy white.
Oh, what a laugh it would have been
if Daddy had only seen
Mommy kissing Santa Claus last night. Merry Christmas.
This is ridiculous, making me dress up in a Santa Claus outfit. Well, now that I got it on, I might as well look in the mirror and see how it looks. I thought so. I looked and Hey, I'm cute. Yeah. Ooh, I love that twinkle in my eye. And the way my cherry red lips show up against that white beard. I look jolly yet distinguished. Sort of like an old Liberace. Yeah, now to go in the other room and show Alice. Gee whiz. Hey, Alice, where are you?
I'm right here, Phil.
Well, ho. How do you like me in my Santa Claus outfit?
Oh, no, Phil. Oh, no.
Wait a minute. What are you laughing at? I think I look good. Not only that, I sound the part, too. Listen to this. Ho, 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 and how would you growl?
Well, what's the matter?
The whiskers are too loose. Every time I open my mouth wide, that beard gets loud.
The suit's a little big for you, too. You know, Phil, somehow you don't look right for the part.
I do, too. I guarantee nobody will know it's me in this getup. I look like the real thing. I know... Uh-oh, that must be Elliot. I'll get it. Oh, man, I can just picture his face when Santa Claus opens the door. This is going to be a surprise. Ho, 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 and how are you?
You going to invite me in, or you going to stand there eating that bird's nest soup?
It ain't bird's nest soup. Can't you tell what it is?
Chew it again. Let me listen.
Don't be a wild ball growl.
Too quiet for shredded wheat. Oh, I know. It's cotton candy.
If you're finished, I'll tell you what it is. It's a beard.
Oh. What's the beard for?
What's the beard for? Can't you tell by the outfit I'm wearing? Doesn't this suit look familiar to you?
Well, let me see.
Oh.
Of course. That's the red seersucker suit you bought for Easter.
This ain't my Easter suit. This is the Santa Claus suit I'm going to wear for the kids.
Curly, you can't play Santa Claus. Santa's a fat, jolly, nice-looking man, and you don't look the part.
Too sexy, huh?
That ain't what I meant, Marilyn. No.
Don't tell me I don't make a good-looking Santa Claus. The Women's Club asked me to do it because I'm perfect for the part.
Bill,
So
did
just...
Mrs. Stewart arrive yet? Oh, hello, Elliot.
Hello, Alice. I was just admiring little old Chris here.
Mm-hmm.
Cute little nothing, isn't he?
Now, Elliot, that's not nice. Phil, I think you look positive.
Those are my sentiments exactly.
Abbott and Costello, huh? I guarantee that them dames will make the biggest fuss over me when
that must be Mrs. Stewart. I'll answer it.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Harris. Oh, I'm sorry I'm late, but I had trouble driving over. The traffic was something fierce. All those Christmas shoppers on the sidewalk slowed me down, something awful. You know, my husband always tells me I should drive in the street, but there's so many cars there, it's dangerous. Don't you find it that way?
Well,
We better get going. Where's Mr. Harris?
He's standing right there.
Oh, yes. Hello, Mr. Harris. Now then, Mrs. Harris, we'll all drive down in my... How'd he get hurt?
I didn't get hurt.
Then how come you're bleeding?
I ain't bleeding. This is the Santa Claus suit that I'm going to wear for the children.
Oh, Mr. Harris, you can't appear in front of the little children like that. They'll think that you... Oh, well, we can always tell them you were trampled by one of your reindeer.
I wasn't supposed to be such a jolly old man. I'd hang one on her.
You know, you're certainly the seediest Santa Claus I've ever seen. I hope you sound more convincing than you look.
I sound very good. Just listen. Ho, 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 and growl, mom's growl.
Oh, for heaven's sake. Now he swallowed his teeth. Oh, Mrs. Harris, if I were you, I'd get a new husband. I always say husbands are just like cars. Once they start falling apart, get rid of them. It costs too much to keep them in repairs. Of course, yours looks like he still has a few good miles in him, but I wouldn't advise you to take him on any long trips.
Curly, she stopped. Suppose she needs winding?
I don't see no place for a handle. Maybe it's the end of the record. Turn her over and see what's on the other side.
Okay. Oh, Curly, you'll like this.
What is it?
Never Smile at a Crocodile from the Peter Pan album.
Oh, she's an RCA label.
Yeah.
Well, let's spin her and see what...
All right, fellas, you're being very rude. I'm sorry, Mrs. Stewart.
Oh, don't apologize. We have to make allowances for them when they get senile. Well, we better get in the car and get going. Those children will be waiting to see Santa Claus. Of course, they'll be disappointed when they see you, Mr. Harris, but you can make up for it by entertaining them. After all, you're an actor, and you can do some of your famous barnyard imitations.
I don't do no barnyard imitations.
Well, then ride your unicycle or whatever it is you do.
I'm a singer and a darn good one, ain't I, Elliot?
I like it better on the unicycle.
Never mind. I got a great song for those kids, and they'll love it. I'll sing it on the way down. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Ooh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Ooh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh.
Dashing through the snow in a one-horse open sleigh.
O'er the fields we go, laughing all the way.
Bells on bobtail ring, they're making spirits bright. What fun it is to ride and sing a sleighing song tonight. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Hey!
Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Hey! Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. A day or two ago, I thought I'd take a ride, and soon Miss Alice Fay was seated by my side.
The horse was lean and lank, misfortune seemed his lot. He got into a drifted bank and we got a plot.
Jingle bells,
jingle bells, singing merrily we go.
Jingle bells,
Line of snow so cold and crisp and light with sharp wind
jingle
blowing. We
all
are going
the
on
way.
through the night.
Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh.
Hey, hey!
Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in an open sleigh. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open one-horse open sleigh. Hey, Elliot.
Huh?
Hey, look at all those kids over there. Ain't they cute? They're so eager and anxious to see Santa Claus. Hey, I wonder what I'm supposed to do to amuse them. Maybe I don't have to entertain them. I'll just go over and just be Santa.
No, Curly, please don't do it. Why spoil their Christmas?
I keep telling you it ain't going to spoil it. The trouble with you grown-ups is you don't know what Santa Claus is supposed to look like. But the kids do. They'll love me, and I'll prove it to you. Look, here comes a little boy. Watch his reaction when I talk to him. Hello, little boy. I'm Santa Claus. What would you... Ow! Kick me right in the shins. Look, you little monster. Step out in the alley with me. I'll break every bone.
Curly, you can't fight a kid. You're supposed to be Santa Claus.
I'll take my suit off.
Curly, he didn't like you. None of them will.
Oh, that kid was just a brat.
Curly, you ready to give up now?
No, I'm not ready to give up. Maybe I'm using the wrong approach. Maybe I've been a little too brusque. Hey, look, there's a kid bending over that tree. I'll go over and pat him on the head.
Yeah.
Hello, son. My, but you're a fine-looking...
Stop pressing me little head. It ain't a cantaloupe.
Oh, I picked a humdinger this time. Julius, I didn't know you were going to be here.
Mr. Harris, what are you doing in that hokey getup? What are you supposed to be anyway?
What do you mean, what am I supposed to be? What do I look like in this red suit?
Like 180 pounds of raw hamburger.
I'll tell you what I am. I'm Santa Claus.
This is a Santa Claus.
Yes, I am. And if you look closely, you'll see the resemblance, because I have a cheery smile, twinkling eyes, and rosy cheeks.
I like your big, fat, red nose.
You do?
Yeah. With that white beard around it, it looks like a tomato pushing its way through a mess of cottage cheese.
This kid must be hungry. I keep reminding him of something to eat. Look, Julius, you shouldn't kid about a thing like this. You believe in Santa Claus, don't you?
Oh, naturally. And I'm sorry if I offended you, Santa dear. You'll come to my house this Christmas Eve, won't you?
Certainly. And if you're a good little boy, on Christmas Eve, I'll come riding through the sky with my reindeer, land on your roof, put my pack on my shoulder, come sliding down your chimney, and land in your fireplace. And what's the first thing you'll do when you wake up on Christmas morning?
Sweep out your ashes.
My ash? You mean...
The biggest blaze you ever saw.
I don't think that's nice. Especially when I was going to bring you such a lovely present.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Harris. What kind kind of present you're going to bring me?
A hand grenade with a loose pin. Beat it, will you? Get out of here.
Now will you take the hint, Curly? Nobody likes you as Santa Claus.
Yeah, I guess you're right. All they've done is make fun of me since I got here. Come on, I'm going home.
All right.
I'm going to take this suit off, too. And I never want to see it again.
Mm-hmm. Well, I told you you'd be a failure, Curly.
All right, don't rub it in. Don't rub it in. I was trying to be nice to those kids and play Santa Claus for them, and all they did was ridicule me. You'd think that they'd...
Oh, mister, can any kid get into that Christmas party or... Say, are you Santa Claus?
Yeah, you want to make something out of it? I don't want to hear no more cracks about how funny I look.
Oh, you don't look funny, Santa. I think you look wonderful.
Yeah, I know. Now get I do? You really think so?
Sure. I've seen those make-believe Santas in the stores, but they're not like you. You're much better looking.
Well, I can't argue that point with you.
Wait a minute, kid. Do you think this is the real Santa Claus?
I know he is. Anybody can tell by looking at him.
You're a smart little fella.
Look, kid, there's something I got to tell you. This
Quiet, you unbeliever. Now, tell me, son, what do you want me to bring you for Christmas?
Didn't you get my letter?
Your letter? Oh, sure. Yeah, I got it, but, well, I just sat down to read it when suddenly the north wind came and blew it right out of my hand.
Butterfingers.
Quiet.
Gee, you didn't read my letter. I guess that's what happened last year, too. Because you never showed up.
I didn't? Well, don't you worry, because I'm going to show up this year. And look, Sonny, as long as I'm here, why don't you tell me what you want?
Well, I'd like a bicycle, a pair of skates, a football, electric trains, an air rifle, a chemistry set.
Hey, wait a minute. That's quite a lot of things you're asking for, isn't it?
Yeah, but don't forget you owe me a lot of stuff from last year.
You got a point there. All right, Sonny. I'll see that you get everything you want on Christmas Eve.
Oh, thanks, Santa. I'll be waiting for you. Merry Christmas.
I'll be there. Merry Christmas, son. Come on, Elliot. We got work to do.
Hey, you know, Curly, he really believed you're Santa.
You're darn right. And that's why I'm going to the store and buy him everything he asked for. And I'm going to deliver it myself on Christmas Eve.
Yeah, that's fine, except for one thing. You forgot to ask the kid where he lives.
I know where he lives. 22 Elm Street. Right over the grocery store.
How'd you know that?
Well, I don't know. It just came to me. Elliot, do you suppose I really am Santa Claus?
All right, Curly. I better find out where the kid lives so we won't be disappointed. Hey, son, where do you live?
22 Elm Street, right over our grocery store.
Ooh, I'm getting out of here.
Wait for me. I'm going with you.
Curly, how did you do that?
Nothing's too hard for the real Santa. Now, let's take the bus and go home.
A bus for the real Santa? Nonsense. We'll go home in your sleigh.
All right, Elliot.
Don't argue. You get in and I'll drive.
Please,
Up
Elliot.
Donner, up Blitzen, up Prancer, up Vixen, and away we go.
Elliot, please.
What's the matter, Santa?
Stop the sleigh. I'm getting airsick.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Phil Harris. The Rexall Drug Company, Alice and I, and our entire cast want to thank you so much for listening to our show and wish you the best Christmas you've ever had.
Merry Christmas, folks.
Good night,
Christmas
everybody.
seals you buy once a year will help protect you from tuberculosis all the year. Use Christmas seals generously. This is Bill Foreman wishing good health to all from...
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Broadway's My Beat. From Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
Broadway. On Christmas Eve, Broadway's natives dance their Christmas dance to the music of carols flowing out of tinseled loudspeakers. The kids mash their noses against plate glass, lick it, and watch the mechanical clown, the mechanized tour army, the tin man dancing a jig on a tin box, and their eyes are dark with desire and hunger. They make a wish on a neon star. That's how it is on Christmas Eve on Broadway. My Beat. On the morning of the day before Christmas, creatures are stirring at police headquarters. There's the patter of tired feet and the sound of manly giggles as little gifts are hidden in desk drawers or poured into Dixie cups or slipped under the police blotter. And in my office, there's a kid I knew, name of Marty Wednick.
Danny, I don't like to disturb you at this unmentionable hour.
10 o'clock in the morning, unmentionable?
You kidding? Sleep has not yet fled from my starry eyes. What makes me bounce my pillow at an hour which is for the squares is a problem.
What's your problem, Marty?
Am I or am I not the child president of your branch of the Police Athletic League?
You are?
So I promised my constituency of fellow former delinquents a Santa Claus for Christmas. That's the problem. When are you going to give with a Santa Claus? Don't laugh, Danny. A former delinquent shouldn't be disillusioned. Could make him a neurotic. So I repeat, on behalf of my constituents, where is Santa Claus?
Oh, he'll be here in a minute, Marty. Sergeant Tartaglia... Oh, here he is. Come on in, Sergeant.
Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what
This
fun.
guy's a sergeant?
Huh? Hey, Tartaglia, this is Marty Wednick. He wants Santa Claus.
Oh, he's coming, Danny, he's coming. Come on in, Sandy. Everybody, make way, everybody, for Santa Claus.
And what's your alias, name, little boy? Ho, ho, ha. Hey.
This guy's a Santa Claus.
Who's the kid? The punk, Danny. Who is he?
Marty Wednick, that's who I am. So you're Santa Claus, huh? Audition me something.
What? Why, you crummy
Take
little...
your hands off me, Santa Claus. Is this the Christmas spirit?
I'll give it to you in the mouth, fresh kid.
You and how many
Hey,
rings?
now, wait a minute, you two. Marty, this is Nick Norman.
Nick Norman, the ex-con?
How do you like this monster? For 15 years, I've been playing Santa Claus at Sing Sing with no complaints, mind you. The first day I am a free civilian playing me old part, the squirt gives me the hook. I resigned from Santa Claus. I didn't get treatment like this even from the guards.
Take it easy, Nick. Marty didn't mean it. Did you, Marty?
How was I to know that Santa Claus here was the world-famous light-fingered safecracker?
Ex-light-fingered, world-famous safecracker, you.
Now, does he meet with your approval, Marty?
Well, the costume is sloppy, the beard's moth-eaten, but yeah, he'll do.
Don't do me no favors, punk.
You want to know something, Nick?
What something?
I like you. I think you are the best Santa Claus it has ever been my privilege to present to my constituents of the PAL. This is from the heart, Nick.
Oh, that's better. You gotta show respect for Santa Claus. What time's your party?
8 o'clock tonight. You'll be there?
I'll be there.
Well, so long, Danny, Sergeant, Santa Claus. See you at the party. Merry Christmas.
That's a good kid. Appreciates the finer things.
Feels good to be out, huh, Nick?
15 years is a long night without sleep, Danny. Yeah, feels good. And thanks for the job of Santa Claus. I would miss it after all these years.
The deal we made. That feels good, too, huh?
Oh, yeah, the deal, sure, Danny. I'll keep my promise to you.
That's good. You won't forget what happened 15 years ago on Christmas Eve.
How can I forget it was like today? I was all dressed up like Santa Claus. I had a few idle hours, and right in front of me there just happened to be an idle safe. So I cracked it. So I got caught.
Uh-huh. Now, what are you going to do now, between now and 8 o'clock, the time the party starts?
Walk the thoroughfares and wish everybody joyous tidings and pat kids on the head.
And leave their mothers' purses alone.
Oh, Danny, how can you talk to Santa Claus that way? I promised you that...
Sure you did. Hey, Tartaglia.
Yeah, Danny.
Tag along with Santa Claus. Fresh air will do you both good.
Oh, gee, thanks, Danny, thanks. You know, the fresh air will do us both good.
Yeah, but hold his hand, Tartaglia, so he won't get lost. We don't want him to get lost, do we?
Oh, no, Danny.
No, because what's Christmas without Santa Claus? Have fun, boys. So everybody was happy, and that was good, because it was the season for it. Sergeant Tartaglia was happy because I had not only given him permission to leave the room, I told him to go out and take a walk with Santa Claus. And everyone knows that Santa Claus is always happy, even if once upon a time he had to spread his glad tidings around Sing Sing. I considered it a while, and then I decided to inhale the bloom of Christmas as it filtered through police headquarters. And it made me feel happy, too. It lasted for 2 inhales.
The sign on the door says Lieutenant Danny Clover. I don't believe in signs. What's your name?
What's yours?
I came prepared for a question like that. Here's my card.
Thanks. Simon Larrabee, real estate and rentals. You renting something, Mr. Larrabee?
That would give you the upper hand. 2 questions to my 1. And you haven't answered it yet.
Danny Clover, like the sign says. That's my name.
You're quite right. I am renting something.
Go ahead. Rent away. I like to watch.
I'm doing it now. Just looking at you. I'm renting that property known as the Warehouse at 2290 East Grand Street.
Well, if it makes you happy... Wait a minute. That's our clubhouse. That's where the kids are having our Christmas party.
Are you?
What's the...
What else can it be? Where's the rent?
Rent for what?
Rent for that property known as the Warehouse at 2290 East Grand Street.
You mean it hasn't been paid? How much is it?
It's $62.50 a month. Oh, that includes utilities.
I'll pay it. The club's treasurer will reimburse me.
You don't understand, Mr. Clover. When I rent something, I get a year's rent in advance. That comes to $750. And I want it before there's any party there.
Are you kidding? Where are those kids going to get money like that?
Well, I'll give you until 8 o'clock to get the money, and I'll just sit right here until then.
All right. Grab yourself a police gazette.
Never touch the stuff.
Suit yourself. Oh, excuse me, Simon. Danny Clover speaking.
Danny, this is Patrolman Curcio.
Yeah, what is it? I can hardly hear you, Curcio.
Yeah, well, no wonder. Listen when I gotta talk, so listen, Danny. Hey, you see what I mean?
Why the sirens? What's the trouble?
Sergeant Tartaglia is up a tree.
What?
Sergeant Tartaglia is in a tree on the Avenue A playground, Danny. He flipped his lid. He's telling anyone that'll listen that there ain't no Santa Claus. And you better come on down, Danny.
When I got down to the Avenue A playground, it was having the Christmas party of its life. A 30-foot tree, complete with tinsel, candy canes, colored popcorn balls, firemen, and a scared sergeant policeman, forlorn and lost, pinned to its top branch. The fire department finally convinced Tartaglia that a ladder was a safe invention for getting down on a tall tree. At the bottom rung, he almost believed it. When his feet touched the ground, they gave him a blanket because he was suffering from shock. He was about to tell the newsreel boys his ordeal when I faced him.
Oh, Danny, I was about to tell the newsreel boys my ordeal.
Oh, just tell me first, Tartaglia, because I hardly ever get to the movies.
I'll be with you in just a minute, sir. Oh, Danny, it was awful. It was something awful.
I only ask this because there's so much about you I don't know, Tartaglia. Why do you climb trees?
Oh, I don't, Danny. The height scares me. When I was a child, a tree threw me on the ground.
Still you climb this tree. Why?
Oh, because I'm a policeman.
That makes sense. But how?
Well, sure it does, Danny. The kids see me, I am a policeman. They need to put a star on top of their Christmas tree. They ask me because I am a policeman and can do such things. I couldn't let the department down, Danny.
So you leave Nick Norman alone, all by himself, because you don't want to let the department down.
Oh, I knew you would say that. But I trusted Nick, because he is Santa Claus. He told me I could trust him.
Sure you can, Tartaglia. But what happened to Santa Claus? He's not around.
That's right. There ain't no Santa Claus, like I've been saying.
They told me you were saying that. What happened to him, Tartaglia?
Well, Danny, whilst I was up in the tree pinning the star, below me I saw a big black bulletproof sedan.
What kind?
A big black bulletproof sedan.
Now I know. Then what happened?
Well, this big black bulletproof sedan stopped by Nick, our Santa Claus. 2 men got out, talked to him for a minute, then took them one by each arm, deposited them in the car, closed the door, and away they sped, careening on 2 wheels. I yelled to them to stop, Danny. But I guess they didn't hear me on account of the hustle and bustle.
Our Santa Claus, Tartaglia. Where is he? Where'd he go?
Well, if I was Santa Claus, I know where I'd go.
Not that it matters, but where?
Well, to my mother. On Christmas Eve, she deserves something like that.
I'm sure she does.
So we have you now, Sergeant Tartaglia?
Oh, make good in the newsreels, Tartaglia. This may be your big chance.
Yeah?
Are you Mrs. Norman?
Why?
I'm Danny Clover.
Yeah?
May I come in, Mrs. Norman?
Why?
I want to talk to you.
About what?
About Nick, about your son.
Come in.
Thanks.
In here, in the parlor. Sit down.
Thank you.
No, not on that seat. That one. What do you want to talk about Nick?
Do you know where he is?
Oh, don't tell me no more. One day when he was 9 years old, Nick said to me, he said, Ma, don't ask me where I've been no more, 'cause I'll lie to you. That's what he said.
Then you don't know where he is.
Don't make me go through that again, Sonny. Say, who are you to ask me questions?
I told you I was...
Yeah, you did. You said you're Danny Clover. That don't mean nothing to me. Oh, you must be the guy come about,
I am. That's why I came.
Well, you tell me what you come here for.
For, you know, just as you said.
Oh, this I like. This lets me play cagey like in the old days. What are you talking about?
You know your son, Nick.
You got to squirm more than that, kiddo. What about Nick?
We want him to be our Santa Claus.
Bingo.
That's good.
Oh, it must be a good feeling, a young man like you. Big, strong, looking for Santa Claus. Me? I just sit in my rocking chair.
Mrs. Norman.
Thinking about the times we had, me and Big Ed, my husband. The time...
I have to go now, Mrs. Norman. Where's your son?
Oh, you made me go through it again. One day, when he was 9 years old, Nick said to me...
Yeah, oh, thanks,
Ma,
Mrs. Norman.
don't ask me where I've been.
Hi, Danny. Did you find Santa Claus?
No, Tartaglia. What are you doing about it?
Me? Nothing.
That's good. Anyone to see me?
Yeah, in your office. Hey, Danny, well, what are you angry at me for, huh, Danny?
Hey, Danny, what's this I hear about Santa Claus taking a powder?
You'll get your Santa Claus, Marty. You still here, Simon Larrabee?
Yes, I'm waiting. Just as I told you, I'm waiting for my $750 rent.
Can you imagine this kind of Danny? On Christmas Eve, he wants his rent. This is a Christmas, no Santa Claus, no party. What am I going to tell my constituents?
It'll work out, Marty. We'll get the money someplace.
Shut
up, Simon.
But, Danny, no Santa Claus.
Hold it, everybody. I've got the solution. Communications, this is Sergeant Tartaglia in Danny Clover's office. An all-points bulletin. Pickup man. Description as follows. Height, 5 feet 11. Weight, 235. When last seen, was wearing a red suit, a red hat with bells, and black boots. Identifying marks. Has a long, snow-white beard. What's his name? Santa Claus!
You are listening to Broadway Is My Beat, starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. $51,000 in cash and wonderful prizes. Danny Seymour might play Santa Claus to you tonight, and he might fill up your stockings with that 51 grand if you can identify the phantom voice. Listen in just a little later tonight to Sing It Again.
Broadway brings you Christmas in a lot of ways. You get dribbled around by the opposing teams of last-minute shoppers. You ride backwards on up escalators so you can be in a good position for the down escalators. You get mauled and shoved and picked over. And finally, you get gift-wrapped and sent on your way. My way was out to lunch and back to police headquarters, holding my Christmas stocking in my hand. I had two things, no rent and no Santa Claus. Two nothings, which made for an empty holiday. Sergeant Tartaglia wasn't enjoying himself either, and he expressed himself with sentiment.
Humbug.
What did you say, Tartaglia?
Humbug, Danny. That's a Christmas expression I picked up to be used when you wished it was the 4th of July instead.
Yeah, me too.
You seen the afternoon papers, Danny? Yeah. Take a look at it.
You look at it for me. What does it say?
Well, first it has got a picture on the front page of a tree. In the tree is me.
Mm-hmm.
Then it says under it, Officer Gino Tartaglia. Yeah, hey, Danny, they spelled it right. Well, Officer Tartaglia spent the afternoon cavorting in a tree to the delight and applause of all the little... Well, it runs on like that.
Oh, forget it. It wasn't your fault.
Then that's what I tried to tell Mrs. Tartaglia.
Doesn't she believe you?
Danny, she called me on the phone. I said, hello? She said, Signor Tarzan. Then she started laughing, hysterical. I can't get her to talk. Every time I pick up my phone, all I hear is Mrs. Tartaglia laughing.
Well, I got my problems, too.
Yeah, this is probably the first time in the history of Santa Claus that he's ever heisted from his appointed rounds.
Maybe. Hey, did you get in touch with Nick's mother again, like I told you?
Oh, Danny, she ain't nowhere to be found. The old day must have skipped. And the 200 Santa Clauses that the boys investigated, not one of these is Nick Norman under the beard. I'll get it, Danny.
Thanks.
Sergeant Tartaglia. Huh? Yeah, he's here. It's for you, Danny.
Thank you. Danny Clover speaking.
Danny, this is Maxie. You know, Maxine Riddell.
Yeah, how are you, Maxie?
I'm in lingerie, Danny. Come on down.
What?
In the lingerie department at Fletcher's department store. Working. I got news for you. News about Nick Norman. You interested, Danny?
Yeah, I am. Hold on to everything, Maxie. I'll be right down.
Here, mister. Take this black nightgown over to that girl over there. She'll just wrap it up. Hi, Danny. How am I doing?
Great, Maxie. Only great. How long you been working here?
Only for the Christmas season, Danny. But the way I've been operating, I think maybe they'll keep me on.
No questions about your background?
You mean about me being a shoplifter?
Uh-huh.
That's the reason I got the job. The way I was lifting things, I told them it'd be cheaper for them if they put me on the sales force. So they did. So for $22 a week, I'm an honest mouse. Anyway, it's steady.
Keep it that way, huh, Maxie?
Anything you say, Danny. Well, now that we've had our tea, I guess you want to know about Nick.
Yeah.
Breaks my heart to be a stoolie. You know how it is, Danny. Me with my former alliances.
But it's different now.
Yeah, different. I want it to be different for Tussie, too. You remember how it was between me and Tussie.
How was it?
It was gorgeous. That's why I'm being a pigeon, Danny. If Nick made up his mind to be a kosher citizen, he should stick to it. Not fall back into the arms of a mob like a doll who says mama.
Which mob, Maxie?
Tussie Khan. Such a name for a gorilla. Tussie. How do you figure a name like that?
I don't know him. Where do I find him?
Tussie just got back from Chicago. He bought the Domino Club. I happened to be passing there on my lunch hour, and I saw Nick in a Santa Claus suit drinking grape juice with Tussie. Oh, excuse me, Danny, a customer. Yes, madam. Something for yourself.
Thanks, Maxie.
For what? We have some gorgeous outside girdles, madam, for everyday wear. They're right over here.
The Domino Club in the West 50s is a bright and shiny joint plastered with black glass. It stands close to the ground between two peeling brownstones. When you walk into it, you have the feeling you're walking into the mouth of a beetle. Its walls are lined with black mirrors, and its ceiling is draped with folds of scarlet silk. And at 6 o'clock of a Christmas Eve, the boys, complete with Christmas-wrapped girls, are beginning to gather. You ask a busboy in white tie and tails, where's Tussie Carnes? And he lifts an eyebrow to a guy standing near the bandstand. A guy grinning like an alley cat, while a girl pins a sprig of mistletoe to his lapel. You wait till she kisses Tussie. Then Tussie kisses her. But his eyes are open and flicking around the joint, so he sees you and pushes the girl away.
Beat it, Blitzen, I got company. Merry Christmas, stranger. You want something from Tussie, boy?
Same to you. And I want Nick Norman.
Oh, that's a big desire on a holiday. What you want, Nick? Tell Tussie, boy.
Maybe I gotta explain. I'm Danny Clover, a cop. I want him.
Don't everybody? Come with me, Sonny. Santa's right down at the end of this hall. Merry Christmas, Melvin. Ain't it though, Tussie? Merry Christmas, George.
Likewise, I'm sure.
I brought you a present, boys. Goody.
Likewise.
Where's Nick Norman?
This fella here, he says to Tussie, boy, he wants Nick Norman, our Santa Claus.
Uh-oh. What big eyes you had, mister.
And you know something else that's plain precious, boys?
No. Do tell us, Tussie.
The fella says he is a cop. Isn't that cute, huh? I could die. Yeah. So show the fella Santa Claus, huh, fellas? Merry Christmas, Danny Clover. Oh, Tussy boy said that, didn't he?
Stay away from me.
First, we want to wish you on a star. Like that.
You too crazy. Stay away from me.
I think that was not enough stars. I'll give him another package.
You know that Tussy is good to us. He gave us the best Christmas present two fellas could ever have.
Don't be greedy, Melvin. Leave some for me. Oh, look at that. It's all gone.
Come on, Danny, open your eyes.
What?
Yeah, open your eyes, Danny. It's getting late. Ain't you heard? Christmas is coming.
Hey, it's you, Nick Norman.
Oh, Danny, call me Sandy Claus. That's the nicest alias I got.
Now, look, Nick, I'm going to...
Oh, here, I'll help you up, Danny. There, sit on the edge of the sofa there. Yeah. Sandy Claus, Danny.
Santa Claus, huh?
Sure.
So help me, Nick, where I'm going to put you, you'll spend the next 94 Christmases in solitary.
Take it easy, Danny. Come on, let's get out of here. I'll be late for that kid's party. Come on.
You mean let's get out of here just like that? I don't have to beat my way out of here?
What for?
What's all this about, Nick, Santa Claus?
You're dull today, Danny. What's the matter with you?
But you were kidnapped.
Kidnapped? Me? Who would want to do a thing like that to jolly old me?
A man in a tree said two guys pushed you into a car. He only had a bird's eye view, but he said kidnapped.
Oh, you mean Melvin and George?
I mean Melvin and George.
Two pals from Chicago, Daddy. They heard I was out and wanted I should be Santa Claus to a private party they was giving. That's all. Harmless guys, pals, buddies. We enjoy each other.
Yeah, they enjoyed me, too.
Before they left town for this party, they said to tell you... Oh, wait a minute. I wrote it down. It says, Dear Danny Clover, sorry we made a mistake and beat up your head. May the bells ring a joyous Noel for you. Signed, XX. That's Melvin and George.
A mistake, huh?
Sure. They knew some mob or other might try to get me as Santa Claus. They figured you was a mob, so they protected me from you, like you was fibbing about being a cop. After they walloped you unconscious, they went through your pockets and saw you was really a cop. So they wrote this note. The running ink you see here on the note, Danny, that's tears. You'll forgive him, won't you, Danny?
Yeah. How about your mother?
Well, that was your error, Danny. You didn't tell Mom you was from the police, so she thought just like Melvin and George.
Gave me the double talk.
Yeah, that's my mom. A grand old dame. You know what I told her once when I was 9 years old?
Yeah, no, my sleigh's outside. I'll give you a ride back to my office.
Well, that means the whole thing was an error in identification and motive, as they say, huh, Danny?
That's right. Isn't that right, Santa?
Sure. I'll tell it to you again if you want.
No, never mind. What happened to Simon Larrabee?
Oh, he went out for a feast of spud nuts and coffee.
Hey, you don't look very happy, Tartaglia.
No, Danny. I ain't happy. Unhappy. Very.
What's the matter? We've got Santa Claus? Come on, smile. It's going to be a fine Christmas.
I can't, Danny. I just can't. It's Mrs. Tartaglia.
Hmm?
Yeah, now she ain't laughing anymore. The neighbors are laughing and Mrs. Tartaglia is crying.
Why?
Well, the later editions of the paper said that Santa Claus was heisted. It was because I was in a tree. Yeah, the papers say I, single-handed, messed up Christmas.
Bad as that, huh? Well, I'll tell you, Tartaglia.
Hey, what about my Christmas party?
Well, not yet, Santa. Wait till you get to the party.
Say, the press was saying that you were snatched, Sandy. What gives? It said that mobsters grabbed you.
No, it was just a little misunderstanding.
That's right, Marty. Nick was grabbed by mobsters.
Huh?
Yeah, well, then how'd you get away?
Sergeant Tartaglia.
Yeah?
Uh-huh. Sergeant Tartaglia. The kind of policeman who tracks down criminals to the lair.
I am, Danny?
The kind that single-handed rescued Santa Claus from the jaws of disaster.
This guy did that?
Yep. I'm just about to call the press boys and tell them about it.
Oh, Danny.
I mean it, Tartaglia. Don't be so modest. I'm going to do just that.
Danny.
Put Marty in a cab, Tartaglia. I'll send Santa down the squad car in a little while.
Yeah, sure. Well, come on, little tyke. Marty.
Okay. Merry Christmas, Danny.
Whatever you tell the press guys, Danny, I'll swear to it.
Sure you will.
Yeah, that's the fine Christmas you're giving everybody, Danny. How about yourself?
Oh, I'll have fun at the party. I always do.
Where is it? Where's my money?
Oh, look, Mr. Larrabee, it's Christmas.
Of course it's Christmas. That's why I want my rent, so I can have a Merry Christmas.
Hey, Danny, who is this guy that needs rent to have a Merry Christmas?
This is Simon Larrabee. He wants a year's rent in advance for that warehouse where the kids are having their party. Or else, no party.
Yes, that's who I am.
Oh, like that, huh? So that's how you are, huh, Simon?
Stop bleeding in my face, Santa Claus.
All them kids wanting to have a party, and a Simon like you wants to louse it up.
I'll put him down, Nick.
Yes,
I ain't doing nothing, Danny. Just holding Simon up so I can breathe in his face.
Please.
I want you to think about something, Simon. Think about all those kids that are looking forward to that Christmas party, which ain't going to happen on account of you. Think about
All
it.
right, I'm thinking, yes.
Maybe you could think better with a pen in your hand, Simon.
Yes,
A friend that will write out a receipt for a year's rent in advance. Huh, Simon?
Of course. Oh, Christmas spirit and all that. Yes, I'll get my receipt book. Oh, oh, my. Well, I haven't felt so good in years. Yes, here you are, Mr. Clover. A receipt for a year's rent in advance. And tell the darlings, Merry Christmas with you.
Yeah, I will.
Ain't he a nice fella, Danny? Come on, nice fella. I'll take you to a party. Merry Christmas, Danny.
It's a Merry Christmas, Danny.
Merry Christmas. Yep. Merry Christmas. On Christmas Eve, Broadway is almost like any other place in the world. The bells ring out, the horns blow, there's laughter. The Mazdas on the Translux spell out slowly, word by word, peace on earth, goodwill to men. And you read it, you believe it. Because on Christmas Eve, you believe a miracle. Then a whirl of confetti is in your eyes, and you're pushed along with the crowd, and you never see the next news bulletin. You don't try to look back. It's Broadway, the merriest, the shiniest, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover and is written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin. The musical score was composed by Alexander Courage and conducted by Wilbur Hatch, and the program was produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. The cast tonight included Charles Calvert, Gil Stratton Jr., Howard McNear, Hal March, Bert Holland, Shep Menken, Estelle Dodge, and Peggy Weber. On Christmas afternoon, Jack Benny will be heard as guest star in a full one-hour version of the comedy The Man Who Came to Dinner. Charles Boyer, Gregory Peck, Rosalind Russell, Dorothy McGuire, Henry Fonda, John Garfield, and Gene Kelly will be starring alongside Jack in this special holiday hour. Then an hour later, Jack will be back with his own Sunday night gang for 30 more minutes of holiday hilarity. In fact, the best idea really is stay tuned to CBS all day Christmas Day. Now stay tuned for Sing It Again, which follows immediately on most of these same CBS stations. Joe Walters speaking. This is CBS, where you'll find Broadway Is My Beat every Saturday night, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Damon Runyon Theater. Once again, the Damon Runyon Theater brings you another story by the master storyteller, Damon Runyon. And this one, Palm Beach Santa Claus. And to tell it to you, here is Broadway.
Thanks. Well, it is of a pleasant afternoon of a May that I am in Palm Beach, which in turn is in Florida. I am standing with Fatso Zimph on a corner, and we are talking of this and that, when the following happens.
Mr. Zimph? Oh, Mr. Zimph?
Hey, Fatso, that doll in the big car seems to know you.
Huh? Why?
She called you by name.
Oh?
Mr. Zimph! Yoo-hoo!
I do not know her.
She's a classy looker.
She's getting out and coming over. And maybe she's going to hit me for a touch.
With a car like that?
Mr. Zimph, don't you remember me?
I do not seem to place the face with any name I am able to recall. Perhaps it is on the Riviera?
Oh, no. Remember Mrs. Mims, the party, Santa Claus? Look closely at me, Santa Claus.
Well, how you changed.
Thanks to you. I'm so grateful.
And how is your husband?
Fine. I'm very glad to see you and grateful. Here, please take this.
$50,
And
but...
anytime you're in Palm Beach, please look me up. I'll never forget what you did. Goodbye, and Merry Christmas, Santa Claus.
Well, now I see everything. A classy doll steps out of a classy car, calls you Mr. Zimph, says she is glad to see you, hands you $50, calls you Santa Claus, and wishes you a Merry Christmas in the month of May.
It is a peculiar state of affairs, is it not?
You get no argument from me.
I take it you would like to hear about it.
I am always in the market for a good story.
We will sit on this bench, and I will tell you the story of the time I play Santa Claus and louse things up in general for certain people and fix things up good for others.
Now, the story Fatso Zimph relates is quite a one indeed, and I am very curious about it because I never see any doll glad to see Fatso. Not that he is a bad guy, but he is not the romantic type. Being maybe about 275 pounds, with a big round face with so many folds in it, one looks 5 or 6 times to catch sight of an eye or a mouth. Anyway, what the story is, I will tell you in a minute.
And now, back to the Damon Runyon Theater and the famous story, Palm Beach Santa Claus.
Like I say, Fatso Zimph starts to tell me a story. It seems that the December before, he is stranded in Palm Beach. He gets there by bus, with no money left over for food or a place to stay. So he is standing on a street corner, thinking of getting a few dimes together one way or another without working for him, when the scene is as follows.
You there. You, fat man.
You speak to me, lady?
Come here a moment.
Why? If I do that, I will have to move.
Are you out of work?
If you mean do I take it easy, yes.
Come over here. I don't want to keep yelling.
There is a remedy for that, lady. Close your mouth.
Would you like to make $100?
Oh, that is the way you should open every discussion. It changes the complexion of things.
Is that all the faster you can walk?
For a C note, yeah. Now, what is this you offer me?
A job.
How unpleasant can things be?
Gregorio.
My name, lady, is Zimph. Elmore Zimph.
I'm not talking to you.
Then who is Gregorio?
Gregorio, wake up.
Are we home, darling?
No, Gregorio, but look what I've found.
Well, thanks for the elephant, but what'll I do with it?
Oh, he is fat, isn't he?
Looks like he broke loose from a mooring net.
But just what I've been looking for. I've never seen such a fat man.
May I go back to sleep now that I've seen the sideshow?
Look, in a short second, I will reach over there and take great pleasure in grinding you into a small spot.
Really? Come on, darling, let's go.
No, I want this man.
Not for $100.
I want you to play Santa Claus at my Christmas party tomorrow.
Huh?
You look as though you could use $100. You're a little seedy.
Okay. So I will go someplace and plant myself. Goodbye.
You want $100, don't you?
Sounds good.
Then it's all settled. Here's my card. The name is Mim. Mrs. Mannering Mim. The address is on the card. Show up tomorrow morning and report to Sparks.
Who is he?
My butler. He'll show you around and explain what you're to do. Goodbye.
Mrs. Mim is what you might call a social figure here in Palm Beach.
From what I see, the figure leaves something to be desired.
I didn't mean it that way, Mr. Fatso. I meant she's a social arbiter, so to speak.
So to speak, huh? So to speak, how?
I beg your pardon?
What is this, arbiter?
Oh. Well, Mrs. Mim is very powerful because of her immense wealth and position. When she gives a party, people come to it.
I see. Now, who is this Gregorio I met yesterday?
Well, he claims to be the scion of an old European family. I think it's a phony. He calls himself Count Gregorio.
Oh? Well, he almost gets a count of 10 yesterday. He is Mrs. Mim's boyfriend, huh?
Oh, dear, no. Johnny Ralph is Mrs. Mim's fiancé.
Who is Johnny Ralph?
Well, he was engaged to Miss Betty Lou Clayton, a very sweet girl, if I may say so.
You may. But if Gregorio is not Mrs. Mim's patootie and Johnny Ralph is, what is Gregorio doing with Mrs. Mim?
He's a house guest here for 8 months now.
Oh, I see. You know, it seems I see his face before someplace.
Oh, he claims to have been all over the world.
Oh, if he is a count, why does he not speak with an accent? He slings the old king stuff around as good like I do.
Oh, yes. Yes, of course.
Of course. Well, Sparks, the old guy, I think I will case the joint.
I beg your pardon?
Give this pile the eye.
I don't quite understand, Mr. Fatso.
I'm going to give Mrs. Mim's layout the O.O.
Oh? Oh, what?
I'm going to look around, so to speak.
So, Fatso starts a tour. And from what he tells me, Grant's tomb would be only a mailbox for Mrs. Mim's joint. He is walking through a garden the size of Central Park when this happened.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
Oh, no, little miss, it is my fault. I should be walking sideways to give more room on the path.
No, I should have been looking, but
Oh, my goodness. Do I hurt you?
Oh, no. I'm unhappy.
Oh, well, maybe if you sit down here on this bench.
Thank you. You're very kind.
Think nothing of it at all. You have got a hanky?
No.
Well, here, use mine.
Thanks. Gee, it's big.
I make them myself, out of pillowcases. But tell me, why are you crying, little miss?
Oh, I don't want to bother you with my trouble.
Oh, it is no bother.
Who are you? What's your name?
Well, I guess you can call me Santa Claus.
There isn't any Santa Claus.
Right away we get in an argument.
Oh, I'm sorry, Santa, but I can't help it. I'd like to get up and run away from here just as fast as I could, away from this terrible place and her and him.
I missed some of the details, I guess.
She stole him from me. She saw her chance and stole him.
Who? Who pinches what?
Mrs. Mim, that old...
Crow?
Thank you. That old crow always wanted Johnny for herself, so when Johnny and I had the argument, she saw her chance.
Oh. This Johnny, is his last name Ralph?
Oh, you know him? You know Johnny?
Well, only from what I hear. And judging from that, this Johnny Ralph seems to me to be a soft-boiled egg.
Oh, he's not. He's wonderful.
Well, things change, I guess.
He's so proud and so stubborn.
So?
We had a fight. I should have given in, but I'm proud, too. And it was important.
To break up what is known as a romance, it must be.
He wanted to go swimming, and I wanted to go dancing.
My, what an important thing.
One word led to another until finally we weren't speaking. No, he's going to marry Mrs. Mims, and I have to marry Gregorio.
What? A nice little chick like you has got to marry that bleached oyster?
It's my mother. She thinks the title in the family would be wonderful.
Look, why do you not go up to this Johnny Ralph and say, Johnny, We will go dancing.
He wanted to go swimming.
Okay. But from the way these dolls dress down here, you could do one or the other without changing a stitch. Well, that is not here any place. Why do you not speak to him?
And give up my pride? I should say not. For all I care, he can marry Mrs. Mim, the old crow. Marry her and stay in this mausoleum for the rest of his life. I'll marry Gregorio and be happy.
I see what you mean. Well, little miss, if you will not speak to Johnny and he will not speak to you, that is what we call a dead heat. Nobody gets a winner.
Johnny and Mrs. Crow are going to be married next week, and I'll never see him again. She'll keep him locked up here. Oh, why was I ever born?
I will ask your mother and father.
Huh?
Nothing. But you have got a whole week.
No, I haven't. My mother and father are taking me away after the party tonight.
Oh, I see. Well, as they say in books, there is many a slip between here and there. Who knows? Maybe something will slip in your direction.
So, that is the story so far. Fatso has naturally got a soft heart, and to see Betty Lou in such a state affects him deeply. Of course, that he does not like Gregorio has something to do with his feelings. But it looks real hopeless because he is just an outsider and cannot swing the election one way or the other. However, he puts his brain to work on it. And what he does is something indeed. And what it is, I will tell you in a minute.
And now, back to the Damon Runyon Theater and the famous story, Palm Beach Santa Claus.
Like he tells me, Fatso learns that Betty Lou loves Johnny Ralph. But Johnny is snagged by Mrs. Mim, and Betty Lou's mother wishes her to marry Gregorio. It is a fine state of affairs. But Fatso wishes to fix it up. So the morning goes by, and it comes up afternoon. And Fatso is weary indeed from using his brain so much and coming out to nothing at all. Then Mrs. Mim catches him, and the scene is as follows.
Oh, there you are. I've been looking for you.
I am not hard to locate once I am in the light.
You know what you're supposed to do this evening?
I put on a red suit, paste some phony seaweed on my chin, and make like Santa Claus. For this, I collect a C-note.
There's something very important you must know. The presents will be on this table. My guests bring their gifts for their friends, their wives, and so forth. They'll be put here. All you'll have to do is... by the way, can you read?
Try me on a racing form.
The cards will be plainly marked. All you have to do is call off the names, and the recipients will...
The who?
The recipients.
A minute ago, you say guests.
Will you please listen?
Okay. What happens?
The guests will come up when their names are called. You hand each one his or her gift. Is that clear?
Like tomorrow's weather at Hialeah.
Good. Now...
Oh, there you are, darling.
Oh, Gregorio. Hello, dearest.
Hello. Hello, Santa.
You know what I would like to give you for Christmas, Gregorio? 5 fingers, all in a bunch.
Stop it. Excuse me a moment. I've got to see to something else.
Certainly, sweetheart. Well, what are you staring at?
Your face. I've seen it someplace before. Only then it has got no mustache.
Why, you're crazy.
You know, Gregorio, there is nothing I would like better than to gum things up for you.
Not a chance, fat man.
So you think you are going to marry Miss Betty Lou Clayton?
Who told you that?
Oh, I get around. You know, you will have a soft spot if you marry her. From what I hear, her papa is leafy with lettuce, dough.
So what of it?
I tell you right now, Greggy, if there is anything I can do to put you on the outside rail and running slow, I will do so.
And let me tell you something, blimp. You try one funny act, and I'll have you tossed in the clink so fast you'll be there 10 days before you realize it.
So?
So, Mrs. Mim packed some weight down here, and she likes me.
There is no accounting for taste, so to speak.
So the afternoon wears on, and what is it but evening when Fatso is in the house with Sparks? So far, Fatso thinks of nothing to help Betty Lou and at the same time foul things up for Gregorio. But he is working on it, and is so busy that Sparks says to him,
Were you listening to me, Mr. Fatso?
Huh? Oh, you say something, Sparks?
Yes, I remarked. You look quite jolly in your costume. I really must say, you look like St. Nicholas himself.
You are in the wrong arena. I am Santa Claus.
Quite so. Now, the gifts are all on the table here. And as soon as the guests finish dinner, they'll go out on a pot show. You'll then make your appearance and distribute your presents. Is that quite clear, Mr. Fatso?
Sure. All I do is read the cards, huh?
Yeah. Do you wish to practice?
Oh, yeah. You better line me up in somebody's name.
All right, here, try this one.
To Mrs. Aspirin
No, that's Ashburn.
The writing is bad.
Well, go on.
Well. To my darling Johnny from his bride-to-be, Catherine. That's Mrs. Mim, huh?
Yes, Mrs. Mim.
What is in the box?
Cufflinks. Solid gold with ruby setting.
Uh-huh. Oh, and here is one from Johnny to Catherine.
An engagement ring. Mrs. Mim helped him pick it out.
She's going to help around the house, I guess. Okay, I got everything straight.
Well, then, I shall attend to some other duties. Make yourself at home, meanwhile.
Yeah, sure.
Hello. I didn't know anybody was here.
Nobody but us Santa Clauses.
Uh-huh.
So I am not funny, but neither am I a heist.
I'm sorry. I guess I'm feeling rotten.
Oh, you are sick?
Yeah, I guess you can call it that. Lots of presents, huh?
Plenty.
To Betty Lou from her adoring Gregorio. Adoring. Why, that phony nickel,
I take it you do not like Gregorio.
Would you like the guy who's going to marry the girl you love?
It seems to me your name might be Johnny Ralph.
You seem right. How'd you know?
I peeked down chimneys.
Oh, yeah. Great party this is going to be.
Do not ask me how I know. But I do know there is trouble between you and Betty Lou. Why do you not walk up to her and say, Betty Lou, we will go swimming?
She wanted to go dancing.
Okay, dancing, swimming. Why do you not make up with her?
I should say not. The first fight we have, she takes up with that...
Well, you take up with Mrs. Mim.
Oh, that's different. I did it for spite, but Betty Lou... Now, there's a title. Countess Betty Lou. Sounds like something a bakery would name a pastry.
But you are dead set against making the first pitch.
Doing what?
Putting on the soap, buttering up, smooching the old situation.
Well, if you mean apologize and make up, I will not. She comes to me first or nothing doing.
Okay, so I try. What more can Santa Claus do?
So that is a dead end for Fatso and Love's young dream. It looks like things are not going to happen so good for anybody. Then it is just after the guests finish dinner. They are on the patio, and Sparks has given Fatso some last-minute instructions.
Now, remember, Mr. Fatso, call the names and let the guests come up to the table. You understand?
So to speak, yes.
Good. Now, there's, they're here again.
Who?
Mr. and Mrs. Brokaw.
So? They crashed the joint?
They depress me.
Where are they? And why do they do what you said to you?
Over there, under the tree by the pool.
They look like they are at a funeral.
They always look that way.
You say Mr. and Mrs.?
Yes.
He is a lot older than she is.
And insanely jealous. If anyone so much as looks at her, he goes into a rage. They say he carries a gun in case.
Is that so?
Uh-huh.
Well.
They never give each other anything, you know. Mr. Brokaw doesn't believe in Christmas.
Not even in Santa Claus?
Yeah. Not even in you.
Well, now I...
All right, everyone, get ready for the entrance of dear old Santa Claus.
Oh, that's you, Mr. Fatso.
Come on, everyone, let's sing while the jolly old saint comes in. Everyone.
For he's a jolly good fellow.
Come along, Santa. I'm sure you have something for each of us.
Here I come, jolly old Santa Claus. I come from the North Pole. Drinks on the house.
Shut up, you old fool.
Yes, sirree. If you are all good little boys and girls, I will tell you what is good in the fifth tomorrow.
For goodness sake, be quiet and just give out the presents.
And what do we have here if not presents? Well. Odds are 6 to 5. These are presents. Anyone wish to fade dear old Santa Claus?
The presents, give them out and shut up.
Now, here is a present, and it says on it, for Betty Lou. Betty Lou!
Here I am, Santa.
Here you are, little miss. Open it up.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sirree, Santa's on the rail tonight.
Oh, a ring. An engagement ring from... Johnny! Oh, Johnny!
Huh?
Wait, there's some mistake.
Yes, Santa never makes a mistake, lady, never.
Oh, Johnny, it's so wonderful.
Yeah, but I...
And here is one for Johnny Ralph.
For me? It says from Betty Lou. Betty Lou, the cufflinks I wanted. Why...
Cufflinks for me?
There's been a horrible mistake.
Oh, Betty, darling.
Oh, Johnny, I love you so. And this ring...
What are they doing?
Why, they are dancing.
But they're not moving.
It is hard without music, but they are doing it.
You get away from there, you old fool. Get away. Sparks, get this man out of here. Gregorio, somebody. This is all a horrible mistake.
Oh, speaking of Gregorio, here is one from Gregorio to Mrs. Brokaw. From her adoring Gregorio, it says here.
What? What did you say?
Oh, you are Gregorio?
Hi, Mr. Brokaw. Let me see that package. Adoring Gregorio. I'll adore him. Where is he? I'll kill him.
Please,
I'll kill him. Where is he?
Please, Mr. Brokaw, there's been a terrible error.
There he is. I'll murder him.
Please, everyone, it's all right. This is a new game. Please, sit down.
My, look how fast Gregorio runs.
I'll kill you.
Now, Mrs. Mim, I only do what Santa Claus would do.
A knife. Somebody hand me a knife.
Good night, everybody, and Merry Christmas.
Stop, I want to kill you.
Well, you owe me $100 for this night's work.
Stop it, I'll give it to you.
On second thought, I will pass it up. Oh, now, Mrs. Mim.
I got you now.
Well, I'm stuck in the doorway.
You bungling, stupid fool. Oh, what you've done to me. Disgraced me. This will be in all the papers. You.
Ooh, you are not supposed to kick Santa Claus.
Take that. And that. And that.
I'll kill you. Make love to my wife.
Mr. Brokaw, please. It's all a mistake.
Mrs. Mim, you better catch him before he commits a murder in your house, and then you will be in the papers.
Mr. Brokaw, please let me explain. Let me explain.
Hold it, Santa. We'll get you out of there.
Oh, Johnny Ralph, I am glad to see you.
Did she hurt you, Santa?
Oh, do not let anybody tell you that open toes on shoes do not hurt as bad as the solid.
Oh, Santa, you're wonderful.
Oh, you're just great. Absolutely great.
Everything is all right now, huh?
We're speaking again. Oh, you made us see how silly we were.
That is good. Besides, I know that Gregorio is nothing but a phony. I remember now that he is a steward on a night boat.
Is there anything we can do for you, Santa?
Unless I wish to remain here permanent, which I do not. You can get me out of this doorway before Mrs. Mim comes back and starts all over again. My, there is good hunting tonight. So, that is the story Fatso tells me. But only up to a certain point. What the payoff is, I will tell you in a minute. Well, like I say, Fatso tells me the story of when he plays Santa Claus. I think about it for a minute, and he says, "So that is why the doll calls me Santa Claus, Broadway. That is also why she slips me $50. I see. But tell me, Fatso, do you read the names wrong on the presents? Oh, no. I just do a little changing while I am giving them out. It's very smart of me, is it not? Well, what happens with Mrs. Mim? Oh, she goes into hiding for a long time. It seems the papers get hold of the story and have a good time with it. Also, Gregorio takes a quick trip away. Then Mr. Brokaw does not shoot him. The last I see of Gregorio, there is no bullet that can catch up with him, much less Mr. Brokaw. Uh-huh. Now I understand why the doll says she is grateful. She marries Johnny Ralph and is happy. Oh, no. The doll does not marry Johnny Ralph. Huh? But you fix it up for her. I do, sure. Betty Lou marries Johnny and vice versa. That is what I just say. No, you do not. You say the doll that gives me the 50 a little while ago marries Johnny Ralph. Well, is that not Betty Lou? Oh, my goodness, no. The doll who just leaves is Mrs. Brokaw. Now, wait a minute, Fatso. It seems to me that something is wrong here. You make her husband very jealous by pretending that she gets a present from her adoring Gregorio. That breaks up a marriage. And she is not grateful for that, is she? Look, Broadway, I will start again. One day I am standing on a corner. No. Just explain why Mrs. Brokaw is grateful. I do. Then do it again, because I am someplace else when you do. Okay.
Ever since Mrs. Brokaw gets what she thinks is a present from Gregorio, she decides she is a natural-born charmer. Well, Gregorio never's around again to tell her he does not send her a present. So there you are.
Where?
Why, Mrs. Brokaw blossoms forth into a life of gaiety, and they tell me her husband cannot do a thing about it.
Oh, I see. Well, Merry Christmas, Fatso.
Merry Christmas, Broadway, so to speak.
And so ends the famous Damon Runyon story, Palm Beach Santa Claus. Listen in again next week for the Damon Runyon Theater. The Damon Runyon Theater with John Brown as Broadway is directed by Richard Sandville, and the story is adapted for radio by Russell Hughes. Vern Karstensen is in charge of production. This is a Mayfair production.
Good health to all from Rexall. It's the Phil Harris Alice Fay Show, presented by the makers of Rexall drug products and 10,000 independent Rexall family druggists.
This is your Rexall family druggist, greeting you this evening with the wish that you and yours are enjoying all the happiness and blessings of this holiday season. More than 19 centuries have passed since men first heard the Christmas message of peace on earth to men of goodwill. But since that night, through thick and thin, in feast or in famine, in good times or bad, men have struggled to be worthy of that blessing. And as long as we keep that goal before us, another 19 centuries from now, men will still be saying, as I say to you tonight for the makers of Rexall drug products and 10,000 Rexall family druggists, Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to all from Rexall. And now your Rexall family druggist brings you the Phil Harris Alice Fay Show, written by Ray Singer and Dick Chevrolet, with Elliot Lewis, Walter Tetley, Robert North, Janine Roos, Ann Whitfield, Walter Sharp in his music, our special guest Jack Benny, and starring Alice Fay and Phil Harris. The Harris children, like all others, have been on their best behavior for weeks. Let's go back to yesterday, where we find Alice complimenting her children on their good deportment.
Now, you've been particularly good, baby Alice, and I'm sure Santa Claus will bring you lots of presents tonight.
I hope so, Mommy.
And as for you, honey, you've been just as good as Alice. You've been going to bed early, putting your toys away, and eating all your food. The only thing is you haven't been drinking all your milk.
Well, I try, but you know how that stuff gags me.
Quiet, Phil. I'm talking to little Phyllis. Well, where is she? She was here a minute ago.
She went in the den, Mommy. I'll go get her. Phyllis! Phyllis! Mommy wants you to come and... Phyllis, what are you doing with those crayons? I'm going to draw a picture on the wall. Don't do that. You know we gotta be good till tonight. But I've been good for 3 weeks now. Alice, that's an awful strain. I know, but it's only a few more hours. Don't crack up now. She's been so good for so long. I know, but as Daddy always says, it ain't been easy, Clyde. Alice, have you asked Mommy and Daddy about Santa Claus yet? No, but I will.
Well, children, what's going on in here?
Yeah, what are you two doing?
Mommy, Daddy, we want to ask a favor. We'd like to stay up and see Santa Claus when he brings the presents tonight.
All right, honey. Okay. You can stay up and see him, but now you kids run along. Now go ahead and play.
Oh, thanks, Daddy. Gee, I can hardly wait for tonight.
Oh, Phil, why did you promise the children that? Now, if they don't see Santa, they'll be very disappointed.
But they're going to see him, because I'm going to dress up like Santa and come down the chimney. They won't be able to tell me from the real one. Yes, dear?
Don't you dress up and make believe you're Santa like last year. Boy, was that corny.
You know something, Alice? I still can't figure out how they knew it was me last year. What did I do that was wrong?
Well, for one thing, you were supposed to come in singing Jingle Bells.
I did.
Yes, I know. But those lyrics, I can still hear them. Ham, hocks, turnips, greens, they melt right in your mouth. A candied yams and a hominy grits, and that's what I like about the South.
And what's wrong with those lyrics?
That isn't the way we sing it up north.
Can I help it if you Yankees don't know the right word? Who ever heard of a Brooklyn ham hock?
Bill, we'll have to get somebody else to play Santa.
Well, I can't understand why I can't do it. I should be able to fool little Phyllis. Why can't I outsmart a 5-year-old?
Maybe it's because you have the brain of a 4-year-old.
Well, if it isn't our little feathered friend, Fay.
Hello, Alice. I just dropped in.
Hey, Willie, maybe you can help us. We're trying to think of who we can get to play Santa Claus for the girls tonight. We want to get someone who looks and sounds like the real thing.
Well, I know just the man.
Who?
Me. I shall be glad to portray Christopher Kringle.
Christopher? Well, Donner, my Blitzen. Fine Santa Claus you'd make.
I'd make an excellent one. I'm quite an actor, you know. I can see myself popping out of the chimney, bounding into the living room and saying, ho, 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 and a Merry Christmas to you little kiddies, and what do you wee darlings desire as a Yuletide memento?
Thank you, Tallulah Bankhead. I'm sorry, Willie, but you're not the right boy.
Well, if you don't want me to help, I won't. I have to run along anyway. I have to meet my girlfriend at the taxidermist.
I hope they did a good job on her.
Say, Phil, I just thought of a perfect one to play Santa Claus. Don Wilson.
Don Wilson? Yeah, old Fatso. Old Fatso, he'd be swell, wouldn't he?
Don is our man. I'll call him right now and see if he can come over tonight. Huh?
Hey, that's swell, honey. Gee whiz, now the kids won't be disappointed. Santa will show up. You know, there's something wonderful about watching a kid on Christmas, waiting for Santa and listening for those jingle bells. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Ooh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Ooh, what fun it is to ride in an open sleigh. Dashing through the snow in a one-horse open sleigh. Right o'er the fields we go, laughing all the way. Bells on bobtail ring, they're making spirits bright. What fun it is to ride and sing a sleighing song tonight. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Hey! Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Hey! Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. A day or two ago, I thought I'd take a ride, and soon Miss Alice Fay was seated by my side. The horse was lean and lank, misfortune seemed his lot. We got into a thrifted bank and we got upsot. Jingle bells, jingle bells, singing merrily we go. Jingle bells, snow so cold and crisp and light, jingle all the way through the night. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Hey, hey, jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in an open sleigh. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Gee whiz, I hope Don can make it. He's going to be terrific as Santa. Uh-oh. That must be Frankie.
Hi, Curly.
Well, if it ain't Francis, the red-nosed reindeer. Come on in, Nose. Come on in. Hey, you look pretty good, Clyde. Yeah, you look fine. Hey, what do you got in all those packages?
Christmas presents. Got some things for the kids and Alice, and here's something for you, Curly.
For me? Oh, you got a present for little old curly-headed me.
Yeah, I got you.
Oh, gee, Frankie. That's sweet of you. I don't know what to say.
It's all right, Curly.
But the thought. You don't know how I appreciated it. Well, it touches me deeply.
If you're going to get sloppy about it, I'll take it back. Don't stand there. Open it up. See what it is.
Gee, Frankie. Just what I wanted. Tissue paper.
The present's under the paper.
Oh.
Here it is.
Why, it's a bottle.
It's not just a bottle. It's imported champagne.
You bought a bottle of champagne for me? And gee whiz, it's almost half full, too.
They didn't have any splits, so I bought a Magnum and siphoned it off. Where's Alice?
Oh, she's inside calling Don Wilson. You see, the kids want to see Santa Claus tonight, so we're asking Don to play it.
Why are you getting Don Wilson to play Santa?
Well, what else am I going to do?
We'll let them stay up and see the real Santa Claus.
Yeah, but I don't know what time he's coming and... Can I have that again, Herman?
Yeah. Why don't you let the kids see the real Santa Claus?
You better get some sleep, kid.
So you're another one of those cynics, huh? A wise guy who don't believe.
You do?
Of course. Just because you've never seen him don't mean he's not there. You must realize, Curly, there are some things in life that are inexplicable. There exist certain psychic phenomena that are ethereal and beyond the comprehension of we mere mortals. Don't you agree?
Oh, indubitably.
Curly, you can take my word for it. The real guy will show up. I see him every Christmas.
That don't prove nothing. That proves absolutely nothing. You see a lot of things nobody else sees.
All I got to say is it's a good thing kids have more common sense and faith than some grown-ups, or Christmas wouldn't be much fun. I know that tonight old St. Nick and his reindeer will come flying through the sky. I'll drop by later. Maybe then you'll sing a different tune. Goodbye, infidel.
Poor Remley. He ain't been the same since he switched to Yama yogurt.
Bill, I called Don, but he can't make it. However, he said he had a lot of active friends, and he'll send one of them over. He said we'd have to pay the active $10.
So what? It's going to be worth $10 to make the kids happy. Honey, did Don say he could get someone positively? Because this is important now, and I don't want to...
Now, look, honey, Don promised, so stop worrying. He'll be here a little later.
But, Mommy, it's 10 o'clock already, and Santa isn't here yet. Gee, Mommy, do you think maybe he isn't coming?
Now, don't fret, girls. Of course he's coming. So... you better watch out, you better not cry, better not pout, I'm telling you why. Santa Claus is coming to town. He's making a list and checking it twice, gonna find out who's naughty and nice. Santa Claus is coming to town. He sees you when you're sleeping, he knows when you're awake. He knows if you've been bad or good, so be good for goodness sake. Oh, you better watch out, you better not cry, better not pout, I'm telling you why. Santa Claus is coming to town. He's riding with his reindeer in a great big open sleigh.
big bag of presents and you give them all away. He sees you when you're sleeping. He knows when you're away. He knows if you've been bad or good, so be good for goodness sake. Oh, you better watch out. You better not cry. Better not pout. I'm telling you why. Santa Claus is coming to town.
It's after 10. When is that Santa Claus we hired going to show up?
Oh, he'll be here, Phil. Don said he would.
Hello. Merry Christmas, everybody.
Oh, Merry Christmas, Frankie.
Hey, Merry Christmas. Hey, Renly. What do you got there?
Milk and cookies for Santa Claus. I put them on the mantle for him every year.
Milk and cookies? That old man's been working like a dog tonight. Let's leave him something more nourishing like beer and pretzels.
Don't be a funny drummer. I'll put the milk and cookies over the fireplace. Where are the kids?
Oh, they're upstairs waiting for Santa.
Yeah, and I'm waiting, too. When is the guy going to show up? It's after 10 already.
Be patient, Curly. He's got a long trip from the North Pole. Besides, his reindeer ain't as young as they used to be, and his
sleigh... keep quiet. Paying the guy $10, you'd think he'd get here on time.
This subterfuge is also unnecessary.
Uh-oh. That must be Santa now. I'll let him in, honey.
I'll go with you, honey.
Yeah, come on. Well, Merry Christmas, Santa Claus. Hello, Santa Claus.
Ho, ho, ho. Merry Christmas, and where's my $10?
Oh, come on in, Jack.
Hey, Jackson, what are you doing here?
Well, Don Wilson happened to mention that you were in the market for a Santa Claus, and you were paying $15. So I thought I might as well pick up the 20.
Wait a minute. The fee is $10. But, Jackson, since when do you have to go around playing Santa Claus for money?
Oh, Phil, please, I'm not doing it just for the money. There are other reasons. I'm doing it because, I could go on naming reasons like that. Oh, hello, Frankie. Merry Christmas. How do I look in my Santa Claus outfit?
Like a road company of Milton Berle. Fine-looking Santa Claus.
I think I look charming.
Charming, you said. Where'd you get that messy red suit? It's got spots all over it.
I rented it. Santa Claus had it last year, was a sloppy eater. Well, how do you think I look?
Like a bloodshot leopard.
I think you look ridiculous. Get a load of that white beard. Where'd you rent that moth-eating thing?
That I didn't rent. I was playing canasta with Monty Woolley, and I won it. Of course, you people don't like me as Santa Claus.
Oh, pay no attention to these two, Jack. I think you make a wonderful Santa Claus, and you're worth what we're paying you. Phil, give Jack the $10.
Okay. Here you are, Jackson.
Thanks.
Oh, gee, little Phyllis will get a kick out of this. I'll go call her, and Jack, try to convince her you're really Santa Claus, won't you?
Little Phyllis? Phil, I thought I was doing this for your benefit. If it's for a little Phyllis, I wouldn't think of taking money.
No, it's okay, Jackson. A deal's a deal.
Oh, please, don't embarrass me.
But, Jackson,
If it's for the kid, I wouldn't think of taking the $10.
Well, if you insist...
$7.50 is plenty. What kind of a heel do you think I am? Now, Phil...
Well, it's mighty sweet of you, Jackson, to play Santa Claus for my 2 kids.
2 kids? $7.50 each. Nah, I can't take any money. I can't take any money at all.
Tell you what, Phil, if you wanna, you can buy me a little something for Christmas.
Like what?
Anything that Alice can afford.
Okay, Jackson, but now look, it's up to you now to make the kids think that you're Santa.
This impersonation is preposterous. Santa Claus won't like this. Besides, you'll never be able to fool the kids.
Oh, I don't know. With this costume and bag of toys over my shoulder, I shouldn't have any trouble.
No, but it would be awful if you wouldn't, if you don't fool them, Jackson, and they'd... Oh, gee, if there was only some kid we could try you out on just to see if you could fool them and...
Miss Fay, where are you? I brought something for you.
Julius. Hey, Frankie, that's just the kid we need. Hey, come on in here, Julius. Now, look, Jackson, if you can fool this kid, you can fool anybody.
Oh, don't worry, Phil. I'll just sit her in this chair here, and you watch his reaction when he sees me.
Okay, Dad, and I certainly hope...
What, Mr. Harris? I come over to... Hey, Mr. Harris, don't you feel a little chilly?
No, why?
You left your red flannels lying on that chair.
Look at I'm not Red Flannels. Don't you recognize me, Sonny?
You look familiar.
I'll give you a hint. I'm that jolly old man with the white beard.
Well, if it ain't Gabby Hayes.
He ain't Gabby Hayes, Julius. Look, he's wearing a red suit, and he's got a beard. What is he?
A Bolshevik. What's he got over his shoulder? A bag of bombs?
Julius, don't you recognize Santa Claus when you see him?
This is Santa Claus?
That's right, son. I'm old St. Nick.
They can't do this to us little kids. These are juvenile humanity. I protest this flagrant disrespect.
Oh, shut up. Now sit on my lap and tell me what you want for Christmas, or I'll break every bone in your body. That's the kind of a Santa Claus I am.
Get away from me, you imposter, you. You're nothing but a fake.
I am not.
Oh, no? What would I find if I lifted up that white wig?
A brown one.
I thought so. Wait till I see the real Santa tonight. He ain't gonna like it when I tell him he's being impersonated by some old bald-headed snook.
See, there goes a cute little child. He has all the charm of a wet cigar. He has the personality of a torn pocket.
Like I told you, you can't fool
Well,
kids.
you could fool a kid. He's not a kid. He's a wise guy. He's not a barometer.
What?
Barometer. I don't know what it means. We'll look it up after.
Well, I certainly don't see it here.
You stay out of there. You know very well that Julius is too old anyway. He's a lot older than my kids. Now, when the girls come down, they won't know the difference because Jackson looks old enough to be able
Come along, children. Come along. Santa's right in here. Well, there he is.
Gee, Santa Claus. Hello, Santa.
Ho, ho, ho. Merry Christmas and hello again. This is Santa Claus talking. Come here, children, and tell me how you like old Santa.
We like you fine, Santa. You're just like we pictured you. Yes, but, Santa,
What is it, my child?
you look awfully old.
Ho, ho, ho. I am, little girl. After all, I'm Santa Claus, and I've lived for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years.
How old are you?
39. Well, old Santa has to be going now. Here are your toys, girls.
Thank you, Santa. Yeah, thanks.
Well, I'll be seeing you next year. Merry Christmas to all, and to all a good night. Up, Dancer, up, Prancer, up, Donner and Duke. Ho, ho, ho!
a big ham.
Well, children, what did you think of Santa Claus?
I liked him, but I was a little disappointed.
Why?
I expected him to take out his violin and play Love and Blue.
You mean you kids knew it was Mr. Benny?
Sure. But we didn't want to say anything and hurt his feelings. Daddy, when is the real Santa coming?
Well, well, you see, honey,
He'll be here soon, kid.
Oh, Frankie. Look, kids, he may be here too late. Look, I'll tell you what. I'll tell you a Christmas story, and then will you run off to bed?
Well, all right, Daddy. But we wanted so much to see him.
I know. Well, maybe next year. Now, look, sit on my lap, and I'll tell you a beautiful Christmas story. You ready? 'Twas the night before Christmas, and all through the house, not a creature was stirring, not even a mouse. The stockings were hung by the chimney with care, in hopes that St. Nicholas soon would be there. I thought I heard sleigh bells. No. The children were nestled, all snug in their beds, while visions of sugar plums danced through their heads. Alice, what are those bells? What's the...
Shh. Quiet, Curly.
Phyllis, look, in the fireplace. It's Santa Claus, the real one.
But Merry Christmas, Santa.
Frankie, who are you talking to? I don't see anybody.
The kids do. Look at them.
Gee, Santa, we knew you'd come.
They couldn't fool us with any make-believe Santa Claus. We were waiting just for you.
Oh, sure, we've been very good girls. Oh, what a lovely dollhouse. Thank you.
And all these things are for me? Can I open them now? All right, Santa, we'll wait till morning. Thank you very much.
And a Merry Christmas to you, too, Santa.
Of course we'll tell them. Merry Christmas. And goodbye, Santa Claus.
Bye.
I told you he'd show up, Curly.
But Frankie, I don't get it. I heard it, but I didn't see him.
Of course you didn't. He sure is a nice-looking old gent.
Alice, did you see him?
I'm not sure, Phil. I almost thought I saw him standing by the fireplace.
But Alice, how could it be? If he was standing...
Phil, what are you staring at?
The mantle. Alice. The milk and cookies. They're gone.
Alice and Phil will be back in just a moment. But right now, here's your Rexall family druggist.
For a lot of Sunday evenings now, it's been my privilege to talk with you for the makers of Rexall drug products and the 10,000 independent family druggists who recommend and sell them. Though we're big in numbers, we have a strong family feeling. And since Christmas is such a special family occasion, I want to speak directly tonight to all the Rexall druggists listening in. We're proud that you have chosen to make our family name part of your own. We are proud of the way the towns and communities you serve like and respect you, and of the active part you play in civic life. And so tonight, wherever you are, from Maine to California, from the St. Lawrence to the Rio Grande, Merry Christmas to you and to all your customers.
Merry Christmas to all from Rexall.
Alice, Phyllis, Santa said something to you, and you said, yes, we'll tell them. What did he say?
He told us to be sure and wish you and Daddy a Merry Christmas.
He did? Hey, wasn't that swell of him? Look, kids, now you're all tucked in, you've seen Santa, and you've had everything you want, so will you go right to sleep?
Good night, girls.
Good night.
Good night, babies. You know something, Alice? We're lucky to have two sweet kids like that. They're little darlings.
Daddy,
Yes, dear?
can I have a drink of water?
Go to sleep!
Stay tuned for Sam Spade and two great stars on Theater Gift.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern, where the elite meet to eat. Archie the manager speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, no, Duffy. Well, I'm busy painting the Christmas Eve sign. It says, Jumbo Monstrous Christmas Party at Duffy's Tavern. Dancing, entertainment, favors for ladies, 8-course dinner, Charles Coburn as Santa Claus, price per couple $1. Huh? Well, I know the price is silly, but it's Christmas Eve, so let's clip them a little bit. Yeah, that's right, Duffy. Charles Coburn, the big, portly gentleman with the sharp tongue, sort of a bloated Clifton Webb. Yeah, very distinguished and aristocratic looking, and guess what he wears? Well, what does a gentleman look through with only one eye? No, not a keyhole. Coburn wears a monocle, Yeah, just like them Englishmen, only instead of a lip, it helps him keep a stiff upper eye. Why did I ask him to come down? Well, for the Christmas party, we're going to need somebody to play Santa Claus. And, things is a little slow in Hollywood, so I figure for a few bucks and a free meal, he'll jump at the chance. Yeah. Okay, I'll call you back, Duffy. Now, Eddie, leave us make the joint real nice and Christmassy, huh? All red and green.
Well, I already started.
How?
I rearranged the free lunch.
Oh, good. What did you use for red?
Tomatoes.
Uh-huh. What did you use for the green?
The liverwurst.
That's such a deep green. How come you didn't use the lettuce?
Well, that's purple. I'm saving that for Easter.
Well, when you get finished, I think I have another cute little Yuletide touch, Eddie. You know them reminders we send to our delinquent accounts, the ones where we say, pay off in 10 days, you swindling skunk, or we'll throw you in a clink?
Yeah.
Get this. With each letter, I'm enclosing a sprig of holly. Now, let's see. Oh, yeah. Oh, Eddie, hand me a cake of soap, huh?
Soap?
Yeah, soap.
You got a new girl?
No.
Well, then what do you want with soap?
Well, I want to write a poem on the mirror. You know, me annual Christmas poem.
Oh, you got a new one.
Yep, and this one is terrific, Eddie. In the past, I have always used iambic pentameter. But this year, I felt more in a trochee mood. And it came out much better.
What's a trochee?
You use more colons. Would you like to hear the poem, Eddie?
Have I got any choice?
No.
Yes.
Okay, listen. Merry Christmas to yous all. Be of right cheer and joyous. Leave us fuel a log on the fire, and leave not naught annoy us. Come lift your beakers and quaff us a skull. Chris Kringle's abroad in the snow. I quaff, lads, and laugh, lads. Ha ha, hee hee, ho ho. Well, Eddie, what do you think of it?
Ha ha, hee hee, ho ho.
In other words?
In other words, it'll go beautifully with that cracked mirror.
Eddie, give me that soap, and while I'm writing the poem, I want you to hang up them wreaths here.
Where'll I hang them?
Well, leave one dangle over each table.
Well, that'll save time.
What do you mean?
After the customer's finished eating, we can lay the wreath right on his chest.
Eddie, don't be such a ghoul, will you?
Archie.
Yeah, Miss Duffy.
I have a message from Papa.
Huh?
He says that on Christmas we don't do much business here anyway.
Yeah?
So you and Eddie can take Christmas Day off.
Gee, that's nice.
And he says that on account of it's Christmas,
Yeah?
he'll only dock you for half a day.
Miss Duffy, is it true that your father is learning to walk on his hands so he can save the cost of shoe leather? What a cheap crumb.
Archie, you just don't understand Papa. He really has a very lovable character. It's just that he's so nasty nobody notices it.
And what are you getting this lovable character for Christmas?
Oh, I don't know. I was thinking of getting something that Papa and Mama could both use. Something practical.
How about a set of boxing gloves?
Don't be ridiculous. Mama and Papa happen to be very much in love.
How do you figure that?
They've got to be in love. How else could they stand each other? By the way, Archie, where do you think is the best place for me to hang these mistletoes?
Mistletoes? How many you got there? Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Duffy, why are you hanging 7 mistletoes?
Out of respect to our guest tonight.
Charlie Coburn?
Yeah. I figure he isn't as young as he used to be. So wherever I'm standing, he won't have to run too far to get to me.
Miss Duffy, I'm afraid you're making the wish the grandfather to the door.
Oh, no, I'm not. The last time he was down here, I noticed a very warm look in his eye.
Are you kidding? He ain't had a warm look in his eye for 40 years. Last time he did have one, it steamed up his monocle so he couldn't see what he was getting hot about anyway. And how come you're making passes at Coburn? What about that boyfriend of yours, that Rodney Haybinder?
Oh, him.
What's the trouble?
I just found out what he's getting me for Christmas. A $2 bottle of perfume. Did you ever hear of anything so cheap?
Just a minute. $2 for perfume might not be cheap. All depends. Is it a quarter or a fifth?
Archie, everybody knows that perfume doesn't come in quarts or fifths. This is a pint.
$2 a pint, it ought to be at least 80 proof. What did you expect?
Well, I thought he'd at least get me a fur coat or maybe an alligator bag.
Alligator bag? What would you do with it? You ain't got an alligator. Well, thank goodness I ain't got no problems about Christmas. I'm giving all me dames the same present.
What?
A nice practical gift, and yet very attractive.
What is it?
My picture. I was going past this snapshot parlor the other day, and I had 6 lovely portraits made. Here, take a look.
Seems a shame to waste these pictures on Christmas. They're such a natural for Halloween.
Hello, Arch. Oh, hiya, Finnegan. Well, it looks like it's Christmas again, huh?
It is?
Yeah.
Seems like only last year. Hey, Arch, guess who's here with me tonight?
Oh.
Me brother Wilfred.
Wilfred, is that the tall, fat, ugly one?
No, that's the mother. Wilfred's my kid brother. You know, the black sheep of the family.
The black sheep?
Yeah, the one with the brains.
Oh, that one. Oh, yeah. Yeah, the one with the high Q.
The what?
The high Q. It's the way they measure brains. In other words, high Q is a scientific nickname for a genius, you know. Liberally translated, it means intelligent quadruped.
Yeah, huh? What a bum break. You know, the rest of our family are just average, normal people like me. And poor Wilfred has to be a genius.
Well, you got to take the bitter with the sweet, Finnegan. When did you first find out about it?
Well, the first time we realized he was abnormal was when we seen him reading the newspaper without moving his lips.
Well, leave us hope for the best. Maybe the kid will just turn out to be a ventriloquist. Excuse me. Hello? Hello, Duffy. Huh? You just sent me a package, but I shouldn't open till Christmas? It's a present? Wait a minute. Are you sure this is Duffy? Well, Duffy, I'm positively whelmed over. Thanks a lot. By the way, I'm putting my present in the mail for you today, too. Yeah, it's nice to know that we feel this way about each other at Christmas time. You know, that one backwashes the other. Yeah, well, thanks a lot, Duffy. Let me see. Eddie, what can I get Duffy for Christmas? Wait a minute. Europa. I got it. I'll send him one of me portraits.
I didn't think you hated him that much.
Now, let's see. I think I'll autograph me portrait by saying something nice to Duffy. Let's see. To my lovable employer, Duffy, in fond appreciation of all I have done for you. Signed, Archie. Wonder what he's giving me, Eddie.
What do you guess?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe some silk shirts, nice striped bathrobe, polo outfit. No, he knows I don't play polo.
That would also eliminate the bathrobe.
Eddie, one does not play polo in a bathrobe.
Hey, Arch.
Yeah, Finnegan.
Here's me brother Wilfred. You remember him?
Oh, yeah. Well, how are you, little Wilfred? My, you certainly have been growing.
Doesn't that strike you as an entirely normal procedure?
Well, that's how it goes. Tell me, how's things in school, Wilfred? Are your teachers learning you much stuff?
Archie, they're not learning me. They're teaching me.
Well, that's what they're after. Well, you're certainly looking fine, Wilfred. Very manly. Are you eating good?
Yes, I receive sufficient nourishment, thank you.
That's well, you got to eat good if you want to grow up to be a strong man like your Uncle Archie. You know how I got this physique of mine?
Malnutrition?
Yes, sir, and plenty of it. Yeah, always eat lots of bread, potatoes, pancakes.
Well, I'm on a diet that prohibits carbohydrates.
Carbo what rates?
Carbohydrates.
Oh, them. Yeah, tell me, what's them things again?
Starches, of course.
Oh, yeah, it was right on the tip of my tongue. Yeah. What about them?
My physician doesn't permit me to have starches.
Well, that's right, Wilfred. Starches ain't good for you. They make your stomach stiff. Tell you what, why don't you go over and nibble yourself some of the free lunch, huh?
The free lunch?
Yeah.
Very well. Morituri te salutamus.
What does that mean?
We who are about to die salute you.
A wisecracking dead languages yet. Finnegan.
Yeah, Rod.
Finnegan, get this Greek Milton Berle away from me before I knock his block off. Moratorium salami Thomas.
Oh, Mr. Archie, ain't that Charles Coburn coming in?
Oh, yeah, that's Charlie. And look at him, Eddie. What a perfect Santa Claus he'll make, huh? That ruddy complexion, that roly-poly figure, that plump bay window. The perfect Santa Claus, except for one thing.
For what?
That sack in the back is a little too low slung. Well, greetings, Mr. Coburn. Coburn, it's a distinct privilege to humble your gracious presence to the inner confines of this immortal sanctum. And...
shut up.
Well,
Where's Duffy?
he's home.
He's smart.
This guy's gonna make a lovable Santa Claus. Mr. Coburn, you're acting kind of strange. Ain't you glad to be here at the tavern?
Well, yes, I am.
Thank you.
At my age, I'm glad to be anywhere.
What do you mean, your age? You ain't changed a bit since I last seen you.
Well, you don't look so hot yourself.
Laugh a minute, Charlie, they call me. Well, nevertheless, we're glad to see you on this return visit.
Return visit?
Yeah, you've been here before.
Impossible. One doesn't do this sort of thing twice.
Charlie, you was here about 2 years ago.
Amazing. I've been telling my psychiatrist it was only a dream.
So what? At your age, dreams is a lot more fun, ain't they?
What?
Sorry, no intent offended. I'm really very sorry.
How about introducing me?
Introduce yourself.
Okay. Oh, Mr. Coburn.
Sir?
I am Miss Duffy.
You have my deepest sympathy.
So likewise, I'm sure. You know something?
What?
You're handsome.
You know something?
What?
You're nearsighted.
Mr. Coburn, you think you could be happy with a girl like me on your lap?
Are you kidding? The guy'd be happy if he just had a lap.
Archie, you stay out of this. Oh, Mr. Coburn.
What is it?
Look where I'm standing. Right under the mistletoe.
So what?
Well, are you going to kiss me?
Tell you what. You hang from the ceiling and I'll kiss the mistletoe.
Incidentally, Charlie, come on over and take a look at our mistletoe. I'll hold off Miss Duffy with a salad fork.
Very well.
Good.
Oh, jingle bells, jingle all this. Hey, look who's under the mistletoe.
Finnegan, you just kissed Charlie Coburn, and without an introduction.
Sorry, Arch, I guess I've gone Hollywood.
Charlie, maybe you should have settled for Miss Duffy.
Well, yes, at least she didn't have a cigar in her mouth.
That can be arranged.
Get out of here, the both of you. Imagine kissing Charlie Coburn. Finnegan.
Yeah, I guess I'll hate myself in the morning.
Well, Archie, don't think this hasn't been peculiar, but...
Look, Charlie, don't go yet. Tell me, what are you doing Christmas Eve?
Christmas Eve?
Yeah.
Well, we have an old custom in our family, Archie. I always take Grandma to the fights.
Oh, that's very sweet, but this time, why don't you let the dame go stay? Now, here's what I had in mind. We need a Santa Claus for our Christmas party, and I was thinking that we got some whiskers for you that, maybe...
No, wait a minute.
Me spend my Christmas in this rodance rotisserie?
Rodance rotisserie? You won't do it, huh?
Absolutely not.
You won't, huh? Oh, Miss Duffy, Finnegan, mistletoe time.
Oh, good. Don't move, Mr. Coburn.
Oh, jingle bells, jingle
not
bells.
that again.
Okay, then. Look, Charlie, you're dead. The joint is loaded with mistletoe, and you ain't got a chance unless I protect you. So what do you say? Will you or will you not be Santa Claus?
Ho, ho, ho. On, dancer, on, prancer, on, dunder and
Charlie, believe me, you'll love playing Santa Claus Christmas Eve. Giving out toys to all them little kids. Don't forget, you was a kid once yourself, wasn't you?
There's no record of it.
Well, they probably didn't keep records in them days. Come on, Charlie. You'll feel better just as soon as you talk to one of these kids and see what it's like. Hey, wait a minute. Hey, Finnegan, is your kid brother Wilfred still here?
Yeah, he's right here, Arch.
Good. Hey, Wilfred, come here. I'd like you to meet Santa Claus.
Well, not the Santa Claus.
That's right, young man. Ho, ho, ho. Well, son, I'll be coming down the chimney Christmas Eve, down your chimney.
Thank you very much, but we have an oil burner.
Wilfred, look, don't you believe in Santa Claus?
Santa Claus is an ancient superstition and a throwback to pagan mythology.
Does that mean he does or he don't believe it?
Enough of this nonsense. Mr. Claus.
Yes?
I understand you live up the North Pole.
Do I? Oh, I mean, well, yes, of course I do.
I also understand that the average temperature of the North Pole is estimated at 70 to 90 degrees below 0 Fahrenheit.
Well, it does get a bit nippy. But then again, a fellow can always grab off a snort of...
Santa Claus! Wilfred, Santa only drinks soft drinks, of course.
Yes, although on occasion I will take a jigger of snow with an olive in it.
So, be sure that you're a good boy now, Wilfred, because on Christmas Eve, Santa calls on every good boy and girl.
How does he know where they live?
I thought that question had popped up. Santa Claus keeps their numbers in a little red book. Don't you, Santa?
Yes, sir. Yes, sirree. And some mighty fine numbers in that little red book.
There's some mighty fine numbers. Yes, sirree.
Oh, this is ridiculous. Preposterous.
Huh? Wilfred, you mean you don't believe in Santa Claus?
Archie, please. It's an amusing legend, but this road company, Edwin Gwen, plays him so badly.
Now, you little grumpy, you...
Oh, please, Santa Claus, please go to the little boy's throat.
Then get me out of here.
Oh, look, Charlie, I'm sorry it turned out like this, but you can't let us down. You promised you'd be here on Christmas Eve.
Don't worry, Archie. I'll be here on Christmas Eve.
Playing
Santa Claus? Yes, playing Santa Claus. With a nice big bag over my back. And you know what I hope to have in that bag?
What?
Wilfred.
See what you did? Now look, you lousy little genius.
Now, Archie, please, you don't actually expect an educated man of 10 to believe in Santa Claus.
Don't I? Look, Wilfred, maybe there ain't no real Santa Claus with no red coat, reindeers and something jumping down chimneys. Okay, but there is something that a kid like you should get wise to. Something that kind of makes people do wonderful things for each other at Christmas time. And I like to call it Santa Claus. It's something inside of all of us, kid, that if we're right guys, will turn each one of us into a Santa Claus. With every guy loving his fellow guy, and and working with him to bring good in the world and maybe peace. And, kid, don't tell me there ain't no that kind of a Santa Claus.
That's telling them, Mr. Archie, and say,
Huh?
this package just came for you.
Let me look. Hey, Wilfred, come here. Look at this. It's me present from Duffy. Now, Wilfred, here's what I was talking about. This package says, don't open until Christmas. But I want to teach you a lesson, so I'm going to open it. Now, you see, here's a guy named Duffy. He's mean, and he's stingy, and he's cheap. And yet, at Christmas time, he changes. And he gives me this picture of himself. Autographed to my dear employee, Archie. Where was it? Oh, so you see, Wilfred, maybe there ain't no real Santa Claus with no red coat jumping down chimneys. But I believe that...
The Adventures of the Saint, starring Vincent Price. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris and known to millions from books, magazines, and motion pictures. The Robin Hood of modern crime now comes transcribed to radio, starring Hollywood's brilliant and talented actor Vincent Price as... The Saint.
Come in. Hi, Mr. Templar.
Oh, hello, Louie.
Where are you?
I'm in my room. I'll be ready in a minute.
Hey, wait till you see my cap. I gave it a bath for Christmas.
Well, congratulations.
Yeah. Look, I don't want to rush you, but if you don't hurry, Christmas Eve is going to be already Christmas morning, and what'll all them tots think?
Oh, them tots will be singularly fortunate. However, all I have to do now is get my whiskers on. There. How do I look?
Mr. Templar, if I didn't know you was Mr. Templar,
Yes.
I wouldn't know who you were.
Louie, don't I look like Santa Claus?
This may come as a surprise to you, Mr. Templar. Santa Claus is fat.
Oh.
You're not fat.
Oh. Well, hand me that cushion from the couch, huh?
Okay. Here.
Yeah, thank you. Now then. How's that?
Now say ho, ho, ho.
What for?
Santa Clauses always say ho, ho, ho.
Oh, I see. Ho, ho, ho.
Well, anyway, you look like Santa Claus. Hey, Mr. Templar, whose idea was this?
Mrs. Winterbottom's.
Oh, the dame who annoys tots on Christmas Eve.
Mrs. Winterbottom is a very well-known philanthropist, and every Christmas Eve she collects hundreds of small children and feeds them.
Yeah. Who feeds them the rest of the year?
Don't be bitter, Louie.
Sorry.
At least I ought to give the little tots a laugh.
Yeah. And I suppose there is something to be said for Mrs. Winterbottom.
Don't say it now.
Don't worry.
There's something to be said for Santa Claus, too. He does go around filling stockings.
Yeah, I know a blonde. Shouldn't say that either, huh?
No. Someone at the door. Louie, would you mind?
No. It's probably one of them tots. Correction. It's a tot 20 years later.
Get in.
I'm already in.
Back up.
I'm backing up.
Thanks. Now reach, gents.
Hey, you know, that gun in her hand looks loaded.
Now that you mention
Reach.
For what?
The chandelier.
I can't.
Why not?
No chandelier.
Oh, a wise guy, huh?
If you're going to shoot me, I insist on knowing your name.
Just call me Sally.
Sally. And your last name?
Never mind that. How would you like to get plugged in the...
Breadbasket?
Where?
Oh, let's pass lightly over that. I wouldn't like to get plugged anywhere.
And shut up.
All right.
Where is it?
Right down the hall.
Are you trying to be smart?
Not especially.
So it's going to be like that, huh?
Like what?
Now you listen to me, Fats Boylan.
Huh?
You shut up, too.
I didn't say anything.
Well, shut up anyway.
I'm shutting up.
What was I saying?
You just finished calling me Fats Boylan.
That's right.
That's wrong. I'm not Fats Boylan.
Ha.
Well, it helps keep the conversation
Look,
going.
Fats, are you going to stop stalling and hand over the stuff, or will I have to shoot?
Since I am not Fats Boylan, and since I have no stuff to hand over, I'm afraid you'll have to shoot.
Mr. Templar, that could be fatal.
You keep quiet, punk.
Who's a punk?
You're a punk.
Mr. Templar, am I a punk?
Well, Sally is just a little confused this evening,
Confused or not, she shouldn't call me a...
Shut up. Oh,
You don't have to start bawling.
I am not bawling. I am...
You were just about to shoot me.
Well, I know, but then you'd bleed.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I can't stand the sight of blood.
Why don't you strangle him?
Louis, don't be unkind. It seems to be the doorbell again.
No, wait.
Oh, it's very impolite to keep people waiting.
But I must have been followed here.
Sally, look, stop illustrating a point with that gun. It might go off.
I don't care.
But then I'd bleed.
But where can I go? I've got to hide.
Well, try the kitchen.
All right.
Oh, come on in. It's open house tonight.
Well, my old pal, Fats
I am not.
Boylan.
Although I'm beginning to waver. Perhaps I am. Simon, the split personality. Who are you?
Joe Hudson. You remember your old pal, Hudson?
Hudson. Well, I must admit you look like a hornet, but your lines aren't as nice. Look, if I'm your old pal, why don't I know you?
Oh, that's easy. We never met personally.
Well, how else can you meet? Ignore that. But if we haven't met personally or otherwise, how can I be your pal?
Oh, I was just being friendly. Besides, you got something for me.
I have?
Great little kidder, ain't you, Fats? Ain't he, pal?
Now I feel better. I'm a pal, too.
Look, I wish I deserved your delighted choice.
Look,
but...
just leave me have the stuff, and then I'll get...
Stuff again. What stuff?
Am I going to have trouble with you?
The door behind you is open. Why don't you use it, huh? In that way, nobody will have any trouble.
I'll use it after.
After what?
Sounds like that, huh? Ever see one of these before?
I'm afraid I'm going to disappoint you, but the answer is yes, I have.
Good. And you know how it works. It shoots bullets at guys. Guys who get bullet shot at them have a habit of dying.
Really? Well, then perhaps you'd better not shoot that gun at me.
I won't. So gimme.
So I ain't got. Well, that is I.
That is, you ain't got.
Thanks, Louis.
Basic, I ain't a patient man. Hand the stuff over, or
I don't have any stuff.
Or you get shot.
I'd bleed.
Who cares?
I do. I hoped you might. However...
This could be a stall. This could be trouble, so you...
You can't shoot him.
Why not?
It's against the law. I read it in the papers. It's against the law.
Yeah, I believe you.
Oh, well, so that's okay.
Yeah, but I like doing things against the law.
Oh, well, you could go to jail.
I already been there.
Well, for shooting somebody, they'll hang you or something.
If somebody told them.
Well, I would.
You would, huh?
I would.
So maybe I'd better shoot you first.
Well, I wouldn't want to deprive Mr. Templar of the privilege.
Well, Fats, it's your last chance.
Oh, not that phrase. Also, I still don't
So
know...
it looks like I'm going to break a law. Hey, who did that?
You did, you dope.
I did not. This here's a plan. But you won't get away with it.
Goodbye, Mr. Hudson.
Mr. Templar, who made with the artillery?
It must have been Sally. She's in the kitchen.
She can stay there.
She saved our lives, Louis.
Yeah, but maybe by now she's found out she likes to shoot guns.
Let's hope not.
Hello.
It was nice of you to frighten Mr. Hudson off.
I did?
You did.
I didn't hit anybody?
No.
Oh, I'm so glad.
Hey, I've got her.
She's out cold.
Come on, up. Put her on the couch. Come on. Up.
It's a little late, but somebody ought to mention she is not a bad-looking dish.
You've mentioned it.
Looking for smelling salts in her bag?
No. Identification. Here's a driver's license. Her name is Sally Walters. Address 49 Arden Drive. Social Security card. She's the secretary.
That's what I need.
Take it back. She's coming, too. Better put the bag back.
Yeah, but keep the gun, though. There's still some bullets in it.
No. We don't want her to know we went through her bag.
We're ashamed of ourselves?
We're going to pay her a visit.
She ain't home.
But she will be after she leaves here, and then perhaps we can find out what keeps the home fires burning.
Sally was in kind of a hurry leaving us.
So she was.
Mr. Templar, don't look right, Santa Claus chasing a blonde.
I'm not chasing her.
Technicalities will get you no place. Hey, this must be it. 49. What is she a secretary of? The Treasury?
Oh, I suspect this is where she works, Louis.
She works overtime, huh?
Yeah, and probably sleeps in. Come on.
I hope that nobody is peeking because they'll think Santa Claus is off schedule.
I think perhaps I can manage without the whiskers.
Yeah.
Ouch!
Now you look like an imposter.
Would you ring Louis?
Okay. You know, this is the type house I got a feeling Santa Claus would have to use the saving center.
Yes.
I'm Simon Templar.
You are?
I am.
There's nothing I can do about it.
Mr. Templar, all butlers are like him?
I doubt it. I think he's been practicing.
Haw.
Haw?
Well, good night, then.
I think not.
Would you mind removing your shoe from the door?
I would.
You might at least have shined it.
Humphrey, whoever is it at this time of night?
No one, madam.
Oh, but such an interesting-looking no one. Santa Claus, you've lost your whiskers.
I haven't. They're right here in my pocket.
How nice.
Actually, my name is Simon Templar.
I'm Carla Worth.
This is Louis.
Hi. Oh, I mean...
Hi.
Be kind to the peasants type.
Did you want to see me?
Now that I've seen you, yes.
Well, come in then.
Thank you.
But, madam...
Humphrey, go away.
Yes, madam.
Humphrey's such a problem sometimes. Shall we? Nice?
Yeah. Fire in the fireplace, books on the bookshelves, port in that decanter.
Yes, would you like some?
No, thank you. I just wanted to be sure the accessories were all correct. Someday, maybe I'll find some other wine besides port in the decanter. I dream.
Simon, are you the one who found them?
It's beginning again.
Found what?
My jewels, of course.
Have they been lost?
Simon, they were stolen. You know that, don't you?
Should I?
I've heard of the saint, Simon. I didn't know he was also a Santa Claus.
Oh, it's a fleeting impulse. When were your jewels stolen?
This afternoon. You see, Claude, my husband, that is, bought me them for Christmas.
Santa Claus.
Louis.
Sorry.
We decided to have the party this afternoon. We thought it'd be nice to have a quiet eve, so we did. The jewels were in quite a large box. There were quite a lot of them.
And?
Claude had hired a Santa Claus, but before the party was over, Santa Claus had disappeared. So had the jewels.
Well, there must have been some precautions.
Oh, there were several detectives. But the Santa Claus said he was going out to get some air while the party was on. He never came back. But he didn't have the jewels on him. The box was locked, and it was too large for the detectives not to have noticed.
I see. The name of the man hired to play Santa Claus was, of course,
Fats Boylan. And who may you be?
Claude, this is Simon Templar. And Louis.
I know neither of them. Snoops, obviously. Get rid of them.
Claude likes to behave as though he were an emperor on occasion.
The box wasn't found anywhere in the house?
The jewel box, no.
The jewels were insured?
Naturally. It's none of your affair. I shall speak severely to Humphrey. He should never have let you in.
I let them in, darling.
So now he's going to speak severely to her.
We'll go quietly, except... Mr. Worth, what is Fats Boylan's address?
I have no idea. Good night.
Good night, Simon, and I'm sorry.
So am I.
I'll show you out.
Thank you.
Wow, 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 wow.
Pronounced Carla Worth.
Yeah. What do we do now, Santa Claus?
We get into your nice, clean cab and... Hey, wait a minute, Louis. Now we're going to find out what became of Sally.
Simon.
Well, good evening, Sally.
I overheard. Fat's address is 17 Beale Street.
17 Beale.
Yes, I've got to get right back to the house before anybody notices. Goodbye.
An awful short visit.
But long enough.
Now we're going to visit Mr. Boylan?
I think so.
I hope he ain't so handy with a gun as the rest of his characters.
He may be, he may not be.
Now I'm all cheered up.
But there's one thing I'm sure he isn't.
What's that?
Fat.
Quite a change from the Waits dump. Now this is a dump.
Yeah, and Mr. Boylan would seem to be shy.
Mr. Templar, You said something about the one thing he wouldn't be was fat. Why? Because he was called Fats?
Not exactly. Louis, I'm worried.
Hey, the door was open.
Yes.
Maybe that means our bird has flown?
Maybe. Come on, let's go in.
Okay. I ain't usually so poetical, but the light's on.
Yes.
And the room looks funny. Looks like a hurricane came to stay for dinner.
And remained for 6 months.
Somebody was looking for a jewel box?
And someone obviously didn't find it. The extent of the search indicates that. Nothing was left untouched.
It's a funny smell in this room, you know. A couple of funny smells.
Yeah. One's perfume and the other...
Gunpowder. Huh?
Gunpowder.
That's why I ain't been looking behind any pieces of furniture.
It really wasn't very far to look, Louis.
Huh?
He's behind the daybed.
Fats?
Fats, Louis.
He ain't doing so good?
He's dead. And Louis...
Yeah?
He wasn't fat.
Mr. Templar?
Yes, Louis?
We're being followed.
Since
we got out of Boylan's place.
That's interesting. Louis, stop the cab.
That'll make it easier for whoever's following us.
Exactly what I want.
Even on Christmas Eve, this shouldn't happen. Now what?
We get out. Don't look behind you. Start walking.
Here is a nice, lonely street. Everybody else is home hanging up stockings. I wouldn't mind hanging up stockings myself. Who do you think it is?
I think it's our friend Hudson.
Oh, I just lost 5 pounds. You mean the guy that was chasing Sally, who was all ready to shoot us until she made the explosion?
Neat reminder.
Oh, you think he wants our money or our life?
Possibly.
What kind of an answer is that?
In here, quickly.
Mr. Templar, this here alley is full of garbage cans.
It's also dark.
You don't have to see garbage cans to know they're around. Hudson?
Yes. Good evening, Hudson.
What?
Don't turn around. I've got a gun on you.
Hey, I don't like it.
Louis, take Mr. Hudson's gun away from him.
Okay. Got it, Mr. Templar.
Good. Aim it at him.
Hey, now, wait a minute. You can't shoot me with my own gun.
Why not?
That ain't tactful.
What other gun could I shoot you with?
Your own. Hey, you mean you ain't got a... Oh, mister, you are a liar.
And on Christmas Eve, too. Hudson, who hired you to follow Sally and me?
It was my own idea.
Louis, Mr. Hudson isn't being friendly.
He ain't, huh?
He ain't. Therefore...
Hey, now, don't lose your heads, fellas.
We've lost patience with him, Louis.
We have?
Shoot him, Louis. He's beginning to bore me.
He's beginning to... I should shoot him?
Yes.
Fatal?
Fatal.
Okay. Except I don't know what my wife and 6 kids are going to say.
You haven't got a wife and 6 kids.
Now, wait a minute, please.
Louis, we're being cruel, prolonging Mr. Hudson's agony. Put him out of it.
Now, wait a minute.
Who hired you?
Mrs. Worth. Mrs. Carla Worth.
You quite sure?
Strike me dead. That is, don't strike me dead. Look, if she didn't, why would I say she did?
You have a point there. But why should she have wanted you to follow Sally?
Well, she had an idea. Her husband and Sally were kind of,
decorating their own little tree together.
I couldn't put it more tactful.
I see. So if you got enough divorce evidence, Mrs. Worth could hold up her husband for plenty of alimony.
No.
No,
Mrs. Worth is the babe with the dough. Mr. Worth is a very well-educated bum.
Indeed. It's interesting. Louis, let me have the gun.
Yeah, here.
Hey, wait, I told you the truth.
I'm sure you did.
Mr. Templar, that's gratitude?
It's necessity.
Oh.
We need him out of the way for a little while. He's out of the way. Now,
Yeah?
Now we're going to find out who else knew that Fats Boylan was thin.
You know, if we visited often enough, I might even get accustomed to this joint.
You might also start confusing yourself with Grant. Good evening, Humphrey.
I'm sorry the family have retired for the night.
It is late, I know.
I wish to retire myself.
Why, Humphrey, you don't look 65.
Good night, sir.
Aren't you going to ask us in?
No.
Why, Humphrey, I thought you and I were going to sing Christmas carols together.
Let go of me.
Shut the door, Louis.
Okay.
I shall complete. All right, but not now.
Mr. Templar. I'm going to wear that gun out hitting people over the head with it.
Well, I couldn't have him warn anyone we're here.
Why, we're going to burgle the joint?
In a way.
Huh?
Well, a kinder description would be search the place, Louis.
Oh, for what?
Oddly enough, something that can't be seen or touched.
Sounds like a ghost.
Yes, and in a way it is. The ghost of a murderer.
It's the night before Christmas, all right, but a creature is stirring. A couple of creatures, plus.
We've covered all the rooms on the other landing. Therefore, the bedroom should be here. And therefore, this should be someone's bedroom. Let's go in.
We're sleeping?
Now, if I can open the door softly enough and look in. Moonlight through the window. Yes. The dressing room. Door beyond would be the bedroom proper.
Proper is not a word we're in any position to throw around.
We'll have to go in to the dressing room. Come on, Louis.
Okay.
Wait a minute, Louis. Inhale.
Mr. Templar, I don't usually take breathing exercises in the middle of the night.
Louis.
All right. I'm inhaling.
Well?
Perfume.
Mm-hmm. Familiar?
I could learn to love it, but no.
Well, then out we go.
You didn't care for that perfume.
Didn't tell me anything.
What do you want perfume should tell you?
Who killed Fats Boylan?
Another bedroom. We go in?
Naturally.
For a bachelor, that ain't the word you should have used. I'm beginning to get worried about this. Supposing somebody screamed.
Pull yourself together, Louis.
Okay. After all, like the poet says, strong heart never won fair maiden.
You mean faint heart.
All right, so for dinner I'll eat dog food.
Now. Another dressing room. Well?
Hey, Mr. Templar.
Yes. The same perfume we noticed. Uh-oh. Don't be frightened.
Simon, what are you doing in here?
Louis and I have been testing perfumes.
It's the middle of the night. You awakened me.
I'm sorry. I'm even sorrier about something else.
What's that?
The perfume you use is very distinctive, Sally.
Am I supposed to say thanks?
No. Because the last place Louis and I noticed it was in Fats Boylan's room. Minutes after he'd been killed.
Oh.
Not good, Sally.
You're making all this up.
No. This bottle of perfume will be evidence.
But I didn't kill Boylan. You must be joking about that.
I don't think a jury would find it funny. You knew about Boylan stealing the jewels. You must have helped him.
I didn't.
But then you found yourself being trailed by Hudson, who'd been hired by Mrs. Worth. You were afraid he'd discover the connection between you and Boylan. That's why you came to my apartment.
No.
Oh, yes. You hoped I'd throw Hudson off, perhaps frighten him. In the meanwhile, you could get to Boylan, get the jewels from him.
That isn't true.
But when you got to Boylan's place, you found him already dead, and the jewels gone.
I didn't.
It would be much better for you that way.
What do you mean?
You wouldn't be liable to a first-degree murder charge.
But there were detectives here while the party was going on. Boylan couldn't have stolen the jewels. They saw him leave. He didn't have them.
He did have them. He was playing Santa Claus, and he was a thin man. Santa Clauses, as Louis pointed out to me earlier tonight, are fat. Therefore, Boylan entered this house wearing padding underneath his costume. He left it with a large jewel box in place of the padding. That's how he did it, Sally.
You're smart.
You found Boylan. You knew his address. Therefore, you'd hired him in the first place. And therefore, also, a jury would believe you'd killed him unless you tell us who did.
Well, all right. I'll tell you.
There's really no need, my dear.
Oh, Claude.
Hey, Mr. Templar, tell him to point the gun someplace else.
Mr. Worth, point that gun someplace else.
I prefer this direction. You were saying, Mr. Templar, about the jewels?
The jewels were insured. Therefore, you, Mr. Worth, arranged to have them stolen. Indeed. In that way, you could retain the jewels, the insurance money as well, and not worry very much whether or not your wife divorced you. Clever.
Boylan is dead.
How true. You had to see to that, didn't you? Otherwise, he might have blackmailed you for the rest of your life, or for whatever money you got out of the entire crooked deal.
I can see 2 other deaths. Yours, your friend.
And Sally? You going to kill her, too?
That depends, I should think, on Sally.
Claude, I never knew you intended to kill anyone.
There's no need to play the ingenue quite so strenuously, my dear. You were in on most of it.
But not murder.
I'm afraid Mr. Templar's pessimism is justified. I shall have to include you. But however did you get onto her, Templar?
Her perfume. To be precise, this perfume.
Well, you got him in the eye.
I hope this gets him someplace more effective.
Mr. Templar, the trail of unconscious bodies you're leaving behind you tonight, if laid end to end,
yes, Louis,
would look terrible.
Simon.
Yes, Carla?
You've been very sweet. Even without your whiskers, you've been sort of a Santa Claus to me. May I?
Oh, with pleasure.
Well, I never knew Santa Claus could kiss like that.
Santa Claus is no saint.
Yes?
Oh, hello, Louis.
Mr. Templar, you better put on your whiskers. You forgotten all about Mrs. Winterbottom?
Mrs. Oh, well, the hour is past midnight. The tots have undoubtedly tottered off to bed by now. Louis, you may tell Mrs. Winterbottom.
I know. That the saint ain't no Santa Claus.
You have been listening to another transcribed adventure of The Saint, the Robin Hood of modern crime. Now, here is our star, Vincent Price.
Ladies and gentlemen, all of us who live in the United States are aware of the spiritual values of American life, our factories and machines and luxuries. But there is another side to American life, a side made up of spiritual values. Our country was founded upon faith in God. In the Declaration of Independence, it states that men were endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights. Thus, religious faith is part of the very foundation of American democracy, and one of our most precious national heritages is freedom of worship. By exercising this freedom, you and your families can enjoy the spiritual pleasures that come with church or synagogue attendance. Moreover, your religious leaders stand ready to give you their help, whether you need personal or family guidance. And if you suffer the loneliness natural to a newcomer to this country, the churches of your faith will welcome you. We all know that without spiritual values, the other advantages of American life have little meaning. Without faith, the family and the community become unstable. Without faith, the individual denies himself the peace and guidance of religion. The doors of your churches and synagogues are open to you. The freedom to worship as you please is yours. And so America's religious organizations invite you to find yourself through faith and to come to church this week. And may I wish you all a wonderful Christmas, and for the world, peace in all the years to come. This is Vincent Price inviting you to join us again next week at this same time for another exciting adventure of the Saint. Good night.
This adventure of the Saint was written by Louis Vittes. Our cast included Mary Shipp as Sally and Betty Lou Gerson as Carla. Hy Averback was Hudson, Ted Osborne, Claude. The butler, Stanley Farrar. Louis is played by Larry Dotkin. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris, is a James L. Safier production and is directed by Helen Mack. Vincent Price is soon to be seen co-starring in RKO's production of His Kind of Woman. All you Saint fans will be glad to know that the Saint comic books are on sale at all newsstands. Your announcer, Don Stanley. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC. For your Christmas Eve listening pleasure, there's another broadcast of NBC's Sunday hour-and-a-half extravaganza, The Big Show. There's a whole Christmas stocking full of stars, including Tallulah, Jimmy Durante, Ed Wynn, Charles Boyer, Robert Merrill, and many more. Tonight also means your weekly visit with the Harris family on the Phil Harris-Alice Fay Show. Be sure to hear this special Christmas program later today on NBC.
Happy holiday, happy listening. Happy holiday, happy listening. NBC wishes you a season of good cheer. A merry, merry Christmas and a happier New Year.
Presents the Mel Blanc Show with Mary Jane Croft, Joe Kearns, Jerry Hausner, Hans Conried, the sportsman, Victor Miller and his orchestra, and starring the creator of the voice of Bugs Bunny.
What's up, Doc?
Yes, Colgate tooth powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show with Mel playing his new character, Zookie.
Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. Hi.
And starring himself in person, Mel Blanc.
Hi, folks. Ugga, ugga, boo, ugga, boo, boo, ugga.
And in Mel Blanc's little town, all the I'll let it go until the last minute swains are feverishly buying gifts for their girlfriends. In the Furriers, we hear,
"This is a beautiful fur coat. Fine, I'll take it with me."
And further down the street, we hear,
"This is a beautiful handbag. Good. Wrap it up for me."
And still further down the street, where Mel Blanc is engaged in getting a gift for his girlfriend Betty, we hear,
"This is a beautiful watch." Thanks, but can't you loan me more than $5 on it?
So Mel pawned the watch, and now we find him back in the fix-it shop figuring up the amount he has for Betty's gift.
Now, let's see. I borrowed $5. I pawned the watch for $5. I closed out my savings account at the bank. That's another $1. $11. What can I get Betty? Oh, I know. Every time I go to her house and we sit in the parlor, the lights go out. I ought to get her a flashlight. No, a flashlight isn't a gift for a woman. It isn't a gift for a man, either. It's really a gift for an usher. Oh, well, it's late. I better close the fix-it shop and buy the gift.
Hello, Mel.
Oh, hello, Betty. I didn't expect to see you here. I thought you'd be busy at your father's big Christmas party. How's it coming along?
Oh, fine. Except for Willie Murdoch. He's awfully fresh, you know. As soon as he came in, he tried to kiss me.
Kiss you? Why, I'll kill him.
Gosh, Mel, you should see how strong Willie is since he took those barbell exercises.
Strong? Well, Betty, it's a free country. Every man can do what he wants.
Oh, Mel, when you talk like that, I sometimes think you don't love me at all.
Oh, you know I do, Betty. Gosh, if we were only married, how wonderful it would be.
Yes. Every Christmas we'd have a tree.
And I'd come down the chimney, and on the mantelpiece would be your stocking and my stocking.
And maybe another stocking. Or 2. Or even 3.
Betty, how many feet does your father have? Gee, I wish I'd been invited to your father's party.
Oh, well, Mel, that's what I came down here for.
To invite me?
Yes, in fact, Father said, Betty, I want to make it possible for Mel Blanc to feel the warmth of Christmas spirit.
Oh, I don't know, Betty. Last time your father said that, he got me halfway to the furnace.
Don't be silly, darling. Come on, they must be looking for me at the party.
Okay, Betty. Oh, wait a minute. I got to get something very important. I'll tell you what. You go on and I'll be there in a short while, huh?
Well, if it's that important, all right. I'll see you later, darling.
Bye. Oh, what can I get for Betty? Gosh, she sure is beautiful. She looks just like the cover girl on this month's Drill Press Digest. Miss Conveyor Belt of 1947.
Hello, Mel.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Bradley. Merry Christmas. What brings you in here at this late hour?
Well, Mel, you've been so nice all year fixing all of little Bobby's broken toys that I thought I'd bring you a Christmas present. Here.
Oh, gee, thanks, Mrs. Bradley. Just what I've always wanted. $1 bill. Oh, there's some writing here. To Mel, a Merry Christmas and a Happy Henry Morgenthau Jr. Oh, I'm reading your writing and the government's. Well, I've got to close up, Mrs. Bradley. A Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. What's the matter, Mrs. Bradley?
Oh, I was just thinking. You know, Mel, Bobby and I are alone, and for the past few years we haven't had any Santa Claus come down our chimney. Well, it's gotten so that Bobby doesn't believe there is a Santa Claus.
Oh, gosh, that's one of the worst things I know, a kid not believing in Santa Claus. Well, I've got to go, Mrs. Bradley.
Mel, I was just thinking that if you don't have anything important to do tonight, maybe you'd play Santa Claus for my Bobby.
Me play Santa?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, but Mrs. Bradley, I've got a very important...
Oh.
No. I don't have anything to do, anyway, not anything that's more important than making a kid believe in Santa Claus. I'll come down that chimney tonight. Oh, Zuki.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Yeah, Mel. Oh, hello, Mrs.
Bradley.
Thanks.
Now, look, Zuki, I want you to go over to Betty's house and tell her I'm sick.
But, Mel, what can he see is wrong with you?
Anything. Tell Betty I was bitten by a streptococcus. No, she just saw me. Oh, I know. Tell her I'm in the hospital. I tried to mail a package at the last minute. Mrs. Bradley, tonight I'm going to convince your son that there is a Santa Claus. Now, hurry up, Zuki.
Oh, thanks, Mel.
Oh, leave it to me, Mel. Hi-yo, Blitzen. Hello, everybody. Happy New Year.
Come on in, Zookie. Well, how do you like me in my new dress, Zookie?
Cute. Hey, everybody, you want to hear me sing a Christmas carol?
Why, yes, Zookie. Go right ahead.
Oh, okay. In my merry Oldsmobile, in my merry Oldsmobile, in my merry Oldsmobile, in my merry Oldsmobile, with a one-horse open sleigh.
Hey, Zuki, where's Mel Blanc?
Oh, that's what I came to tell you. He can't come. He's got pneumonia in the moon. He's got he's got chicken poppy. He can't make up his mind what he's got.
I don't know. Sounds very fishy to me. I wouldn't be surprised if he had a date with another girl.
He has.
No.
You mean he went out with another girl? Zookie, who is she?
Well, she's a widow. There isn't a... he ain't going out with no. And besides, I promised not to tell.
And he is going out with another girl.
You see? What did I tell you, Mr. Coburn?
Betty, I told you that Mel Blanc's a scoundrel. Why, I'm going to break every bone in his body.
Oh, gee whiz. Mel is in a terrible state. He's doing somebody a favor. Betty thinks he's doing something. Let's sing Christmas carols. In my merry old
with your romance. Use Colgate's tooth powder.
No kisses for you 'neath the mistletoe? Perhaps a breath of trouble scared off your beau. It's just too bad when that breath of trouble, unpleasing breath, catches up with a person, for it marks them down socially. So be on your guard. Do this. Brush your teeth night and morning and before every date with Colgate tooth powder. For Colgate tooth powder cleans your breath as it cleans your teeth. Yes, scientific tests have definitely proved that in 7 cases out of 10, Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, no dentifrice at any price cleans your teeth more quickly and thoroughly than Colgate tooth powder. Remember to buy it first thing. And remember the name, Colgate tooth powder, with the accent on powder.
Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate's tooth powder.
Well, Mel is in a jam again. His girl, Betty, thinks he's out with another girl. But actually, Mel has promised Widow Bradley he would play Santa Claus for her little son tonight. But no matter how much trouble he has, the wonderful thing about Mel is that he can always concentrate on his duties in the fix-it shop. Right now, his brilliant mind tackles the difficult problem of repairing a priceless violin left by a customer.
Gosh, why did I ever promise Mrs. Bradley I'd go to her house?
With skilled fingers and expert eye, he delicately tunes the sensitive instrument.
Well, I'm glad I did. The most important thing I could do was make a child believe in Santa Claus.
And now, having completed the masterful repairs, he gently places the rare violin under his chin, raises the precious bow, and draws it across the muted strings.
Nothing like classical music. Gee, I gotta run over to Mrs. Bradley's. I'll try to call Betty once more.
Hello?
Hello, can I speak to Betty?
Listen, Blank, how many times must I tell you Betty doesn't want any part of you?
But Willie!
All right, Willie, I'll talk to him. So you are going out with another girl. Now, Blank, I never want to see you again. And furthermore, I would marry you on a bet.
Oh, Betty, you can't mean that. You were going to be the mother of my children.
Well, it's too late.
Well, I don't mind about myself, Betty, but what am I going to tell all those kids? Betty, if you don't give me a chance to explain, I'll drown myself. I'll go right out and throw myself in the reservoir.
I don't care.
Betty, do you realize you have to drink that water?
You have nothing more to say to me, Mel Blanc. Goodbye.
Oh, who has time for petty arguments? I gotta go. Got a big job to do today. Uh-oh, here comes Mr. Cushing, my lodge president.
Hello, Mel. Ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo, ugga.
Greetings, mighty potentate. Ugga-ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo, ugga. Well, what's the matter, mighty potentate? You're not looking so well.
Well, Mel, I woke up this morning on my left side.
Oh, what's so bad about that?
That's the side that faces my wife. Every morning I get up, and there she is, yawning with her mouth wide open. I tell you, Mel, it's like living in the Rose Bowl.
Oh, I don't know, mighty potentate. You can find beauty in every person if you only dig deep enough.
Mel, I have no room in my garage for a steam shovel. And now she's got that new mine detector in the house.
Mine detector?
Yeah. Every time I put my hand in a purse for some extra cash, she yells, "Stop! That's mine!" What a woman, if you'll pardon the expression. But I don't know why I'm telling you all this. It's just that I've got no one to talk to. Well, so long, Mel. I suppose I'll see you at Clover's party.
Well, I'm not going there, mighty potentate. I promised to play Santa Claus for Widow Bradley's boy, Bobby.
Well, that's a noble gesture, my boy. Well, I can't stop to talk now, Mel. I got to go to Colby's, and I have to get a substitute present for my wife.
Well, but you told me you got her one last week.
Oh, I did. I had it all Christmas wrapped. I tied a red bow on it, put a do not open till Xmas sticker on it, and I hid it under her bed.
Well, don't tell me she opened it before Christmas.
Yeah. During the night, she heard the darn thing ticking. Well, so long, Mel.
Goodbye, mighty potentate. A merry boo and a happy new ugga to you. Well, I got to get a Santa Claus suit and go to Mrs. Bradley's now. I never thought it would get me in so much trouble, but it's worth it if I make that kid believe in Santa Claus.
Gosh, Mom, let's go to sleep. It's 9:30 already.
Well, let's not be so hasty, Bobby. What would you say if a man came down the chimney?
I'd say, look, Mom, a burglar. Well, I'm going upstairs anyway. I'm tired. Night, Mom. Merry Christmas.
Oh, just a moment, Bobby. I think
Whoa, dancer! Whoa, Prancer! Watch that first step! Missed that first step. Merry Christmas! Merry Christmas, Bobby!
Hey, Mom, look. What is it?
That's Santa Claus, Bobby.
That's right, my boy. Just came from my igloo.
Igloo? What's that?
A Quonset hut made out of ice cubes. Oh, it was cold and barren, but I was lucky to get it. It was formerly owned by a veteran.
Mom, he really is Santa Claus.
I told you, Bobby, there really is a Santa Claus.
Only one? Why, there are hundreds all over the world. In fact, I just came from the Santa Claus convention at the North Pole.
A Santa Claus convention?
Yes? You should have heard the Scandinavian Santa Claus. He said, "By Yompen Yimini, going to make all the little girls and boys very happy. So a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Smorgasbord." And the Santa Claus from Scotland got up and he said, "How I ever become a Santa Claus, I'll never know. All I do is give things away. It ain't like me." Then the fellow from Italy got up.
They have a Santa Claus in Italy, too?
Sure, Giuseppe Claus. He got up and he said, "I got to do worst the job of all. It's a breaking on my back to carry this stuff. Every house I got to tend the bambinos. I got to put on a more help. Either that or my sled, she's got to have a trailer." And the Brazilian Santa Claus said to the convention, "I hope you all have a very good Christmas and a Happy New Year. We're going to make all the kiddies very happy because our slogan is, South America, give it away." And then the convention was closed by the Russian delegate, and he sang, "Yovlyadam, Yovlyadam, Diati, Sloshla Bez, Kruzhnikoya, Jupajala, Boy! Kravonia Christmas!
Santa, do you have any toys for me?
Oh, Bobby, we mustn't ask for everything. You have your old toys. It isn't necessary for Santa to bring new ones.
Oh, that's quite all right, Mrs. Bradley. I've plenty of toys for Bobby.
You have?
Why, sure. I'll take them out of my bag. Here's roller skates, a water pistol, a chemical set, and a hockey stick. Now, let's see now. Yep, $11 worth.
Gee, Mom, we've got everything this Christmas.
Oh, yes, Bobby. Thank you, Santa. I wish we could have a big party for you, Santa.
Oh, that's quite all right. We're having a great party right here. Let's sing, huh? Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride. I wonder what Betty's doing right now.
Oh, come in.
Merry Christmas. Mr. Cushing and Mr. Colby and... Betty.
Mel, darling, why didn't you tell us Mr. Cushing explained everything?
That's right, Mel, and I feel good. I almost feel good enough to go home and kiss my wife. Blindfolded, of course.
Mel, my boy, you've done a wonderful thing. You wouldn't come to our party, so we brought the party to you. Oh, and here's some gifts for Bobby. Druggist Brown, didn't you have something?
Oh, yeah. Here, Bobby, my boy. 100 of them, and each one good for a soda.
Gee, thanks, Mr. Brown. A box of straws.
Oh, this is so wonderful. Everybody's here. The mayor, the chief of police, the... Hey, where's Willie Murdoch?
That troublemaker. I fired him. What's more, I was going to break every bone in his body.
On Christmas, Mr. Colby?
Well, I thought of that, Mel, so I just broke every other bone.
Gosh, Betty, that was a wonderful party, wasn't it?
You were wonderful, Mel. This is the best Christmas I've ever had.
Yeah, except for one thing. You got me a gift, and I haven't got a present for you.
Oh, that's all right, darling. I know what you did with the money. And I'm going to give you a hug for the hockey stick, for the water pistol, for the chemical set, and 2 hugs for the roller skates.
Why didn't I get Bobby that bag of jelly beans? Oh, wait a minute, Betty. I do have a Christmas present for you.
You do? What is it?
Come closer.
Oh, Mel. Everybody's looking and listening.
Listening? Where?
Can't you see the microphone there?
Oh, gosh. You can't do a thing around here without millions of people listening in. Well, we hope you keep on because we love it. Good night, folks, and a very Merry Christmas to you all.
Use Colgate tooth powder, keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night. Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
If you're looking for romance, be very sure that no little breath of trouble, unpleasing breath, will come between you and your heart's desire. Just do this. Brush your teeth night and morning and before every date with Colgate tooth powder. For Colgate tooth powder cleans your breath as it cleans your teeth. Yes, night and morning and before every date. Yes, scientific tests have definitely proved that in 7 cases out of 10, Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. As for cleaning, no dentifrice at any price will clean your teeth more quickly and thoroughly than Colgate tooth powder. Remember the name Colgate tooth powder with the accent on powder.
Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
This is Bud Easton reminding you that Colgate tooth powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show every Tuesday at this time. Be sure to join us again next Tuesday night for more fun with Mel and the people you'll meet in Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop.
Say hello to Halo Shampoo for naturally bright and beautiful hair. Remember, even finest soaps and soap shampoos hide the natural luster of your hair with dulling soap film. But Halo Shampoo contains no soap, therefore leaves no dulling soap film. Even in the hardest water, Halo makes oceans of rich, fragrant lather. Quickly banishes loose dandruff and dirt. Halo needs no lemon or vinegar rinse. Say hello to Halo and goodbye to dulling soap film. Get Halo Shampoo at any cosmetic counter.
The Mel Blanc Show is written by Mac Benoff. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Good health to all from Rexall. Yes, it's Sunday, time for the Phil Harris-Alice Fay Show, presented by the makers of Rexall Drug Products and your Rexall family druggist. Good evening. This week, we independent Rexall druggists would like to play Santa Claus to all you tired last-minute Christmas shoppers. Our present to you is quick, easy, economical gift buying, without all the rush and worry. Suggestions? Well, there's Caranome, for example, one of America's oldest and most respected lines of beauty aids, and a Rexall exclusive. We have Caranome in delightful gift sets for as low as $2. And on up to a completely fitted traveling case for $50. And believe me, the lady who receives Caranome will never forget the gift or the giver. Then there's Stag, Rexall exclusive, popular toiletries for men. You can buy them individually gift box for as low as 75 cents. Or in handsome combination sets up to $2.98. And here's another big help. Most of us Rexall druggists are prepared to gift wrap your selections, ready either for mailing or the Christmas tree. So, if you're faced with some last-minute gift buying, look for the store with the orange and blue Rexall sign in the window. This week, that sign means quick, easy, can't go wrong Christmas shopping.
Merry Christmas to all from Rexall. And now your Rexall family druggist brings you the Phil Harris Alice Fay Show, written by Ray Singer and Dick Chevrolet, with Elliot Lewis, Walter Tetley, Robert North, Janine Roos, Ann Whitfield, Walter Sharp and his music, our special guest Jack Benny, and starring Alice Fay and Phil Harris. For weeks now, the Harris children, like children all over the world, have been thinking of nothing but Christmas and Santa Claus. They've been on their best behavior, and as we look in, we find Alice complimenting the children on their good deportment.
Now, you've been particularly good, Alice, and I'm sure that Santa Claus will bring you lots of presents.
I hope so, Mommy.
And as for you, honey, you've been just as good as Alice. You've been going to bed early, putting your toys away, and eating all your food. The only thing is, you haven't been drinking all your milk.
Well, I try, but you know how that stuff gags me.
Quiet, Phil. I'm talking to little Phyllis. Oh, where is she? She was here a minute ago.
She went in the den, Mommy. I'll go get her. Phyllis! Phyllis, Mommy wants you to... Phyllis, what are you doing with those crayons? I'm going to draw a picture on the wall. Don't do that. You know we got to be good till Christmas. But I've been good for 3 weeks now. Alice, it's an awful strain. I know. But it's only 5 more days. Don't crack up now. You've been so good for so long. I know. But as Daddy always says, it ain't been easy, Clyde. Alice, have you asked Mommy and Daddy about Santa Claus yet? No, but I will.
Children, what's going on in here?
Yeah, what have you two been doing?
Mommy, Daddy, we want to ask a favor. We'd like to stay up and see Santa Claus when he brings the presents on Christmas Eve.
Well, honey, Santa Claus has a lot of other stops to make, and he might get here very late.
Oh,
and he
can't we, Daddy, please?
Well, okay. Now, you kids continue to behave yourselves, and I promise that you'll see Santa on Christmas Eve. Now, run along and play. Go ahead.
Thanks, Daddy. Gee, I can hardly wait for Christmas Eve.
Now, Phil, why did you promise the children that? Now, if they don't see Santa, they'll be very disappointed.
They'll see him. And just to make sure, I'll dress up like Santa and come down the chimney. They won't be able to tell me from the real one.
Daddy?
Yes, dear?
Don't you dress up and make believe you're Santa like last year. Boy, was that corny.
You know something, Alice? I still can't figure out how they knew that it was me last year. What did I do that was wrong?
Well, for one thing, you were supposed to come in singing Jingle Bells.
I did.
Oh, I know, but those lyrics, I can still hear them. Ham, hocks, and turnip greens, they melt right in your mouth. And candy gems and a hominy grits, and that's what I like about the South. And
And what's wrong with those lyrics?
That isn't the way we sing it up north.
Well, can I help it if you Yankees don't know the right words?
It's what I like about you, Sam. Yeah.
Never did it that way in my life. You don't think I can play St. Nick? We'll have to get somebody else to do it.
Yes, but who?
Well, I'll think of somebody if you'll just let me concentrate. Now, if I think hard enough, something will come out.
Good morning, Philip.
For this, I had to concentrate yet?
Hello, Alice. I just dropped...
Hey, Willie, wait a minute. Willie, maybe you can help us. Look, we're trying to think of who we can get to play Santa Claus for the kids on Christmas Eve. Now, we want to get someone who looks and sounds like the real thing.
I know just the man.
Who?
Me. I shall be glad to portray Christopher Kringle.
Christopher. Well, Donner, my Blitzen. fine Santa Claus you'd make?
I'd make an excellent one. I'm quite an actor, you know. Yes, indeed. I can see myself popping out of the chimney, bounding into the living room and saying, ho, 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 and a Merry Christmas to you, little kiddies. And what do you darlings desire as a Yuletide memento?
Thank you, Tallulah Bankhead. Now, you'll do me a favor. Will you get lost, Index? Go someplace and make a double entry. Check some books. Make some mistakes. Find something.
Well, you don't want me to help you, I won't. No. I have to run along anyway. I have to meet my girlfriend at the taxidermist.
I hope they did a good job on her. Imagine that little squirt playing Santa Claus. He couldn't impress me if he came in with a bag full of sponsors.
Now, look, Phil, he may be small, but he might be all right. I wonder how he'd look in a fluffy white wig and beard.
Like a short beard. Look, Alice, we got to get somebody who's big and fat and who can come... Hey, wait a minute. I got just the guy, Don Wilson.
Oh, Don would be perfect.
Sure.
I'll call him right now and see if he can come over for Christmas Eve.
Oh, swell, honey. Oh, now the kids won't be disappointed. Santa will show up. You know, there's something wonderful about watching a kid on Christmas, waiting for Santa and listening to those jingle bells. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Dashing through the snow in a one-horse open sleigh. O'er the fields we go, laughing all the way. Bells on bobtail ring, they're making spirits bright. What fun it is to ride and sing a sleighing song tonight. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Hey, oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Hey, jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. A day or two ago, I thought I'd take a ride, and soon Miss Alice Fay was seated by my side. The horse was lean and lank, misfortune seemed his lot. He got into a drifted bank, and we got a spot. Singing bells, so with a head, ha, 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 ha. Single bells, singing merrily we go. On the world, well, fly a snow so cold and crisp and light to jingle all the way through the night. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Hey, jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in an open sleigh. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse one-horse open sleigh. Gee whiz, I hope Don can make it. He's going to be terrific as the Santa. Uh-oh, that must be Frankie.
Hiya, Curly.
Hiya, Frankie. Come on in.
Yeah.
Hey, look pretty good, Waldo.
Spangler?
What do you got in all them packages?
Christmas presents. Got some things for the kids and Alice. And here's something for you, Curly.
For me? Oh. You got a present for a little old curly-headed me?
Yeah, I got you.
Oh, Frankie. That's sweet of you. Oh, I don't know what to say.
Well, that's all right, Curly.
But the thought. Oh, Frankie, you know how I appreciate it. It touches me deeply.
If you're going to get sloppy about it, I'll take it. Where's Alice?
Oh, I meant to tell you. She's inside calling Don Wilson. See, the kids want to see Santa Claus on Christmas Eve, so we're asking Don to play it.
Why are you getting Don Wilson to play Santa?
Well, what else am I going to do?
Well, let him stay up and see the real Santa Claus.
Yeah, but I don't know what time he's coming. Can I have that again, Herman?
Yeah. Why don't you let the kids see the real Santa Claus?
You know, you better get some sleep, kid.
So you're another one of those cynics, huh? Wise guy who don't believe.
You do?
Of course. Just because you've never seen him don't mean he's not there. You must realize, Curly, there are some things in life that are inexplicable. there exist certain psychic phenomena that are ethereal and beyond the comprehension of we mere mortals. Don't you agree?
Oh, and indubitably.
Curly, you can take my word for it. The real guy will show up.
Look, will you stop already, Remley? I'm in enough trouble. I'm trying to get a guy, and you're...
All I got to say is it's a good thing kids have more common sense and faith than some grown-ups, or Christmas wouldn't be much fun. I know that on Christmas Eve, old St. Nick and his reindeer will come flying through the sky.
Yeah. But do you mind if we have somebody stand in case he's grounded by a low fog over Burbank?
All right, scoff if you will. I'll drop over Christmas Eve. Maybe then you'll sing a different tune. Goodbye, infidel.
Poor Remley. He ain't been the same since he switched to buttermilk.
Don, but he can't make it. However, he said he has a lot of actor friends, and he'll send one of them over. He said we'd have to pay the actor $10.
So what? It'll be worth $10 to make the kids happy. Hey, honey, did Don say he could get someone positively? You know, this is very important.
Now, Phil, Don promised, so stop worrying. It's still 5 days till Christmas Eve, and if you keep this up, you'll drive yourself batty.
And for 5 days, Phil worried. Now, as we look in on the Harris home, it's Christmas Eve. Phil is downstairs trimming the tree and impatiently awaiting the arrival of Santa. Alice is upstairs, reassuring the children that he'll be there.
But, Mommy, it's 10 o'clock already and Santa isn't here yet. Gee, Mommy, do you think maybe he isn't coming?
Now, don't fret, girls. Of course he's coming. You better watch out, you better not cry, better not pout, I'm telling you why. Santa Claus is coming to town. Making a list and checking it twice, gonna find out who's naughty and nice. Santa Claus is coming to town. He sees you when you're sleeping, he knows when you're away. He knows if you've been bad or good, so be good for goodness sake. Oh, you better watch out. You better not cry, better not pout, I'm telling you why. Santa Claus is coming to town. He'll be riding with his reindeer in a great big open sleigh, with a great big bag of presents, ready to give them all away. He sees you when you're sleeping, he knows when you're awake. He knows if you've been bad or good, so be good for goodness sake. Oh, you better watch out, you better not cry, better not pout, I'm telling you why. Santa Claus is coming to town.
There, that's the last ornament. Hey, gee. Looks pretty good, too. Now, if Santa only shows up...
Phil, I was just upstairs with the children. Oh, honey, the tree looks beautiful.
Yeah, ain't it? Hey, Alice, how are the kids? Are they impatient?
Oh, they'll be all right.
Hello. Merry Christmas, everybody.
Oh, Merry Christmas, Frankie.
Oh, Merry Christmas. Hey, Frankie. What do you got there?
Milk and cookies for Santa Claus. I put them on the mantle for him every year.
Milk and cookies?
Yeah. I just put them here over the fireplace. Hey, where are the kids?
Oh, they're upstairs waiting for Santa.
Yeah, and I'm waiting for him, too. When's the guy going to show up? It's after 10 already.
I'll be patient, Curly. He's got a long trip from the North Pole. Besides, his reindeer ain't as young as they used to be.
Oh, keep quiet, will you? I'm paying the guy $10. You'd think he'd get here on time.
This subterfuge is also unnecessary.
Uh-oh, there it is. I bet that's Santa Claus now. I'll let him in.
I'll go with you, honey.
Okay. Well, Merry Christmas, Santa Claus. Hello, Santa Claus. Oh, Merry Christmas, and where's my $10?
Come on in, Jack.
Hey, Jackson, what are you doing here? Well, Don Wilson happened to mention that you were in the market for Santa Claus and you were paying $10. So I thought that
Jackson, since when do you have to go around playing Santa Claus for money?
Phil, please, I'm not doing it just for the money. There are other reasons. I mean, I'm doing it because, well, there's, not to mention... Oh, I could go on naming reasons like that all... Oh, hello, Frankie. Merry Christmas.
Oh, Merry Christmas me, you imposter, you. A fine-looking Santa Claus.
I think I look charming.
Charming, he said. Where'd you get that messy red suit? It's got spots all over it.
I rented it. The Santa Claus had it last year was a sloppy eater. Phil, how do you think I look?
Like a bloodshot leopard.
I think you look ridiculous. Get a load of that white beard. Where'd you rent that moth-eaten thing?
Oh, that I didn't rent. I was playing gin rummy with Monty Woolley, and I won it. Of course, if you people don't like me as Santa Claus...
Oh, pay no attention to these two, Jack. I think you make a wonderful Santa Claus, and you're worth what we're paying you. Phil, give Jack the $10.
Okay. Here you are, Jackson.
Thanks.
Little Phyllis will get a kick out of this. I'll go call Little Phyllis, and Jack, try to convince her you're really Santa Claus, huh?
Little Phyllis? Phil, I thought I was doing this for your benefit. I mean, if it's for Little Phyllis, I wouldn't think of taking money.
No, it's okay, Jackson. A deal's a deal.
Phil, please don't embarrass me.
But Jackson...
Look, it's for the kid. I wouldn't think of taking the $10.
Well, if you insist...
$7.50 is plenty. What kind of a heel do you think I am? Now, Phil...
It's mighty sweet of you, Jackson, to play Santa Claus for my two kids.
Two kids? See, $7.50 each. Nah, I can't take it. I can't take any money at all for this. Tell you what, Phil, if you wanna, you can buy me a little something for Christmas.
Like what?
Anything that Alice can afford. I don't care.
Okay, but now look, Jackson, it's up to you to make the kids think that you're Santa.
This impersonation is preposterous. Santa Claus won't like this. Besides, you'll never be able to fool the kids.
Oh, I don't know.
Well, wait a minute now, Jackson. It'd be awful if you don't. If there was only some kid we could try it out on just to see if we can't...
Hey, where are you? I brought something for you.
Uh-oh, that's Julius. Hey, everybody, that's Julius. That's just the kid we need. Come on in here, Julius. Right in here. We're in here. Now, look, if you can fool him, Jackson, you can fool any kid.
Don't worry, Phil. I'll just sit in this chair and you watch his reaction when he sees me.
Okay, Dad. I certainly hope...
Mr. Harris, I can... Hey, Mr. Harris, don't you feel a little chilly?
No, why?
You left your red flannels lying on the chair.
I'm not red flannel. Don't you recognize me, Sonny?
You look familiar.
Well, I'll give you a hint. I'm that jolly old man with the white beard.
Well, if it ain't Gabby Hayes.
Julius, he ain't Gabby Hayes. What's the matter with you? Don't you recognize Santa Claus when you see him?
This is Santa Claus?
That's right, son. I'm old St. Nick, Gabby Nick.
Do this to us little kids. In the name of juvenile humanity, I protest this flagrant disregard.
Oh, shut up! Now sit in my lap and tell me what you want for Christmas, or I'll break every bone in your precious little body.
Gabby Hayes.
Get away from me, you imposter, you! You're nothing but a fake.
I am not.
Oh, no? What would I find if I lifted up that white wig?
A brown one.
I thought so. Wait till I see the real Santa tonight. He ain't gonna like it when I tell him he's being impersonated by some bald-headed schnook.
you're the cute little child. He has all the charm of live bait. I told you you can't fool kids. Oh, kids. You can't class him as a kid. He's a wise guy. Besides, he's older than my kids, and when the girls come down, they won't know the difference. Jackson looks old enough to be...
Come on, children. He's right in here. Well, there he is.
Gee, Santa Claus. Hello, Santa.
Ho, ho, ho. Merry Christmas and hello again. This is Santa Claus talking. Come here, children, and tell me how you like old Santa.
We like you fine, Santa. You're just like we pictured you. Yes, but, Santa...
What is it, my child?
You look awfully old.
Ho, ho, ho. I am, little girl. After all, I'm Santa Claus, and I lived for hundreds and hundreds of years.
How old are you?
39. Well, old Santa has to be going now. Here are your toys, girls.
Thank you, Santa. Yeah, thanks.
Well, I'll be seeing you next year. Merry Christmas to all, and to all a good night. Up Dancer, up Prancer, up Donner and Blitzen. Ho, ho, ho! And away!
The big ham.
Well, children, what did you think of Santa Claus?
I liked him, but I was a little disappointed.
Why?
I expected him to take out his violin and play Lovin' Blue.
You mean you kids knew it was Mr. Benny?
Sure. But we didn't want to say anything and hurt his feelings. Daddy, when is the real Santa coming?
Well, you see, honey, he'll be here soon, kid. Oh, thank you. Look, kids, he may get here too late. So I'll tell you what. I'll tell you a Christmas story, and then you run off to bed, huh?
Well, all right, Daddy. But we wanted so much to see him.
I know you did, and maybe you'll see him next year. Now, look, sit on my lap, and I'll tell you a beautiful Christmas story. You ready? It was the night before Christmas, and all through the house, not a creature was stirring, not even a mouse. The stockings were hung by the chimney with care, in hopes that St. Nicholas soon would... I thought I heard sleigh bells. No. The children were nestled all snug in their beds, while visions of sugar plums danced through their heads. Alice, what are those bells? What's that? Quiet, Shirley.
Look in the fireplace. It's Santa Claus. The real one.
But Merry Christmas, Santa.
Frankie, who are you talking to? I don't see anybody.
The kids do. Look at them.
Gee, Santa, we knew you'd come. You couldn't fool us with any make-believe Santa Claus. We were waiting just for you. Oh, sure, we've been very good girls. Oh, what a lovely dollhouse. Thank you. And all these things are for me. Can I open them now? All right, Santa, we'll wait till morning. Thank you very much. And a Merry Christmas to you, too, Santa. Of course, we'll tell them. Merry Christmas, and goodbye, Santa Claus.
I told you you'd show up, Colonel. But Frankie, I don't get it. I heard it, but I didn't see him. Of course you did. He sure is a nice-looking old gent.
Alice, Did you see him?
I'm not sure, Phil. I almost thought I saw him standing by the fireplace.
But Alice, how could it be? If he was standing there by...
Phil, what are you staring at?
The mantel. Alice. And milk. And cookies. They're gone. The first Noel, the angels did
Phil and Alice will be back in just a moment. But now, here's your Rexall family druggist speaking as another stand-in for Santa Claus.
Yes, friends, there are 10,000 such stand-ins for Santa this week. 10,000 independent Rexall druggists who are ready, willing, and able to take the rush and worry out of your last-minute Christmas shopping. You see, we've seen to it that our stores are filled with beautiful, distinctive, sure-to-please gifts. For the home, for the children, for the entire family. Gifts it's a pleasure to choose, economical to buy. So look for the store with the orange and blue Rexall sign in the window. This week, it's headquarters for quick, easy, last-minute Christmas shopping.
Merry Christmas to all from Rexall.
Phyllis, Alice. Look, children, Santa said something to you, and you said, yes, we'll tell him. What did he say?
He told us to be sure and wish you and Mommy a Merry Christmas.
Now, wasn't that sweet of him? Now, girls, you're all tucked in. You've seen Santa, and you have you want. So go right to sleep. Good night.
Good night.
Good night, babies.
Daddy.
Yes, dear?
Can I have a drink of water?
Go to sleep. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Phil Harris. The Rexall Drug Company, Alice and I, and our entire cast want to thank you so much for listening to our show and wish you the best Christmas you've ever had.
Merry Christmas, folks.
And our grateful thanks to our pal, Jack Benny, for being with us. Thank you, Jackson. Good night,
Christmas
everybody.
seals you buy once a year will help protect you from tuberculosis all the year. Use Christmas seals generously. This is Bill Foreman wishing good health to all from Rexall.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
The Mutual Broadcasting System, in cooperation with Family Theater Incorporated, presents Substitute Santa, starring Frank McHugh and James Burke. Ray Milland is your host.
More things are wrought by prayer than this world dreams of. Our happiness so often comes from little things, the simple deeds, the daily thoughtful acts of kindness, the words of encouragement we can and should give to one another. These things mean so much, especially at home, where appreciation and gratitude may often be forgotten because it is home, and we just take for granted the kindness and encouragement that is given. It's sad to see a home where words of thanks are forgotten, or where there's distrust and constant quarreling, because home was meant to be the happiest place in the world. And it can be with God's help. And in a home where there is the daily practice of family prayer, the daily expression of thanks to God, there is always a new appreciation of members of a family for one another, a new spirit of thankfulness and happiness.
We will hear from Ray Milland later in the program. Now, Family Theater presents Substitute Santa, starring Frank McHugh with James Burke.
Featherstone's department store. Yes, madam. All complaints on purchases made must be made in person. Sorry. Featherstone's department store. Yes, we deliver in your suburb, right up to Christmas Eve. You're welcome. Featherstone's department store. Yes, sir, that's right. The 1 millionth person entering our Toyland will receive as a Christmas present any article on sale in our store. Yes. Yes, sir. A mink coat, a diamond ring, anything. Well, most any day now. You're welcome. Featherstone's department... Oh, Mr. Featherstone? Yes. Mr. Potter, to your office immediately? Yes, sir. I'll start paging him right now. You're welcome. Mr. Archibald Potter, report to Mr. Featherstone's office.
Now what does old Featherstone want? Grigsby, if they ever want you to be the manager of this store, walk. Do not run to the nearest exit.
Don't worry, Mr. Potter. I'm not after your job. I have trouble enough right here in the toy department.
You have troubles. Oh, I'll match troubles with you any day, Grigsby.
Oh, Mr. Grigsby. Mr. Grigsby.
Yes, Miss Lee?
Santa Claus is ill.
He's what?
He's indisposed. He's not feeling well. Santa Claus has a tummy ache.
Oh, no. No. He can't do this to me.
Mr. Archibald Potter, report to Mr. Featherstone's office right away.
There's Featherstone again.
Mr. Potter, if Santa Claus...
Grigsby, that's one of your troubles. I have troubles of my own. Chin up. Got it all?
Mr. Potter, report immediately to Mr. Featherstone's office. It is urgent.
I'm coming, FW. I'm coming. If nothing else happens, I'll... I'm sorry. I'm awfully sorry. I beg your pardon. Did I hurt you?
No, I'm all right, really.
Well, that's my fault. It really is. I should have watched where I was going.
I wasn't watching either.
Wait, I'll pick up your packages. I hope I didn't break anything.
No, there's nothing fragile in any of them. Just a few trinkets. Some of the things that we don't have in England.
Oh, you're from England. Here, here. I think that's all your packages.
Thank you.
Well, you're from England. Well, what do you know? Well, we import a great many things from your country. I'm Archie Potter. I'm the manager of Featherstone.
Oh, how interesting.
So, you see, I shouldn't go around bumping into people. you said that your name was,
Mr. Potter, please report immediately to Mr. Featherstone's office, please.
Oh, there it goes again. All right. Oh, look, you're coming into the store again, aren't you?
Yes, I'll be here every day until I find what I'm looking for.
Oh, that's wonderful. Well, I'll be seeing you then. Well, I've got to run now. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Mr. Potter. Goodbye.
She's beautiful. She's lovely. She's gorgeous. She's exquisite.
Who's that?
Archie Potter.
Come in.
Oh, yes, sir. Did you want to see me, Mr. Featherstone?
Yes, for the last half hour.
I've been having a little trouble downstairs.
You're having trouble. Come up and match troubles with me sometime. Look here, Potter. You're the one who talked me into giving a Christmas present to the millionth visitor to Toyland.
Yes, F.W. I'm proud to say that was my idea.
Well, I've been thinking it over, and I don't like it.
But, F.W., you okayed it.
I know I did, but it's going to cost us too much money. His choice of anything in the store. What's the most expensive article we sell?
Let me see. Probably that mink coat in the fur department. It sells for an even $4,000.
$4,000. Suppose the lucky person is a woman. Suppose she picks that mink coat.
Then we'll give it to her.
We'll give it to her, just like that.
Look, F.W., we've already got more than $4,000 worth of advertising out of this. Newspapers all over the country have played it up. And all the newspapers in town will send reporters and cameramen to cover it.
That's all well and good, but just the same...
And we've sold more than $4,000 worth of merchandise on account of it. In the toy department alone, our sales are up at least $30,000.
Well, that's encouraging. But I still hope she doesn't pick the mink coat.
F.W., haven't you any Christmas spirit?
Why should I? Nobody ever gave me anything. I've worked hard for every penny I've made. I've never found a Santa Claus to...
Oh, speaking of Santa Claus, that reminds me. May I use your telephone?
Go ahead.
Miss Carter, this is Potter speaking. Will you connect me with the toy department? Thank you.
What's the matter now?
Santa Claus isn't feeling well.
He hasn't got anything on the way I feel.
Oh, hello. This is Potter. May I speak to Mr. Grigsby? Oh, hello. Hello, Grigsby. He is? Is that so? Oh, yes, do that. I'll be down in just a few minutes.
What's wrong?
Santa Claus, just taken to the hospital. It looks like appendicitis.
Well, that's a fine thing. Now what are we going to do?
Oh, it's already been done, F.W. Grigsby, that nice-looking young chap in the toy department, he's offered to substitute for Santa. He's putting on Santa's outfit now.
Grigsby, eh? Will he want anything extra for it?
Well, it wouldn't hurt to give him a little extra.
Look here, Potter, you're mighty free with other people's money.
Well, I better go down and help Grigsby. Oh, that 7th floor is a madhouse. Everything's been happening down here today.
Why doesn't something good ever happen here?
Well, it does. Just this morning, I bumped into... Oh, F.W., she's gorgeous. She is the most beautiful...
What are you talking about?
She makes you think of white rose petals on black velvet. And she walks like a spring breeze in a field of daffodils.
Who?
Well, the young lady I bumped into. And as dainty as a Dresden china doll.
I hope you didn't break her.
Oh, no, I didn't. I just came around a corner, and there she was. And then she came around a corner, and there I was. And we sort of collided. F.W., do you believe in love at first sight?
Potter, stop making daisy chains out of my paper clips.
Oh, I'm sorry. Excuse me, I'm sorry. And she's about 5'2".
Eyes of blue.
No, they're more like an amethyst.
And she walks like a spring breeze in a field of daffodils.
Oh, then you've seen her.
No, I haven't seen her. I'm quoting you. Potter, just how does a spring breeze walk in a field of daffodils? Go ahead, show me.
Well...
Oh, she knocks over ashtrays, too, eh?
Well, I'm sorry. I'm sure I didn't see it.
You'd better get out of here. Your spring breeze is too much like a tornado.
All right, F.W. I'll be back later. She does walk like a spring breeze.
Get out of here.
Grigsby, I see you're doubling in whiskers.
Yes, Mr. Potter. Somebody had to take Santa Claus's place, and I like kids, so I volunteered.
Good for you. But can you laugh like Santa Claus? You know, Santa has a deep, hearty laugh. Can you give us that?
I don't know. I have a lot of worries on my mind, but I'll try. How's this? Ho, 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 ho.
Oh, Grigsby, you can do better than that. Look, for a good, hearty laugh, I'll get you an extra $50.
Well, that's different. Oh, ho, ho, ho,
good, you got it. Now, you go out there and climb into Santa's sleigh and go to town.
Yes, sir. Oh, ho, ho,
attaboy, attaboy. Well, that's settled. I wonder if I'll see her again today. She said she'd be coming back.
Oh, look, Jackie, here's Mr. Potter. Good afternoon, Mr. Potter, sir.
Well, Mrs. Jones and Jackie, too. Hi, Jackie.
Say hello to Mr. Potter.
Well, Mr. Potter.
Mr. Potter's the manager of this store.
Oh, he works here, too, huh?
Yes, Jackie. I work here just like your mother does. She cleans at night with a mop and a scrubbing brush, and I spend the day trying to keep it clean. Confidentially, hers is a better job.
I think so, too.
Jackie. Mr. Potter, I brought Jackie down to see Santa Claus.
Oh, yes? Well, Jackie, there he is, way over there at the other end of Toyland.
Oh, yeah. I see him now. He doesn't look as fat as he did last year.
Well, Santa has worried a lot lately. Some of his little girls and boys haven't been so good.
Oh, I've been a good boy.
Yes, Jackie's been a very good boy, Mr. Potter. Oh, wouldn't it be wonderful if he were the millionth person to enter Toyland?
It certainly would. Jackie, if you could have anything you wanted in the whole store, what would you pick?
A cowboy suit.
Well, for F.W.'s sake, let's hope you're the one.
By the way, Mr. Potter, what's happened to the window display we always have at Christmas time?
Which one, Mrs. Jones?
The one that shows the Christ child in the manger, and the bright star and the wise men.
Oh, you mean the nativity scene?
Mm-hmm.
Well, don't we have that one this year?
No, we don't, sir.
Well, now that you mention it, I don't remember seeing it. Why, that window was traditional at Featherstone's. Oh, the window trimmers will hear about this.
Oh, maybe I shouldn't have mentioned it.
I'm glad you did, Mrs. Jones. I'll have that window set up tonight.
Oh, that'll be fine. It's such a beautiful scene.
Hey, Mom, come on.
Oh, all right, Jackie. He's getting impatient, so I guess I'd better go.
I'll see you tonight, Mrs. Jones. You too, Jackie. Let's see her. She might be down on the 4th floor in the dress department. They don't have dresses like that in England. Yes. I think I'll get down there. Oh, there he goes again. All right, F.W. A head as light as a feather and a heart as hard as a stone. That's Featherstone.
Well?
Everything's under control, F.W. Grigsby makes a fine substitute Santa. He's laughing his head off.
What's he so happy about?
I promised him an extra $50.
Oh, stop giving away my money.
Grigsby deserves it, F.W.
Well, maybe he is helping business. Oh, all right, give it to him. That reminds me. When will the millionth person enter Toyland?
Well, at the rate they're coming in, it ought to happen about noon tomorrow. We'd like to have you there, F.W.
I'll be there. I want to kiss that $4,000 mink coat goodbye. Of course, not many people know that we have a $4,000 mink coat here, do they?
Oh, yes. It's in the front window.
What?
Yes. It's been there all week.
Oh, why did I ever own a department store?
And speaking of windows, do you know that somebody forgot to set up our nativity window? You know, window number 12.
I hate to pull out that merchandise display for something that doesn't bring us any business. After all, it's Christmas.
Listen, F.W. That star-spangled Christmas tree you have in the main lobby, that's not Christmas. Even the 7th floor Toyland with Santa Claus, that's not Christmas. But that little scene in Bethlehem, that's Christmas. The real Christmas.
Potter, there isn't a window trimmer at this late date to start.
I'll fix it myself tonight. And all by myself if I have to.
Someday you're going to turn the wrong corner. Potter, have you seen your spring breeze blowing around anymore?
No, I haven't, F.W., but I'm hoping. Oh, she has a voice like music in the moonlight. And her eyes, they're so deep, you could fall right in and drown.
Potter, don't let this infatuation run away with you. Remember, your first love is Featherstone's department store.
F.W., I have enough troubles without reminding me of that.
Oh, Mr. Potter, that window's going to be beautiful. I didn't know you could trim windows, too.
Well, Mrs. Jones, to tell you the truth, I didn't know I could either. But a subject like the Nativity, it's inspiration.
Oh, it's just like a beautiful picture. The manger and the little Christ child and the bright star.
I wonder if Jackie succeeded in finding some straw. Then we'll be finished.
Mr. Potter, don't you think that Mary, the mother, should be closer to the manger, sort of bending over like?
Well, Mrs. Jones, you're right. I'll fix that.
Here's some straw, Mr. Potter. I found some in a box.
Oh, thank you, Jackie. That's just the right kind of straw. Miss Jones, I'm afraid we're making a mess for you to clean up.
Oh, my land, Mr. Potter. That's what I'm here for. See, Jackie, he's putting the straw in the manger around the little Christ child.
Yes, Jackie. This shows you what happened many, many years ago in a little town called Bethlehem.
Was he a real baby?
Oh, yes, indeed, Jackie. This is one Christmas story that's real and true.
That's what I was talking to Jackie about this afternoon, Mr. Potter.
Yes, Christmas is the birthday of the infant Jesus.
That's the real meaning of Christmas, Jackie. Mrs. Jones, You're a very devout person.
And why shouldn't I be? I'm on my knees the whole night through. And I try to pray just as sincerely with a scrubbing brush in my hand as I do with my prayer book.
Mr. Porter, when I brought the straw in, I noticed something. There's a man in one of the show windows.
A man? Well, we don't have any window trimmers working tonight.
Well, there's a man in one of them.
Which one?
That big window down there.
Why, that's where the furs are. Why, there's no $4,000. You wait here, Jackie. I'm going to go and take a look.
And I'll go with you, sir. And I'll take my mop along just in case.
Yes, all right. Come on. But everybody now, be careful. Now, I cannot imagine how a man got in. Unless he hid in the store.
Maybe that's what he did. We'll soon find out.
Shh. This is the window. Yes. The door into the window is open.
Now you chase him out, and I'll swat him with the mop.
All right. Get ready. What's going on in here?
Oh, hello, Potter.
Why, hello, Mr. Featherstone. It's you.
Well, who did you expect? Miss Hush?
It's all right, Miss Jones. It's the old man. It's Mr. Featherstone himself.
No, sure. And I was all ready to knock somebody for a home run.
F.W., what are you doing in the fur window?
I was looking at this $4,000 mink. Is that it?
That's it.
It doesn't look so wonderful. Why, here's one for $325 that looks so much like it you can hardly tell the difference.
Well, the cheaper one is a copy of it. An imitation mink. It's a good imitation. And it's a good coat. But it's not the real thing.
I see. Well, you don't have to put a spotlight on this $4,000 one. It's too conspicuous. That's the first thing somebody's going to think of when he has choice of anything in the store.
Well, we're trying to sell the coat before that happens, F.W. That's the only $4,000 coat we have. If we can sell it, then we wouldn't have to give it away.
I never thought of that. Put 2 spotlights on it.
Okay, F.W.
Say, Mom, is that old man Featherstone?
Hush, Jackie. Yes, this is the man who owns the store.
Who's this?
This is Mrs. Jones of the cleaning department.
And this is my boy, Jackie.
My mother says you're a fine man.
Well, she does, eh?
She says you give a lot of work to a lot of people.
Yes, I guess I do.
But she says you're a lonely old codger, too.
Jackie! Never mind him, Mr. Featherstone.
The boy is right, Mrs. Jones. I am a lonely old codger.
Mom, why don't we invite Mr. Featherstone over to our house for Christmas dinner?
Oh, no, Jackie. Mr. Featherstone already has a place to eat Christmas dinner.
Yes, of course. I always eat Christmas dinner at my club. But thank you just the same.
Come on, Jackie. We mustn't bother Mr. Featherstone. And besides that, I've got the main lobby to scrub.
Bye, Mr. Featherstone.
Goodbye, Jackie. Mrs. Jones. Christmas dinner, eh? Do you suppose the boy meant it?
I'm sure he meant it.
They'd enjoy having me?
Why, certainly they would. They're real people. You're not a millionaire to them. You're just
a lonely old codger. Well, Potter, you might as well get back to your Christmas window. I saw it from outside. It's mighty nice.
Wow. Well, thanks. All right, F.W., I'll go back and finish it.
Do that. A $4,000 mink coat and a $325 coat that looks just like it. Now, if somebody accidentally switched the price tags on those 2 coats just for one day, who would know the difference? Then, if somebody picks the $4,000 one, it would only cost us $325. Why not? Oh, Featherstone, that's what's wrong with you. You're always thinking about money. That's why you're a lonely old codger.
Kindly step back, folks. Let the people get into Toyland. Don't crowd, please. Don't crowd. Remember, there are children here.
Potter, are we getting near the finish?
Oh, there you are, F.W. I was afraid you'd miss it. One at a time, please. Go through the turnstile in single file. Yes, we're counting the last 100. It'll happen any minute now.
Good. I'll be glad to get it over with.
Oh, yes. It's been great, F.W. Oh, look. Look, there she is.
Who? What are you talking about?
That's her. That's the girl who,
Oh, you mean the spring breeze. Say, she's all right.
FW, she's getting in line. She's coming into Toyland. Oh, if she could only be the 1 millionth person.
Potter, that sort of thing only happens in books.
Well, she's 1 in a million, of course, if she could only be the one in this million. Miss Hunter, what's the count?
75.
75, 76, 77, 70. It could be. 99, 80. She's getting closer. 81, 82.
83, she'll never make it. 84, 85.
86, it's going to be close. 7, 88. She's 89.
90, 91. You'll know how to pick 'em. 92, 93. She's not bad. 94.
95. Oh, I'm afraid. 96, 97. I'll never be the same again. 98, 99. 1 million. She made it! Ma'am, you are it.
I don't understand. What's all this about?
Well, haven't you read her advertisements? You're the 1 millionth person entering our Toyland.
Oh, dear.
And now I can find out your name.
I'm Margaret Allen.
Mrs. or Miss, I
Miss.
hope. That's wonderful. And you're from
Liverpool.
That's marvelous. Ladies and gentlemen, I have the happy pleasure to announce that the 1 millionth person entering Toyland is Miss Margaret Allen of Liverpool, England. Cameraman from the papers are here, Miss Allen. Will you pose for a picture, please?
Yes, I'm so bewildered by all this sudden attention. I'd
Hold on, Potter. I want you in this picture, too. After all, I'm only the owner of the stall.
Oh, yes. Excuse me, Miss Allen. This is F.W. Featherstone himself.
I'm very pleased to meet you, Mr. Featherstone.
How do you do, young lady? Now, you fellows with the cameras, be sure you get all 3 of us in.
Hold it now. There. Thanks, fellas, thanks.
Now, young lady, what do you want for Christmas?
I don't understand.
Well, it's like this, Miss Allen. For being the 1 millionth person to enter Toyland, you get your choice of any article on sale in the store.
Oh, goodness, you mean any article I want?
Yes, anything from a stick of gum to a $4,000 mink coat.
Yes, anything you want.
I know what I want. I don't know whether I'll ever be able to use it, but this is what I want. A wedding gown.
A wedding gown?
You shall have the best wedding gown in the store. Better than that, I'll include a complete wedding trousseau.
Oh, Mr. Featherstone, I don't know how to thank you.
Well, wait. What I would like to know is, who is the lucky man?
Well, I don't know.
You don't know?
You see, in England during the war, I met an American soldier. I fell in love with him. We planned to be married on Christmas Day, but he was called away from England.
Oh, that was a tough break.
While he was gone, my home in Liverpool was struck by a bomb. Oh, I spent months and months in the hospital, and when I got out, I was well physically, but I couldn't remember anything.
Amnesia?
Well, that's what they called it. I couldn't even remember the name of my sweetheart. I'm sure if I see him, I'll know him and it'll all come back.
But how did you happen to come in here to Featherstone?
Well, I found a letter in my belongings. It was just signed Joe, but I'm sure it was from him. And he said in his letter that when the war was over, he'd go back to his old job at Featherstone.
We have a lot of returned soldiers here. Half of them are named Joe.
I started coming here yesterday. I intended to go to every department of the store and see if I could find him.
Well, if he's in the store, we'll find him for you.
Miss Allen, I'm from the Daily Gazette. Would you mind posing with Santa Claus while we take a picture?
That's a good idea. You know, Potter, giving this Christmas present and making this young lady so happy has made me feel good, too.
That's the fun you've been missing, F.W. Come on, Miss Allen. Santa Claus over here.
Oh, and what do you want, little man?
Here you are. Here's Santa Claus, Miss Allen. Climb right into the sleigh with him. Come on, F.W. You get in, too. You've been kind of a Santa Claus to her.
Margaret. It's Margaret. Margaret Allen.
Grigsby, do you know this girl?
Know her? I hunted all over England for her.
Grigsby! Joe Grigsby, it's you! Oh, Joe!
Margaret!
Why, Potter, I thought you...
Oh, my dream girl. And what happens? She marries Santa Claus. And a substitute Santa at that.
Substitute Santa starred Frank McHugh as Mr. Potter, with James Burke as Mr. Featherstone. Now, here is your Family Theater host for tonight, Ray Moran.
This is the age of invention, the day of scientific discovery. There are discoveries in atomic power and supersonics. There are inventions for super planes, super bridges, super buildings, and millions of other inventions that find their way to farms, factories, and homes. No one questions the progress made in things scientific and intellectual. But what about the simple art of living together? And the simplest art, because it's so fundamental, the art of living together as a family. In a land of freedom, each man's home is his castle. A home isn't only built of stone or bricks or walls or roof. It's built with the spirit of a boy and girl who pledge their unchanging love in the sacred bond of marriage. And where there is God's blessing in the daily practice of family prayer in the home, it is in truth an unchanging love, because the family that prays together stays together. Before saying good night, I'd like to thank Frank McHugh and James Burke for their performances this evening. Our thanks to Harry Lawrence for writing tonight's play and to Max Terr for his music. This production of Family Theater Incorporated was directed by David Young. Others who appeared in tonight's play were Una Mordeched, Margie List, Joe Graham, Bob Rockwell, Gwen Delano, Phil Bernard, and Bob Young. Next week, our Family Theater stars will be Johnny Johnston and Catherine Grayson in A Rose by Any Other Name. And your host will be Don Amici. This is Ray Milland saying good night and God bless you.
This series of the Family Theater broadcasts is made possible by the thousands of you who felt the need for this kind of program, by the Mutual Broadcasting System, which has responded to this need, and by a friend of the New York Foundling Hospital, which cares for homeless and motherless babies without distinction of race, creed, or color. Be with us next week at the same time when our Family Theater stars will be Johnny Johnston and Catherine Grayson, with Don Amici as host. Tony Lafrano speaking. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Well, hello. Come right in. Oh, George, we've got company.
This is Phil Goodwin speaking for Lever Brothers, makers of Swan, the new white floating soap that's pure as fine Castiles. Well, it's Tuesday night again, time for another pleasant visit with George Burns and Gracie Allen. Our guests, the MGM star Charles Lawton and his charming wife Elsa Lanchester, Jimmy Cash and Felix Mills and his orchestra. And now meet the people who live in the Burns house, George and Gracie.
Gee, that's a swell-looking Christmas tree you got, Gracie.
Oh, isn't it handsome? I picked this tree for sentimental reasons.
You did?
Yes. You see how it's little at the top and spreads out at the bottom?
What's sentimental about it?
It reminds me of you.
Thanks, dear.
Oh, won't it be wonderful, darling, spending another Christmas together?
You bet.
And this year it's got to be a real white one.
A white Christmas?
Yes.
Gracie, it never snows in Hollywood.
Oh, I didn't mean that. But remember the sheets we sent to the laundry 6 months ago?
Oh, they're back.
Yes.
We'll have a white Christmas and a starchy New Year, yeah.
Oh, remember our first Christmas, George? You were dating me then.
Sure, I remember.
You kissed me under the mistletoe. My, you were a fiery lover.
I was?
Yeah. Oh, look, we're under the mistletoe now. How about a kiss?
Oh, Gracie.
Oh, come on. I want to see if your kisses are still fiery.
Okay. Well?
I guess they're not making mistletoe like they used to.
Well, come on, we better get busy and trim the tree.
All right, and then we'll go to the pageant rehearsal.
Pageant rehearsal?
Oh, I forgot to tell you. Nigel Bolingbroke is staging a Christmas pageant. I'm the Snow Queen, and you're going to be Santa Claus.
Look, I'm not going to be Santa Claus for that broken-down pool room bum.
But, George, it's a wonderful part. You come down the chimney and put presents in the bottles that are hanging by the fireplace.
Wait a minute. Bottles hanging by the fireplace?
Yeah, liquid stockings.
I see.
You'll be such a cute little Santa Claus with a pillow stuffed in your coat and a long...
Gracie, I'm not going to be in the pageant.
Well, you're very silly, dear. A talent scout might see you. Why, Lana Turner was discovered just sipping a soda in a drugstore.
Well, maybe Lana Turner had more to offer than I would as Santa Claus.
Oh, I don't know. With a pillow in front of you, you'd have...
Never mind.
Come in.
Greetings, good people. 'Tis I, Bolingbroke.
Oh, hello, Maestro. I was just telling George that we want him to play Santa Claus in our pageant.
Yes, and I turned it down, Cue Ball.
Well, you can't be serious, Burns. What a pageant it will be. The very thought of the first scene warms my heart. As the curtain rises, the stage is crowded with little children. Little tots too young to have an agent, all working for nothing.
Yes, that would warm your heart.
And then, tally-ho! Out upon the stage comes jolly old St. Nick in his sleigh.
Drawn by his faithful reindeer, Dunder and Blitzen, Dancer and Prancer, Comet and Garrett Lydecker.
Comet and Garrett Lydecker?
It's an actor friend of mine. Though reduced to playing a reindeer, he insists upon full billing.
Look, I don't want to have anything to do with this broken-down pageant.
Apparently, Mrs. Burns, we must seek elsewhere for a Santa.
Oh, I've got it. The perfect Santa Claus. Charles Lawton.
Oh, stop.
Well, he's already got a big bundle. All he has to do is move it around to the back.
Gracie, you'll never get a man like Charles Lawton to be in the silly pageant.
Hi, folks. Am I interrupting anything?
Not a thing, Bill.
Well, friend Goodwin, I'm so happy to see you. Your arrival is most opportune.
Will $50 be enough?
Don't be crude, my dear fella. I merely wish to proffer you the role of Santa Claus in our Christmas pageant.
Oh, well, you're too late, Cue Ball. I'm taking Santa's place at the department store Toyland this week.
Oh, really, Bill?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'll bet it's fun giving the kiddies presents.
Oh, it is, Gracie. You ought to see their little faces light up when they unwrap them and say, "Ooh, look, Sandy gave me a great big bar of Swan."
That's the present.
Well, sure, George. Swan, the new white floating soap, is a present for the whole family because it's 4 soaps in one. The soap for your hands and face, a wonderful soap for bathing the baby, and perfect for dishes and light laundry. 4 swell soaps in one, a great wartime buy.
Well, Bill, what if a little girl asks for a doll?
Oh, Bill has a special bar of Swan that says Mama when you break it in two.
Well, the little girls like to climb up on my lap and have me tell them how to wash the dishes with Swan. I tell them about those long-lasting Swan suds, and I tell them that Swan is so mild and gentle they don't have to worry about rough dishpanny hands.
They like that, huh?
Oh, sure, fascinates them. Why, yesterday a little girl named Nancy sat in my lap for a half hour.
Well, is she big enough to wash the dishes?
Well, I think so. She's 22.
Well, if Bill won't be our Santa Claus, I better get in touch with Mr. Lawton right away.
Oh, now, Gracie, surely you're not serious about this. Surely you wouldn't bother a great actor like Charles Lawton with the silly pageant? I know I can trust you.
Mama's little dreamer.
Gracie, I want you to promise me that you won't ask him.
Well...
Go on, promise.
All right, I promise.
Good. Now behave yourself while I go down to the cigar store.
Well, I'd better start for Mr. Lawton's house.
Well, Gracie, you just promised George.
I promised I wouldn't ask Mr. Lawton to be Santa Claus.
Yes?
But I didn't promise I wouldn't ask his wife to ask him.
Oh, you're going to talk to Mrs. Lawton, Elsa Lanchester.
Sure. The way to a man's heart is through his wife.
I thought it was through his stomach.
Well, in Mr. Lawton's case, there's a shorter way.
Why, Gracie.
Hello, Elsa.
Come in, dear. It's been ages since I've seen you.
Yes, I guess the last time was at Maggie Ettinger's party.
That's right. Charming affair, wasn't it?
Oh, delightful. She's such a wonderful hostess. Of course, the sandwiches were terribly small.
True, and the cocktails were rather poisonous.
And the flowers on the table were all droopy.
Most of the guests were droopy, too.
Yeah, and Maggie had on the same dress she's worn at the last 3 parties.
The last 4? But it really was a charming party.
Oh, delightful. Well, I better get down to business, Elsa. Do you think Charles would like to play Santa Claus in a Christmas pageant?
Santa Claus?
Yes. It would be a nice change from his movie work, and I know how tiring that can be.
What do you mean?
Well, George and I saw him in a picture not long ago, and I remember saying, George, Charles must be working too hard. He doesn't look well.
What picture was that?
The Hunchback of Notre Dame.
Yes, he did look a bit seedy in that one.
But he'd look fine as Santa Claus.
Why don't you have George play the part?
Well, I asked him to, but he wouldn't do it.
You mean he refused?
Uh-huh.
But that's ridiculous. It's absurd. After all, he's only a husband.
Well, doesn't Charles ever refuse?
I should say not. He wouldn't dare. Gracie, does George wear the pants in your house?
Well, not so much in the house, but always when he goes out.
I mean, is he boss?
Oh, sure.
You've obviously let him get out of hand. Can't you control him at all?
Well, George was pretty well under control the first few years we were married, but then my mother left.
But, Gracie, the wife must be boss. For example, Charles serves me breakfast in bed. Does George do that?
Oh, no. He makes me come down to the table before he serves mine.
What about closing the windows and turning the heat on in the morning?
Oh, well, I've been doing that recently. It's icy cold in the room when we wake up.
All the more reason why you should make George do it.
Oh, I don't have the heart, Elsa. He lies there and looks at me so pathetically with those two big blue lips.
You're too soft, Gracie. Be like me. Keep Charles under your thumb.
My.
I lay down the law and he obeys it.
Gee.
I crack the whip and he jumps.
Really?
Absolutely. And to prove it, I promise you that Charles will play Santa Claus because I'll order him to play it.
Oh, you're sweet. So full of the real Christmas spirit.
Come on, let's go up to the attic. There's a red flannel nightshirt there that I made him stop wearing. It might do for part of the costume.
Well, why did you make him stop wearing it?
Oh, bad for my nerves. He looked exactly like a burning building.
Well, while the girls were in the attic, Mr. Lawton came home. He just hung up his hat when there was a knock at the door.
Oh, hello. Come on in, George.
Oh, thanks, Charles. Thanks. Say, Charles, I'm looking for Gracie. Is she here?
Why, George, how flattering.
I thought maybe I asked Gracie. I asked Gracie to tell you that for you not to be in her Christmas pageant. I told her not to do it, but I thought maybe she did anyway.
You meant she might have disobeyed you?
Sure.
That's ridiculous. I mean, that's absurd. After all, she's only a wife.
Well, doesn't Elsa ever disobey you?
I should say not. She wouldn't dare. You're too soft, George. You let Gracie run over you.
Really?
Certainly. You're the husband. You're entitled to be boss. Who brings the money in your family? Who earns the living? I say, you are in rather an awkward spot, aren't you?
Yes, I guess so.
Believe me, I keep Elsa under my thumb.
My.
I lay down the law and she obeys it.
Gee.
I crack the whip and she jumps.
Really?
Absolutely.
You wear the pants around here, huh?
I haven't had them off in 17 years.
Boy, you go out whenever you want to, huh?
Not a question.
Your wife doesn't complain when you have the boys over for poker?
She wouldn't dare.
Well, how does she feel about smoking cigars in the living room?
I'd never let her do it.
No, I mean, can you do it?
I do as I please, and if Elsa so much as raises an eyebrow at me, I turn her across my knee and spank her.
What was that, Charles?
Oh, hello, darling. I didn't know you were home.
Evidently not. Gracie, give me that flannel nightshirt.
Oh, here you are, Elsa.
Charles, take this to your room and sew legs on it. You're going to be Santa Claus.
But
Don't
Angel,
argue
darling,
with me, fat boy. Go to your room.
Yes, dear.
George Burns, you go and help him.
But, Gracie.
Don't argue with me,
me, skinny boy. Gee, Elsa, this is fun.
Here's our popular young tenor, Jimmy Cash, with Felix Mills in the orchestra, and an old favorite that's coming to the fore again, a ballad called Home. Jimmy?
Evening ever brings to me dreams of days that used to be, memories of those I love, the best. When shadows fall and trees whisper day is ending, my thoughts are ever wending home. When crickets call, my heart is forever yearning once more to be returning home. When the hills conceal the setting sun, stars begin a peeping one by one. Night covers all, and though fortune may forsake me, sweet dreams will ever take me
Well, Mr. Lawton, so you don't wear the pants in your family after all.
No, George, I confess, I wear the girdle.
I can't believe it. A big guy like you afraid of your wife.
It's a secret I've kept from the whole world. Why, outside of my home, everyone's afraid of me. Policemen tremble when I talk to them. Truck drivers get out of my way. Department store clerks actually wait on me.
But at home, you're a milquetoast.
Yes, it's terrible. I went to a psychoanalyst.
What did he say?
He said, talk back to your wife. Don't be afraid of her. He was a single man.
I guess that. But, Charles, why are you so afraid of Elsa? Does she beat you?
Oh, of course not. That's just the point. She's sweet to me, and I love her. But I want to be boss, and she won't let me.
Say,
I long to be the caveman type. I go to a Humphrey Bogart picture and just sit there and drool.
Well, haven't you ever gotten up enough nerve to do anything about it?
Well, once I did lose my temper. Elsa criticized my work.
That got you, huh?
Yeah, so I took off my apron, threw down my broom, and walked out of the house.
You're a tiger. You know...
Come in.
Oh, excuse me, Mr. Lawton. I was looking for Gracie. Oh, hello, George.
Hello, Bill. Charles, this is Bill Goodwin.
How do you do?
Well, gee, Mr. Lawton, you don't have to stick your tongue out at me.
That's his lip. He's pouting.
Oh.
He's henpecked.
Ah, go on. Not Charles Lawton. He's too tough. Why, I can still hear him saying, Mr. Christian, come here. Scrub my back with Swan.
I don't recall that.
Well, Charles, you must try it sometime. Swan's not only great for your bath or for bathing the baby, but it's just the soap for dishes and light laundry. Swan's the new white floating soap that's 4 swell soaps in one.
Say, Bill, we're serious. Gracie saw Elsa dominate Charles, and now I'm henpecked, too.
Well, what are you, George, a man or a mouse? Get tough with Gracie. Scare her.
How? Tell her I'll leave her?
No, don't bribe her. Scare her.
Bill.
Listen, I'll tell you how both of you can scare your wife.
How?
Tell Tell him you won't let him bathe the babies with Swan.
What baby?
Well, any babies.
Oh.
Swan's great for all of them. Doctors recommend it because it's pure as fine Castiles, and it's so mild it's kind even to a little baby's tender skin, which, incidentally, is a tip-off to the fact that it's swell for your hands and face, your complexion.
Say, Charles, maybe we should try to scare our wives.
You're right. If we're ever going to get the upper hand, now's our chance, while there's a shortage of men.
Right. Now you're talking. Once and for all, end that myth about the better half.
We will.
There's no such thing as a better half. Both halves are equally good.
Sure.
So when you break Swan in two, put half in the kitchen and half in the bathroom.
So long, Bill.
You can put your half in the bathroom for your tub or shower.
Out, Bill.
Or you can put it in the kitchen for the dishes or light laundry.
Out.
George, let's go in there and pin their ears back.
Okay.
We'll show them who's boss.
You said it.
We'll scare the life out of them.
I'll say we will.
You go first.
Well, we better go in together.
You're right. United we stand.
That's the stuff.
Nothing can stop us.
Now you're talking.
We're husbands on the warpath.
That's us.
Let's have a drink first.
That's a good idea. One quick one to give us nerve.
Yes, I'll cut some lemon and put on the teapot.
Oh, never mind that. Let's go in and get this over with.
Right you are. It's now or never.
Sure.
Our wives can't push us around.
I'll say.
Men are meant to be masters, not women.
Right.
Do you think we'd better arm ourselves?
Oh, come on. We're not afraid of them. Remember Captain Bligh.
Very well. Are you with me?
Yes.
Let's go.
Good.
Mrs. Lawton.
Mrs. Byrne.
Yes, dear? Yes, dear.
Sit down.
Sit down.
We are sitting.
And stand up.
Stand up.
Charles, what is the meaning
Quiet. We have come to deliver an ultimatum.
Yes. Yes.
Henceforth, we will give the orders, not you. And to start with, we will not play Santa Claus.
That's right.
So you can take this Santa Claus suit and stuff it in the chimney.
Yes.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Oh, my goodness, what happened?
Charles must have gotten into my vitamin capsules.
Well, Elsa, if we let him get away with this, we're sunk.
You're right. They might tell other husbands and organize.
Yeah. And men are scarce now, even men like ours.
I don't know what to do. I've never seen Charles like this before.
Oh, I could handle your husband, but I wouldn't know what to do with George.
Oh, George is no problem.
Yeah. Say, I have an idea. I'll handle your husband, and you handle mine.
It's a deal. Mr. Burns, may I see you alone for a moment?
Why, of course, Elsa.
Oh, and Mr. Lawton, I'd like to speak with you.
What is it, Elsa?
Sit down, George. I'll sit here at your feet.
Well, if that's the way you like it,
Your feet have so much character, George. What size are they?
11s.
The best size. There can be no nonsense about a man who has so much of him on the ground.
Look, if you're trying to flatter me into playing Santa Claus, you...
Oh, no, George. I admire you for refusing. You are so virile, so masterful.
Well, Charles spoke up, too.
Only because he had your strength to lean on.
Really?
You are strong, aren't you, George?
Well, I'm not exactly a panty waist.
Modest boy. Flex your arm and let me feel your muscle.
Okay. Grab hold.
Go on. Flex it.
It's flexed.
How nice to have smooth muscles that don't make lumps.
Yeah.
Your personality and your gorgeous, resonant voice.
Amos behaving all by myself.
Oh, you sing, too.
Of course.
Do you ever sing any lighter things, such as Christmas carols?
Oh, sure.
Jingle bells, jingle all the way.
Magnificent, George.
Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh.
Incredible. You actually seem to have bells that swing back and forth in your throat.
Oh, it's a tonsils.
What a pity the world must be robbed of such beauty.
Huh?
If you played Santa Claus and made your entrance singing Jingle Bells, it would be the theatrical event of the century.
Bigger than the Avon Comedy Fall?
I think so. Well, why discuss it? I admire the stand you've taken, and you mustn't change it.
Wait a minute. You can't tell me what to do.
I can't?
No. If I want to play Santa Claus, nobody can stop me.
Oh, George, you're so strong. So terribly strong.
Oh, jingle bells, jingle bells.
And so, Mrs. Burns, if you have any notion of wheedling me into the part of Santa Claus in your moth-eaten pageant, forget it. I won't do it, and that's final.
Then I may as well go?
You may as well.
All right. I won't bother you anymore. May I have a picture of you to take with me?
You women seem to... Picture of me.
Yes. And if it's not too much trouble, please sign it. To Gracie, from the greatest actor of all time.
Oh, it's no trouble at all, my dear. But do you really think I'm the greatest?
Oh, certainly. I've seen lots of actors, but your head and shoulders and so on and so forth above them all.
Very well, here's your picture.
But you didn't write from the greatest actor of all time.
It's stamped on all my pictures.
Oh, my, you're handsome. I can't understand those silly people who stand in line for hours to see an Errol Flynn movie. I wait until one of your pictures is playing, and then I go right in and pick out the best seat in the house.
I had no idea you were such a devoted admirer.
Oh, I'm not the only one. You know, I saw a revival of Henry VIII not so long ago, and when you played one scene, the whole audience was in tears.
The scene where I was a feeble, broken old man.
No, the scene where you took a big bone with lots of meat on it and threw it to the dogs.
One time, that was considered quite amusing.
I love to hear you deliver lines, Mr. Lawton. Those rich, beautiful sounds come pouring out of you like wine out of a barrel.
Thank you, I think.
Mr. Lawton, I'll bet you could take just any old words and make them sound wonderful. Like, for instance, Ho Dancer, Ho Prancer.
Doesn't Santa Claus say that to his reindeer?
Yes, try it.
Ho Dancer, Ho Prancer. Jove, it does sound good, doesn't it?
Of course it does.
But I'm not satisfied. I see Dancer as a more delicate deer than Prancer. How's this? Ho Dancer, Ho Prancer.
Oh, you're cute.
Now, Prancer needs to be polished. I see Prancer as a frisky animal, always kicking up his heels, something like this. Ho Dancer, Ho, 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 Prancer.
Oh, what a pity that such a great performance should never be heard.
But it shall be heard. I insist that it be heard.
Oh, you're so masterful, Charles. I guess I'll have to give in.
Well, Gracie, your problem is solved. George is in there, and he's agreed to play Santa Claus.
What? Over my dead body?
Well, Gracie, it looks like you're going to have two Santa Clauses for your pageant.
Well, yeah. I think the admission tickets will have to be brown ration stamps. Well, won't we be giving the audience the two biggest hams in the world?
George and Gracie will be right back, friends. And meanwhile, I'd like to remind you that because we're all busy these days, every little convenience can be a big help. Like 4-in-1 Swan soap, for instance. You see, one soap, Swan, the new white floating soap, is swell for baby's bath, your own bath and complexion, dishes, and light laundry. Yes, Swan is 4 soaps in one, and a great wartime buy. And now, from the makers of Swan, Christmas greetings to you all. And here again, our radio's ever-loved Mr. and Mrs., George and Gracie.
Say, George, you know who our guest is next week? John Garfield.
Oh, swell.
Oh, that poor boy. He's always been throwing into prison.
Oh, yes. They throw him into prison for $30,000 a week.
Say, do you think we can spring him in time for our show?
I'll talk to his agent. Merry Christmas, everybody.
Merry Christmas.
Our thanks to our guests tonight, Elsa Lanchester, and her husband, Charles Lawton, who appeared with the kind permission of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of the Technicolor musical Thousands Cheer. The makers of Swan, the new white floating soap, join George and Gracie in inviting you to tune in to your Columbia station again next week, same time, when we'll have as our guest John Garfield. Remember, George Burns and Gracie Allen, CBS, next Tuesday night. And now till next Tuesday, this is Bill Goodwin saying, well, I Swan, how about you? And also adding, tomorrow night, don't miss the big radio treat of this year and every year. Lionel Barrymore as Old Scrooge in Charles Dickens' immortal Yuletide story, A Christmas Carol. It'll be broadcast over most of these same stations at this same time tomorrow night. Get the whole family to listen to Charles Dickens' Christmas Carol starring Lionel Barrymore, the only time this season that Mr. Barrymore will broadcast this great Christmas story. Good night, everyone.
Well, hello. Come right in. Oh, George, we've got company.
This is Bill Goodwin speaking for Lever Brothers, makers of Swan, the new white floating soap. Well, it's Tuesday night again. Time for another pleasant visit with George Burns and Gracie Allen, their guests Akim Tamiroff, Jimmy Cash, and Paul Whiteman and his music. And now here are the 6 hits and a miss, singing Santa Claus is Coming to Town.
You better watch out, you better not cry, better not pout, I'm telling you why. Santa Claus is coming to town. He's making a list and checking it twice, gonna find out who's naughty and nice. Santa Claus is coming to town. He sees you when you're sleeping, he knows when you're awake. He knows if you've been bad or good, so be good for goodness sake. You better watch out, you better not cry, better not pout, I'm telling you why. Santa Claus is coming to town.
And now meet the people who live in the Burns house, George and Gracie. Well, it's only 2 more nights till Christmas, and Gracie has already started to trim her tree. But as she hangs the ornaments, there's a worried look on her face. Her little duck, Herman, hasn't come home yet.
Oh, George, I wish you'd go out and hunt for the poor baby. It's way past his dinner time.
Oh, calm down, Gracie. Even with a meat shortage, nobody would want that darn duck.
But he's never been out this late before, except that time he flew up on the Mortons' clothesline and crawled into the seat of Mr. Morton's union suit.
Fine place for that kid to fall asleep.
We mightn't have found him at all if Mr. Morton hadn't been ticklish.
Gracie, will you stop worrying about that silly duck? Come on, let's finish trimming the tree.
Oh, all right, dear. Hand me that big silver star and some of those little tinsel... Oh, George, I hear him on the porch. Open the door. Oh. Come to Mama, darling. Why, you're frightened to death. And some of your tail feathers are missing. How did you lose them?
You did not lose them. They're here in my hand.
Oh, my goodness. Who are you?
I am Akim Tamiroff.
Well, what are you doing with Herman's tail feathers?
It was a mistake. I was reaching for his neck.
That's awful. My husband will take care of you. George, throw him out.
But, Gracie, it's Christmas, and
This broken down excuse for a man is your husband?
Don't you say that. I happen to love this broken down excuse for a man.
Well, thanks.
Now look, I'm sneering at your husband.
Hey, you can't do that. You can't come into my house and sneer at me.
I'm in the house, no?
Well, yes.
And I'm sneering, no?
Well, yes.
And you're going to stop me, yes?
Well, no.
Ah, that's telling him, dear. Mr. Tamiroff, I demand to know why you were chasing Herman.
Because in my yard I have a pond which used to be full of little goldfishes. Now you have a duck which is full of little goldfishes.
Well, I don't believe it. Herman wouldn't do such a thing. He's a sweet, innocent little angel, aren't you, baby? And he didn't eat any of your goldfish, did you, baby? Mr. Tamiroff, you should be ashamed of yourself, feeding goldfish to a delicate little baby duck. They might gild his little tummy.
I hope so.
Madame, I'll give you a word of warning. In the future, my yard is Stalingrad and that duck is Hitler.
Is that so?
It is so. If I ever catch him, we shall see if a duck can swim in sour cream.
Oh, yeah? Well, you're just a mean man, and I hope you fall in your goldfish pond and catch cold and drown.
Gracie, it's Christmas.
Oh, yeah. And Merry Christmas.
Oh, fine.
Now, just remember, if that bird comes near my house again, я эту паршивую утку схвачу за горло и задушу своими руками.
Well, George, what did he say?
Well, I don't know. He's a Russian. I suppose that's what a Russian says when he's mad.
Oh, no, it isn't. When a Russian's mad, he says, how do you do?
Eating the neighbor's goldfish. Why don't we trade that silly duck in for a pound of pork chops? Go on. You finish the tree yourself. I'm going into the den where I won't have to look at that web-footed goldfish bowl.
Now, baby, don't mind your daddy. He's this way every year. Just before Christmas, he tries to pick a fight with everyone on his gift list. Here, climb up in Mama's lap, Herman, and I'll tell you a little story. That's a good boy. Now, would you like to hear about Santa Claus? Santa Claus. He's the man who brings toys to all the children. The night before Christmas, Santa Claus comes down the chimney and leaves lots of things in your stocking. This year, Mom'd be happy if he just leaves some stockings. Oh, just think, Herman. Right now, Santa is getting his presents ready to deliver to all the good little boys and girls. Wouldn't it be wonderful if you could see Santa's workshop way up in the North Pole? Oh, the poor baby has fallen asleep. Oh, no wonder. He's had a hard day. Oh, dear, I think I'll take a little nap myself. So nice in front of the fire. When I wake up, I'll tell him more about Santa Claus and the North Pole and the toys and Santa Claus. George! Oh, George! Are you ready to leave for the North Pole?
Yes, sweetheart. But how will we get up there to the North Pole?
Well, we'll fly up on Herman's back.
On Herman's back?
Oh, sure, he's all ready. I just put 4 gallons of goldfish in his tank.
Well, good. I'll call him. Oh, Herman! Herman Burns! Ah, there you are. Is you Daddy's precious little itty-bitty ducky-wucky Herman? Well, you're a sweet little ducky-wucky, and your daddy loves you.
Well, gee, I must be dreaming.
Well, come on, Gracie. On the duck's back.
All right. I'm on.
Well, where am I going to sit?
You have to sit on his rumble seat.
Gee, am I going to get that pot again for Christmas? All right, I'm ready.
Okay, Herman, take off.
Gee, he can't make it.
Oh, no wonder he can't take off. His rudder is dragging. Oh, here we go.
over San Francisco already. See, there's Mama's house. Yoo-hoo, Mama!
Gracie, she can't hear you.
Oh, sure she can. Look who's with me, Mama. George. Of course you know him, Mama. It's George. You know, the man I married anyhow.
Dear old mother. She's a sweet, sweet girl. Say, we're really making time. Look, we're over Canada already.
Oh, yes. And here comes Alaska.
Yeah, and there's... Oh, poop.
Oh, George, that wasn't nice.
Gracie, we were over Kiska.
Oh. Oh, we must be nearly there now, George.
Yeah, there's Santa's place right down there. Okay, come in for a landing, Herman.
Okay. Herman, we're right in front of Santa's workshop. Now we'll all go in and see good old Kris Kringle himself, huh? Oh, you love him, Herman. He's so gay and so jolly. Why, Santa Claus.
Greetings, little whitey.
Now, buck up, Chris, old man. What's the trouble?
Oh, Wes and a whack, my Christmas is ruined. This year it will be a complete flop over.
Oh, please don't cry anymore, Santa Claus. The tears are running down on your pretty red suit. And if your suit fades, you'll lose your job in the May Company window.
All right, I'll stop. But I have no toys for the little ones this Christmas.
Oh, dear.
Wait a minute. Santa Claus, why haven't you got any toys for the kids?
Because a wicked pirate stole them.
The wicked pirate? Well, don't worry. My husband will get those toys back. He'll take that mean old pirate and smack him down, won't you, George?
But, dear, it's Christmas. And...
Well, smack him under the mistletoe.
Well, I'll try.
We'll leave right away. I'll tell my assistant to take care of things while I'm gone. We're going out to look for the wicked pirate. You look after things.
Okay, Chris, I sure will.
Well, that's Bill Goodwin. Bill, don't you know me? Gracie.
Why, no, I don't believe we've met before, madam.
But you're Bill Goodwin.
Oh, no, not me. I'm one of the Kringle boys, Irving Kringle. How do?
Irving Kringle?
Yeah. Are you sure you're
not... Gracie, let him alone. Don't you see he's busy working? What's all the black stuff you're washing?
Oh, that? Well, that's snow.
But it's black.
Well, sure it's black. That's the way it comes out of the mine. You see, it's white when we deliver it because I wash every flake. Didn't you know snow is really black?
Why, no.
Southerner.
Well, Bill, how do you wash it? I mean, Irving.
Well, sit down at the piano, Santa Claus, and let's tell him about it.
All right.
Beat it out on the old 88, Santa. Why, Santa, you got a cannon in your left hand.
I'm in a groove tonight.
You solid are, Santa. Now everybody wants a white Christmas this year, so I'm a-washing all the snow so pretty and clear. With Swan, the new white floating soap, I wash it with zeal, 'cause Swan is even purer than the finest cast steel. Rubbly-up-dub. Swan is the grandest soap, a rubbly-up-dub.
Swab me with Swan.
Because Swan soap is purer than the finest Castile, it's kind to your hands and gives them extra appeal. It's great for washing dishes, washing hankies or hose, or any other soap and water job you propose. Rubbly-up-dub. Swan is the grandest soap.
Whoop-yup-dub. Swab me with Swan.
Now, Swan has got a feature that you cannot resist. You break a bar in two with just a twist of the wrist. Use one half in the bathroom for your shower or tub, the other in the kitchen, and you won't have to scrub. Rub-dub-dub. Swan is the grandest soap.
Whoop-dub-dub. Swab me with Swan.
Rub-dub-dub. Swan is the grandest soap. Scrub me, mama, with a bar of Swan soap.
We're off to get the toys back from the wicked pirate.
Oh, hope we catch him. He's probably prancing
Santa's escaped pretty carefully.
Oh, don't worry about that, Santa. You know what I always say? The best planned men are oft times mice and lay after glee, gang.
Yeah. Isn't that the truth?
Isn't it?
Well, I better call my reindeer, and then off we'll go in this way. Hey, transportation, we port. Whoa, boy.
Oh, George, look at Santa's reindeer. There's Dancer and Prancer and MacArthur and Doolittle and Comet and
Wait a minute. MacArthur and Doolittle? You mean Dunder and Blitzen?
Not this year.
Oh, it's a bad year.
In this way, everybody, we're ready to leave.
Well, Herman, you sit up front, and if you see the pirate's boat, you yell, Mama, Mama. That's right.
Well, we're off. Giddy up, gang.
Oh, isn't this wonderful? But Santa Claus, aren't we going too fast?
Oh, no, we're only going 32,000 miles an hour.
Oh, well, just so we stay under 35.
I guess so, yes.
Where? Oh, Herman, that's not a pirate ship, that's a stork.
What kind of a stork is that? It's carrying a T-bone steak.
Well, of course, George. Today, that's a real bundle from heaven.
You know, I kind of knew steak was high, but I didn't think it was up here.
Now, Herman, don't say Mama until you see the pirate ship. Okay. So, just keep a good watch, and then... Oh, what was that?
It's the pirate ship. They're firing rockets at us.
Yeah, we're right over it. Look out! Here comes another one.
Oh, they almost got us that time.
We say it.
They can't frighten us. We'll go down and get them with my machine gun.
Oh, they got us.
We're falling.
Oh, Gracie!
We landed right in the middle of the pirate ship.
Come on, you swabs. Up on your feet.
Oh, George, look who the wicked pirate is. It's Mr. Tamirov.
Yes, better known as Tamirov the Terrible. They call me that because I am.
Listen to me, Wolf the Terrible. I'm Santa Claus, and I want my toy.
such a funny fat man. Hey, Spanish Joe.
Sure, then what would you be on after now, Tamirov the Terrible, sir?
Is that skinny prisoner? Is that skinny prisoner still complaining because his cell is too small?
Yes, and that he is.
Well, take him out and shoot him. And put the fat man in.
Oh, please.
Ah, a plump little bird. Put him in a cell with the fat man, Spanish Joe. Tonight I will have breast duck.
Gee, you're mean, aren't you?
Oh, my friend, I do not like to boast, but I'm the meanest, the nastiest, the dirtiest, the most low-down man who ever lived.
Oh, you just say that.
Oh, no, it's the truth. Never, even in the mill picture, was there such a wicked pirate.
Oh, what about Captain Kidd?
Oh, a cream puff.
What about Blackbeard?
Who? Shoe salesman. Now, do you know why I stole the toys from Santa Claus? Huh? To sell them? No, I just took them because I'm mean. I hate people.
You do?
Yeah, I hate everybody. Look. Ouch.
Boy, you stepped on your own toe.
Yeah, I even hate myself.
Oh, you're not so mean. In fact, you pirates are a bunch of sissies.
What's that?
Well, you're all wearing earrings and bloomers.
Lady, you don't appreciate what a mess I am. Walking the plank and cutting off the ears is for junior pirates. When I take prisoners, I tear up their ration books. Pretty mean, eh?
Say, what are you going to do with us? Don't forget it's Christmas.
You, my friend, I shall have beaten to a pulp. And then throw your body into the sea for the sharks to finish. But the little lady here is too pretty for such a fate.
Oh, flatterer.
Now, look.
You're not going to
Now,
take...
quiet, Wickling. I think I will have a little fun with you. I will show you how a man kisses.
George, don't you let him kiss you.
Gracie, he means you.
Yes. Now I shall make love to your wife, and you shall have the pleasure of watching. Boy, am I a heel, huh? Yeah.
George, are you just going to stand there? Say something to this man.
You bet I will. Listen, pirate.
Yes?
What you're doing is not nice.
Oh, that's telling him, dear.
Enough of this talk. Come, my little chicken. Put your lips close to mine.
Oh, no, I won't. How do I know you wouldn't try to kiss me?
Yeah.
Sure. You can't be trusted.
Maybe we need music to create a romantic mood. Yeah, very well. Your husband shall serenade us with a love song.
Me?
You heard me. Sing.
Oh, sure. Lovely lady, I'm falling madly in love with you.
Now, stop it now. Stop it.
Stop
that. That's romantic? You sound like you're gargling with hot borscht.
Well, what you said is not nice.
Now, wait. I will cast a magic spell. Now, wait a minute. Hocus, pocus, abracadabra. There, now sing.
Okay.
Lovely lady, I'm falling madly in love.
Gee, that's wonderful. I sound just like Jimmy Cash.
Now, go ahead. Go, sing some more. Play, pirates.
Lovely lady, I'm falling madly in love with you. It's a feeling beyond concealing. What can I do? Take my heart, it's yours alone to keep forever. Lovely lady, I'm falling madly in love with you. Lovely lady, I'm falling madly in love with you.
Thank you very much. Would you care for another number? Thank you.
What a ham. Now, don't forget it was my magic spell that gave you that voice.
What? That was my natural singing voice.
Oh, is it? All right. Hocus, pocus, abracadabra. Now, let's hear you now.
Okay. Gee, what happened?
Oh, George, I'm so happy now you sound like yourself again.
Well, are you ready to make love now? Come, my pigeon.
Don't you touch that little girl. You're the meanest and lowest skunk I ever met.
Yes,
Why, you're nothing but a low-down, miserable rat.
yes.
Why, even Gracie's sister Bessie wouldn't make love to you.
Oh, now, wait a minute, George. That's going too far.
Well, I guess it is.
I had enough of this. Hey, only the sweet.
Yes, boss. Here I is.
Now open the hatch and throw this riffraff down the hole.
Sure enough, boss. Yak.
Down with them!
Oh, George, we landed on a big bass drum.
Please, get off my stomach.
Why, it's Santa Claus.
Oh, pardon us for dropping in on you like this.
Well, that's all right, widow lady. I was just looking at all my toys. This is where that snake in the glass pirate put them.
Well, just look at all these wonderful toys. Scooters and sleds and dolls. And look, here's a bubble pipe. And the card says, from Mama and Papa to Willie.
That's probably for your brother.
Oh, George, don't be ridiculous. My brother Willie's 37 years old. He stopped blowing bubbles 2 years ago.
Well, good for Willie.
Well, here's my pride and joy right here. It's a talking doll. All you do is wind him up and he talks.
Oh, really? Oh, let's try it. I'll wind it up and see what it says.
Mama. Mama.
Oh, it's a mama doll.
Mama.
Hey, Mama, get me some Swan, the new white floating soap that's kind to your hand.
That's some doll.
You women have long considered Castile soaps the standard of purity, Mama. But Swan is even purer than the finest Castiles. Money can't buy a purer soap. That's why Swan is so good for bathing.
Oh, it ran down.
Well, good.
Oh, I want to wind it up again. He's so cute.
Oh, Gracie, don't wind him up again.
That's why Swan is so good for bathing the baby. After all, if Swan is purer than the finest Castiles, well, it's bound to be kind to even a baby's tender skin. And if it's the soap for baby...
I took the key.
Oh, well, here's a cute little gift. Look, George, a toy telephone.
Oh, that's a dandy present. You can dial with it and everything.
Well, I want to try it. Hello?
Hello. As I was saying, if Swan is swell for baby, then it must be swell for your hands and face, your tub or shower.
Gracie, hang up. Santa Claus, did your assistant, Irvin Kringle, have anything to do with these toys?
He made them.
I thought so. Leave them alone, Gracie.
Oh, but, George, I want to see how this little toy dog works.
Well, I guess a dog is safe.
Arf, arf. Use arf in the kitchen and arf in the bath.
Oh, no.
Arf, arf.
Oh, dear. All these beautiful toys, and it looks like the little kiddies will never get them. Roller skates, tin soldiers, bicycles, electric trains.
Wait a minute. That old pirate can't have these.
What's that you're saying? Who can't have what?
Well, you can't have these toys. Santa Claus has to deliver them right away. Why, those skates are needed in North Africa. Those scooters go to New Guinea. And those toy trains have to go to Guadalcanal.
What's that? Marines play choo-choo?
Oh, no. They won't go as skates and scooters and toy trains. But the metal in them will go as guns and tanks and planes for our boys to fight with.
Well, won't the little children miss the toys?
Oh, we'll give them toys, Santa Claus, but not toys made of metal and rubber. And I'll tell you something else all the boys and girls want for Christmas this year. They want war stamps. So, Santa, you load up your bag with all the war stamps you can carry. Because when the children get war stamps, they know they're helping their fathers and brothers and cousins and uncles and friends in the service to do the fighting job that has to be done.
Take the toys. Take the toys. I give them all back to you.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Pirate. Santa George, isn't that wonderful?
That's swell.
I'm so disgusted with myself.
Oh, well, don't cry, Mr. Pirate. You're not a mean man at all. You've got a heart of gold.
Yeah, I know. Isn't that disgusting?
Gracie. Oh, Gracie. Gracie, wake up.
Oh, what? Oh, George, we're home.
Oh, of course we're home.
Oh, well, then I must have been dreaming. You and I were up at the North Pole, and we were captured by a pirate, and this pirate made love to me, and...
A pirate?
Uh-huh.
Who was he, Tyrone Power?
No, it was... Say, that's an idea. Good night, George. I'm going back to sleep.
Oh, fine.
George and Gracie will be right back, so I'm just going to remind you that many women would have beautiful hands if it weren't for dishwashing. So when you're washing dishes, help safeguard your hands. Wash those dishes with Swan. Swan is purer than the finest Castile soaps. So naturally, with Swan in the dishpan, you help keep your hands lovely. And say, since Swan suds faster than other white floating soaps, you'll find it makes dishwashing a faster, more pleasant job. So what say? Why wash dishes the hard way? Why not try Swan? Well, here they are, George and Gracie.
Yes? Oh, it's you, Mr. Tamiro.
Where's that duck?
Oh, don't you dare touch one feather on my little duck's head.
Lady, that duck left only one goldfish in my pond.
Well?
Well, it's Christmas, so I brought it over for the little fella.
Oh. Oh, thank
you and a Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to you.
Oh, and ladies and gentlemen, a Merry Christmas to you all.
That goes for me, too. Merry Christmas, everybody.
The makers of Swan, the new white floating soap, join George and Gracie in inviting you to tune in again next week, same time, when their special guest will be one of your favorite movie stars, the glamorous Rita Hayworth. So remember, Swan also brings you another of radio's top shows, Tommy Riggs and Betty Lou over another network. Now till next week, this is Bill Goodwin saying, well, I, Swan, how about you? Good night. Merry Christmas.
Try Spry. You'll find the baking you turn out fluffy and light. Try Spry. You're sure to hear your family shout. What a delight. For cakes, pies, donuts, the things you fry. Try Spry. What's that you say? You're going to try today?
Why, sure.
Try Spry.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.